Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. It is OnceInLuv here, joined by Mr. LineageBreakCam. Welcome, welcome, sir. This is the Yeti Online Regional #2 for ALC. I'm super excited. How are you doing today, Cam?
I'm good. I'm not typically a morning person, but this is definitely worth getting up for. We have a huge tournament today. 116 players is wild to me. So it's gonna be
116 players, and we have a whole bunch that are not from North America too. So it's really excited that we're kind of branching out as an online league. We managed to get our fingers everywhere. Like a giant octopus in the world.
Real exciting day, and we're gonna get started in just a few minutes here. We do have a world contender in our first match today. We're gonna have true champion Cabin playing some erupting Rhapsody nonsense for our first round today.
Whoa. Ban erupting. Too strong.
Ban erupting.
Erupting is too strong, guys. They're gonna have Mr. Team True Cabin #1 versus Yomo Joho, a fellow Canadian that I got the chance to meet at Nationals. Is gonna be on the Fire Diana today.
Yeah, two really fast decks. Both trying to sort of enact their like fairly linear game plan as soon as possible. Erupting obviously trying to cast the namesake card Erupting Rhapsody, and Fire Diana trying to just get to level 3 Diana Doststalker to start getting those creeping torments churning, hit you with that Shadow's Twin. So it's definitely going to be a fast one. I don't know exactly who is favored deck wise. These are both just.
Well, I think it's luck of the draw here for favor. So both of them have like really explosive decks. They have the ability to like take out other players on turn 3 basically. If you're Yomo Joho here, you get the Double Dungeon Guide. It's like, okay, Double Dungeon Guide with taser shots is like goodbye the enemy.
Yeah,
and, enjoy my Shadow's Twin taser shot to your face.
Yeah,
Especially since fire versus fire matchup, like we said during the webcam weekly, it's like there's no fast interaction to really deal with the gun in that situation.
Yeah, something really important that you had mentioned is that the Dyna player is playing Quicksilver Grail and Nullifying Lantern in their main material deck, so that's definitely going to go a long way for slowing down erupting. So we'll see if that that like one extra turn is going to be enough for them to get it done.
Yeah, it's also really cool because like that just shows they have so much respect for erupting as like an actual deck, right? We've seen erupting do really well in the online regionals. If I recall correctly, the last online Yeti regional game actually won with erupting.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he got the 601, I think, and that put him into first place. Another thing to mention when it comes to the Diana deck is Serene Fire. So Serene Fire has become a more popular card with the kind of growing popularity of that Serene Luxem deck for the Fire Xander, as well as Rye. A lot of Rye players have been picking up Serene Fire because it just helps you dig. It makes it a lot easier to not brick. But for the same reason, it's really nice seeing players who sideboard the other spirit, right? They sideboard the Spirit of Fire, the non-Serene version. So if they know that they don't need to like dig for something really early in the game, they can kind of take that extra card, take the extra overall influence, and build it out that way.
Yeah, not to mention, especially in these advanced element based deck like Diana is, you do really get the benefit of having that recover 6 on demand, especially in a lightning fast matchup like this where 6 life might, not stop your opponent from ending the game immediately, but it might give you a whole extra turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's a couple neat interactions here that I want to talk about in Yomojoho's deck. So obviously not going into games too much because we know erupting fairly well. We can go through it more when the combos come out in the match. But like we talked about with the Quicksilver Grail in main, he also actually runs Relentless Hex Chaser in his main deck.
Yeah.
And so the interesting aspect of that card is that it has an element bonus to it. So if you do have it in the graveyard, pull out the element bonus, you're actually able to return it from the graveyard to the field rested. And if you're not Umbra, you're able to do that when everything becomes norm, right, due to the Grail interaction. We're actually going to step right into the match here. So we do have, I believe that is Yomojoho going first. True Champion Gaming mat on the bottom here.
Yep, that looks to be the case. So they're going to do, like you had just mentioned, a little bit of glimpsing. Because they are starting on Serene, right? It's hard to see, a little bit of glare here.
Yeah, so that is the Serene. Serene's in the main deck. And then, just the casual... I don't know if he passed turn or if he's waiting. I think he just passed turn.
Yeah, it looks like he passed turn, but maybe we got in a little bit late, but I didn't see any glimpsing there. Was that a look at top 6? This is good enough for me. Keep it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was because he only has 6 cards in his hand. So
right.
It's wow.
Must be
what a great start.
Yeah.
No other real way to put it.
He came and draw up his 8 cards going second. Normal Spirit of Fire here. I'm just gonna look to start dumping some stuff into his graveyard. For anyone who is not aware, the namesake card in Caben's deck is Erupting Rhapsody that has an ability that allows you to banish fire element cards from your graveyard, giving your champion +1 level for each fire card banished this way. And then if you cast a melody this turn, you can choose any amount of units and deal them level damage split however you want. So usually that's going to be all going upstairs. Erupting Rhapsody usually looking to aim for that 10, 11 damage mark, and then you cast the second one, and that is all she wrote. So we're going to see a Hasty Messenger start dumping some fire cards into the graveyard, a Clumsy Apprentice to replace herself. Lots of churning here from Caben.
Wow, what a fantastic first turn for Caben.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Increasing Danger is so very powerful in decks like these where you're going to get way more advantage out of that extra card than your opponent is.
Yeah, so we're going to see 2 damage pushed into Yomojoho here. We're also going to see the +1 gained in wealth because of that floating memory that was discarded on Hasty Messenger. And then lastly, the increasing danger for the 1 extra card is really nice. It's a really good way to start your early cycle. We're going to see an end step Creative Shock from Yomojoho, discarding another floating memory of his own. He's going to be discarding the Shield Mate. It is possible that he has 2 dungeon guides really early on there. If he does have the 2 dungeon guides, it's going to put him into a position where he's able to... he backsteps his champion as well. So cycle the card. He's able to draw another card, replacing the card that he just played the backstep. He's going to move into his main phase here.
Yeah, like you said, you're never quite safe against this Diana deck because a couple dungeon guides could spell some real trouble for basically any opponent, but especially a deck like Cabin's here that does look to draw so many cards. They're going to be really afraid of being hit by those creeping torments from Diana.
Yeah, it's extra tough here for Caven too, because when you're playing a deck that has increasing dangers and you're giving it to your opponent, you do put yourself in a position where your opponent can just like pop off really fast. It's an extremely explosive combo that comes out. Something worth mentioning though is in Yomojoho's main deck, I do not see a blast shot pump. It's only in the sideboard, which means that if Caven's able to get up, a taunt or an intercept with the library witches, shield mates, and stuff like that, he'll actually be able to have a pretty good set of protection against Yomojoho, right? There's no smoke bombs in the main either. Basically, everything to deal with those kind of units is in his sideboard.
Yeah, that is super interesting. There's a lot. I believe Caven is on 4 and 4 as far as Library Witches and Shieldmate goes. So if he can find one of those and just leave it on board for a while, that should give him just a little bit of protection. We do, of course, have to worry about cards like Carter on the side of the Diana player that are usually used to clear the way, but that does require a little bit more in the way of influence from the Diana player, so they can't go quite as fast if that's their plan.
Yeah, he should have enough cards to be able to do that kind of combination, just because of the increasing danger coming out and the the ability to cycle really quickly. Interesting enough, though, you can actually kill from 3 cards in grave if you have 1 fire on board here.
Right.
As Gabe is showing, but he's actually going to cremation ritual onto his Clumsy Apprentice, which will be a sacrifice of an ally you controlled, being able to draw 2 cards from there. In response to that, I believe we're going to see a fast cure from Yomojoho, so less influence or equal influence, maybe. Unsure here. I think it's less. These players have a lot of cards. It's a little bit hard to tell here.
Yeah, it looks like there was a reach there for the life total. So yeah, Yomojoho
So he's going to go down to 0
life. Just give a little bit more wiggle room. Erupting is a deck that does have to basically kill you all in one go, so any amount of extra life that you have is really beneficial.
So Caven really setting up for a strong combo here. So he's going to play the Creative Shock. He's going to be able to discard another fire card. So I believe we see 7 fire cards in graveyard. You can actually kill from, I believe, 3 fire cards with 1 on the board. If you are level 1 Rye already and you bring out a Discordia, you have 9 cards in hand. So what you'll do is you'll play 2 for the Ember Song, kill the Clumsy after she attacks, puts it in graveyard, gives you 4, right? And then the Ember Song is the 5th. You play Erupting Rhapsody, that'll be 5 you can banish. Discordia will trigger twice in this situation. Once for the trigger of the Ember Song and a second time for the trigger of playing the Erupting Rhapsody, and then you can finish it with a Fireball, and it should be 19 damage plus the 1 from the Clumsy Apprentice. So the fact that he has 7 cards down means we might actually just straight up see like a double Erupting. He might just be going for like a really fast combo here. We do see Yomojoho leveling up to Diana 2. We're most likely going to see the Dungeon Guy here since the Taser Shot was brought out.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume as Diana here that, like you said, with such an explosive deck on the other side and 7 fire cards in their graveyard, that you're probably not going to have another turn to, sort of play slowly. So you do have to start putting on some pressure, get that Diana 3, make it as difficult as possible for your erupting opponent to kill you, and hopefully put some pressure on them with creeping torments. So we are going to see that Dungeon Guide up to Diana. Dusk Stalker, when she enters, she's going to gain distant.
I believe he actually ended up banishing a Dungeon Guide on top of that Tempered Steel, which is fantastic for him because it means he did have the double Dungeon Guide combo.
Right.
So if Caven did level up, then he had the opportunity to go into that. We're going to see Shadow's Twin brought out here. Lineage release of Dyna level 1 allows you to materialize a gun. He's going to be paying the 1 from memory, losing the Mind Break bullet. And here it is, loading the Taser Shot in. Diana's going to be swinging for a lot. There's going to be a lot of damage dealt here. So we get the +2 trigger from the Shadow's Twin as it's loaded. So the damage will go to 3, and then 1 from the Taser Shot and 2 from distance on Diana.
Yeah, so going to be coming in for 6 damage here, and that very important line of text on Shadow's Twin says, whenever an attack using this weapon triggers an on-hit ability, that ability is triggered an additional time. So that's not only going to give 2 Creeping Torments to Caven, but also going to proc that Taser Shot effect twice. So if he chooses to level up here, he's going to take 8 unpreventable damage.
Interesting enough, there was a little bit safer of a line here for Mr. Yomojoho. He actually could have kept the dungeon guide and double DG'd while taking out a Quicksilver Grail here. So if he had taken out the Quicksilver Grail and the Nullifying Lantern, he would actually be able to stop Caben's combo, because I believe Caben has 14 cards in his influence.
Yeah.
Which with that much fire in his graveyard, I think he can double Erupting Rhapsody for the kill without drawing an extra card, and should be able to get through this. He could also just take the damage directly from the Creeping Torments. He's got 2 Creeping Torment stacks, so he'll take 2 unpreventable damage for each one when he draws his second card for the turn. But after that, like, if he's not leveling up, he'll be at 13, so it'll give him the chance to go lethal. And he's mathing it out. You can see him counting all the numbers there.
Yeah, counting influence here, seeing how many cards you need. Hopefully he has that double erupting, or should he have a fireball instead? I believe he has just enough cards to cast that fireball without the mage class bonus.
Oh, he's going to do it. Some Discordia's coming out.
Yeah, get that Discordia. It looks like we're casting a pre-recollection creative shock.
I think it's a creative shock. It's hard to tell. It is a creative shock. Ooh, interesting. So he'll draw 2, discard 1. So he is going to take the 4 damage.
Yeah, he just must know that he has it here. He's putting himself to a very precarious 2 life. But if you have your opponent dead here, doesn't really matter what life total you're at.
And the nice thing is, since he already took the damage, it's only on the second card. So
Right.
basically, you can use the Hasty Messenger to cycle 1 more card. It's going to be putting, I believe, 10 in the graveyard now. So he's going to be able to play the Ember Song, which will kill the Hasty Messenger, putting him at 12, and then a double Erupting Rhapsody should be enough to kill once he uses the Discordia.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just going to see him double check all of his math here. You want to make sure that you have exactly the right amount of damage before you decide to fire off that first erupting here. So he's just doing a little bit of counting extra levels from Discordia. How many fire cards do I have, etc. And the combo does change a little bit.
To that 25.
Yeah, depending on exactly what his hand looks like. If he has double erupting, if he has to cast a fireball, all of that sort of adds to the math. So it looks like he's putting 4 cards aside, so it might be a fireball hand here, but it all should get the job done.
Yeah, so he's counting out Ember Song into double Erupting Rhapsody there. There was no placement of 5 cards. And something also worth mentioning here is that Yomojoho does have 3 cards. Whoa, he's doing the creative shock instead. Okay. A little bit different from what I was expecting. Sorry, like I was saying, Yomojoho does have 3 cards, so Fast Cure is available in response to one of these.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be mindful of that, but look how many fire cards in the graveyard. So Ember Song's going to come out. It's going to be the first one. Discordia gets 1 stack here. And then we're going to see the 2 down for the Erupting Rhapsody. Gladly remembers that the Discordia triggers immediately on card activation. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 fire cards being banished. Discordia is going to be banished in response to that, so he'll be gaining 2 levels on his champion. He'll also be gaining 14 levels from the Erupting Rhapsody.
Yeah, the first one's going to be for 16, second one's going to be for 17, and that should be definitely enough to get it done.
Yep, so that's going to be 16 to face, and then a second one will give him the other 16 to face. Putting him at 34, even a Fast Cure is not enough to save that. Would need triple Fast Cure in response. I think Yomojoho understanding now that maybe because he had the double dungeon guide, it would have been a little bit safer to pull out that Quicksilver Grail, right? We saw Caben pushing a lot of cards into the fire graveyard, which was going to be enough to overtake any form of damage mitigation coming from fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very deceptive deck sometimes as Erupting Rhapsody. So maybe Yomojoho thought he had 1 extra turn here, didn't have to waste that extra influence on that second dungeon guide, but we see that, yeah, maybe that was the correct line to take. But players are going to go to sideboarding, and like you had said, Yomojoho playing the Nullifying Lantern and Quicksilver Grail in his main deck is something that is typically brought in from the sideboard. We'll see if they have anything else that they can bring in to slow down Caben a little bit.
It's like you said, a deceptive deck, right? If you're not someone who's played a lot of Erupting or you've run the lines yourself, it's sometimes it's difficult to see how much of the damage can be pushed without needing essentially, the fireball combo, or being a higher level, right? Being Rye in this situation, or moving into Lorraine and using a Rending Flames, right? You can just, I mean, like we just saw, you can just slap down the double Erupting Rhapsody. When both players have that many cards in their hand, there's so much availability to overkill the damage to secure it against things like Fast Cure, things like Resolute Stand, things like Deflecting Edge.
Yeah, very interesting spot to be in. It looks like Yomojoho doesn't have a whole lot in the way of sideboard options. He does have access to a Safeguard Amulet should he get that extra turn to not only materialize his Nullifying Lantern under a Quicksilver Grail and also get a Safeguard Amulet. That'll give him a little bit more protection. On the side of Caben, something that's a little bit interesting here, Tyler, is we do have 2 copies of Verruckin Acolyte in Caben's deck. But as we saw in that first game, we didn't even see a Nullifying Lantern, let alone a Quicksilver Grail, and that's usually where those Acolytes come in. Do you think Caben's going to have the foresight to know he should bring in those Acolytes?
I think we will see. It's actually possible we see the Dusklight and the Verruckin. He may just entirely take out all of the Innervate Furies in his deck here.
Yeah, that is totally reasonable. That card's not looking super powerful here. Not a whole lot of allies on the side of the Diana deck. Very similar in that both these decks are playing allies that are mostly made to gum up the board to get to their late game. And we are going to see one of those here. A Library Witch immediately thrown into the fire to draw 3 additional cards.
Goodbye, Library Witch. We have that on death draw card, intercept card, getting sacrificed here with Cremation Ritual, so he will get the draw 2 from Cremation Ritual and the draw 1 from Library Witch. Very, very good self cycle into an increasing danger. So he's going to draw 1 and then draw 1 into his memory. This is extra valuable on turn 1. So turn 1, your opponent is not able to recollect. You actually skip recollection step in this situation. That's why Yomojoho has that 1 card up by his material deck. Notice he won't be able to get it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said last game as well, such a terrific start from Caben here, increasing dangers on turn 1, exactly what you want to see. This Library Witch Cremation Ritual combo, same thing, just being able to get through cards, put them into your graveyard while either maintaining influence or gaining influence in some cases is exactly what he wants to do.
As long as you're in the 9 card range and you're maintaining influence, you're very much within the kill range for things, right? Yeah. Like I said earlier, Discordia, Azrai, you get those cards. I mean, he already has 2 cards in his graveyard that have the fire element attached to them. So he's kind of getting close to kill range. Right, we're gonna see. Ideally, it's turn 3, right? You take GCR on turn 2, which is the Grand Crusader's Ring. It's a on banish, draw card, and then from there you go into Rye level 1 or Lorraine level 1 with Sword of Adversity. You look for that Rending Flames damage, or you just go straight into the Ember Song Erupting Rhapsody Fireball combo.
Yeah, and you are exactly right. We do see that Grand Crusader's Ring on the side of Caben. He banishes it immediately to draw an extra card. We're going to see him deploy a Cemetery Sentry, which yet again allows him to discard a Fire Element card to draw a card. Just like we'd said, maintaining that influence while also putting Fire Element cards into your graveyard is the name of the game. So he's really going to be the pressure here, and we're going to see if Yomojoho on Diana can sort of respond in kind. The Erupting deck is very much going to enact its own game plan and not really care a whole lot about what its opponent is doing until they have to, play around any amount of interaction. So definitely interesting to see if we see Yomojoho like grab a Quicksilver immediately here.
Yeah, totally agree. Quicksilver would be fantastic here. So you're going to see the 3 down for a Cremation Ritual and like Cemetery Sentry. So he just needed it on board to take out that Hasty Messenger, stop Yomojoho from cycling, being able to discard and draw, finding new cards, looking for those dungeon guides. Caben here, got to mention, he's playing the Altar Art Cemetery Sentry, something I don't see too often. We quite often see the SP1 version of that art, which is fantastic. If you guys didn't know, SP1 is a set that supports the official play for tournament prizing. Very, very good for players. So if you are ever able to get any of the SP1 boxes, definitely a great thing to help the scene with Grand Archive. And honestly, the cards are fantastic. Great reprints available. Things like Snow Fairies, Hurricane Sweeps. We see Rending Flames, and also just amazing CSRs in those situations as well.
Absolutely, that's where you get that gorgeous Gildas CSR. So we are going to see Diana level 1. So still not materializing that Quicksilver Grail to get Nullifying Lantern. Maybe in a situation that we were like last game, Caben in a bit of a dangerous position, sort of having enough influence to be able to go for the combo as soon as next turn. So we'll see exactly how this shakes out here. We'll see if maybe we have that double dungeon guide that you mentioned in the first game.
Yeah, I think Yomojo feels a little bit safe because Discordia's not out, as well as the no level up into Rai or Lorraine. However, because there is a shield mate on the board and he's not killing it, Caven probably won't be going into Lorraine here. Whoa. Whoa.
Definitely interesting. We're going to see an Azure protective trinket here to banish some fire element cards from a single graveyard. I wonder if this is to maybe eat stuff like tempered steel is his goal here.
Yeah, most likely for Tempered Steel, we do want to get rid of some of that floating memory. But I don't think it's actually too relevant versus Yomojoho.
Yeah, it's
he's not
definitely
really like playing around that much fire in this situation.
definitely an interesting materialize. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan here is with it. We do have that one hasty messenger in the graveyard of Yomojoho, but I don't believe we have any other fire cards right now. But we're going to see Caben continue to forward his game plan, play another creative shot, get rid of, like you said, those Innervate Furies, which are not looking terrific here.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning is Yomojoho lost game 1, but opted to let Caven go first.
Yeah, true.
So he wanted to be able to attack him on turn 1, essentially, being able to play that hasty messenger. But at the same time, like, the value there doesn't seem to be that great versus erupting. I feel like erupting, you want to be ahead in the levels, you want to be ahead in the materialization phases. Creative Shock from Yomojo. He's going to be discarding a shield mate, so that'll give him the floating. Azure Trinket does not work on that shield mate, sadly, because it is not a fire element card.
Yeah, that might have been Caben's plan here, assuming that since his opponent did not activate anything on their turn, they might be looking to activate a Creative Shock in Caben's end step. And if they do want to discard a Tempered Steel there, they will get punished by that trinket. But Yomojoho did have that normal element card to discard that they can use to level up here if they want to. We'll see yet again. If they get Quicksilver, they do not. They're just going to go straight to Diana level 2, materialize a Plated Bullet using that one floating memory.
Bullet. Interesting. I'm curious why he went Plated Bullet, not Taser Shot.
Yeah, maybe they're not planning to fire on this turn, and if that's the case, and we assume Caben's going to level up, then Taser Shot loses a little bit of value. But if they're not looking to fire on this turn, I would assume they would want to go for that Quicksilver. Definitely an interesting line.
So he's going to banish an Incendiary Shot there. We're going to see a Creative Shock in Pre-Recollection.
Discarding that Relentless Hex Chaser that we talked about a little bit at the start of the match.
Oh, I think Caven realizes that the Nullifying Lantern might be coming out next turn, so he's on a clock now. He's on that clock. So we talked about it earlier. Relentless Hex Chaser having element bonus. Pay 2 to your memory, so reserve cost 2. Return Relentless Hex Chaser from your graveyard to the field rested. This will only apply if he has Umbra unlocked, or if he is able to. Oh, I was gonna say, or he's able to get the Nullifying Lantern out, but he's gonna be dungeon guiding up to level 3, so Umbra will be unlocked. The nice thing is the combo there. So if you have a discarded Relentless Hex Chaser, you level up to Diana 3. Ooh, deploy Gun Shield. So one of the floating memories. He'll be unlocking Umbra. He can pay 2 to bring it back. On enter, if you control a distant unit, Relentless Hex Chaser also becomes distant. And that would be nice just because, Diana level 3 on level up does have distance. Downside to it, because it enters the field rested, you won't be able to utilize that distance right away.
Yeah, definitely an interesting card. We might see something, if Diana can keep extra influence, we might see that Hex Chaser come into play at the end of Caben's turn. We are going to see that Carter come in, and this is something we mentioned last game, a way to sort of clear the way of these Stalwart Shieldmates. We're going to see Carter cleave the board for 4 here, clearing the way for Diana to get in. We're going to see that Diana Keen Huntress Lineage release to grab a Shadow's Twin most likely, and then come in for that 7 damage to
foil Shadow's Twin as well. One of those Sapphire pack cards we rarely get to see.
And players are getting Sapphire packs this weekend, correct, for playing in the regional?
Yeah, so there'll be Sapphire packs on entry, as well as I believe the first 100 players who registered will also be getting a guaranteed Ordinary Bear promo.
Oh.
On top of that, we are having the top 16 in this situation, since we have 116 players. Top 16 will be receiving extra Sapphire packs based on placement.
Great.
That's a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be that 7 damage, 2 from Diana's Distant ability, 2 from the buff on Shadow's Twin, and then 2 from Plated Bullet, 1 from Shadow's Twin itself. So it's coming in for 7. We're going to see a Creative Shock in response before those Creeping Torments hit, as he does not want to take that extra unpreventable damage. Just do a little bit more cycling. But yes,
yeah, and since there was no taser shot as well, we have the ability here to use that Tempered Steel for a level up, and I think Kaven's going to do another Creative Shock before. So very, very calculated. Less risk, just kind of waiting for that Creeping Torment to come in.
He has such a huge graveyard here that surely he has to be setting up for the kill next turn, right?
Yeah, we're most likely going to see the level up into Rye here for the fireballs. It's possible we see Discordia if he doesn't need to use Fireball for the kill combo. If he has double Erupting Rhapsody, he could just kind of forego that level up there.
Yeah, just showing the absolute power that is Erupting Rhapsody. Has no
13 cards. So 13 cards plus 1 for draw puts him at 14 influence total.
Yeah, 14's enough to just, even if he has the Fireball, he doesn't need to go to Rye level 1 because he has the influence to pay for it.
Yeah, the only other consideration would be if he went Erupting Rhapsody with a double Fireball. He might need to level up to Rye if he doesn't have an Ember Song in hand.
Right.
So we are going to see the Shield Base, so he is going to take the level up here. He could actually go into Lorraine level 1 if he wanted to. Go for a Rending Flames combo, but I don't think he needs to.
Yeah, just going to go to Rye, like you said, probably to get that class bonus reduction on Fireball. We see 2 going down immediately for that Ember Song.
Yeah, so something to know with Ember Song in this situation is because he does not have the class bonus of Ember Song, he's actually able to play it with nothing on the field. So it says deal 2 damage to up to 1 target ally. So up to meaning that you don't have to choose anything. If you have a class bonus effect of this as a tamer, you actually have to have a target because you need to give a target +2 attack until end of turn. In this situation, when you're playing the Rye or Lorraine setup, you're going to have, okay, so he's got the 2 down for the Ember Song. He's going to play the Erupting Rhapsody for the banishment, and then with the level counters there that he gained, he's going to be playing a Fireball as well.
Yeah, in response to that Fireball, we're going to see Yomojo
and another Fireball
release, and we just have that 3rd Fireball, and that Recover 6 is not going to be quite enough for another 15, 16 damage from that 3rd source of damage.
Yeah, Erupting Rhapsody, very explosive deck. You need to show a lot of respect to this deck. You know, he had the Quicksilver Grail and the had the Quicksilver Grail, had the Safeguard Amulet, the Nullifying Lantern. Thank you.
Yeah.
Underneath that, but never brought it out. Right. He needed to bring it out because even just having it out is enough to stall the game for at minimum 1 turn. Right. He doesn't need to race to level 3, and if he wants to race to level 3, I really think he should bring out the Taser Shot in this situation. Plated Bullet was an option for kill, but he didn't necessarily need the Plated Bullet to pump, especially if he wasn't going to find lethal with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like both games, Yomojo was just, they thought they had 1 more turn than they did, right? Their plan seemed to be to go to Dyna level 3, establish that board, establish that Shadow's Twin, and then the next turn, grab that Quicksilver and the Nullifying Lantern. But both games, it was 1 turn too short. So it looks like they should have, maybe grabbed it a little bit earlier. But it's so hard to tell with the way that this Erupting deck works. Very deceptive in how much damage it can deal. Even in that game, we saw that if it was just 2 sources of damage, which is what you're used to, right? It's like a single Erupting and a Fireball, double Erupting, etc. That 9-card threshold that you had mentioned, the Lineage release would have been good enough to save him the extra turn. But in that case, Kaven had the extra Fireball and had enough to get it done. So yeah,
and really when you look at like the way damage is dealt on the Diana deck, if I mentioned that he banished an Incendiary round or an Incendiary Shot when he went to level 3. If he had actually played that Incendiary Shot, obviously in this situation it would have been, I believe, 1 card short or maybe exact. But if he had played that Incendiary Shot, he would have actually been able to kill Kaven as a spirit there. So Incendiary Shot would be +2 damage dealt to target ally that's hit. So on hit, I believe you deal +2, and with the Shadow's Twin trigger, you'll get another 2 because it'll trigger twice. So it would have put him from 12 to 16 in this situation. So little bit short on the damage there, but I'm gonna chalk that up to a little bit of I think it's a hard choice between saying whether it was greedy or it wasn't enough respect for the deck. I think I want to say that it's more there wasn't enough respect for the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Erupting is a deck that you have to respect really hard, especially if you're not playing water. If you're playing water, you can definitely disrespect the deck a lot more. You have answers like Frostbind. You can respond to by you pull out your Nullifying Lantern, you fracturize it whenever you want, right? Then they have to dig for their one Dustlight Communion, or they have to play the sideboard for the second game. But when you're on fire, like you don't have a lot of fast response reactions, especially if you're not able to in response to Creative Shock, deal 2 damage and kill you.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, everybody's heard about this Erupting deck. They've seen Matt G or one of these more prolific Erupting players play it. But if you haven't,
the most prolific player, main deck Erupting Dan,
right?
Number one most prolific Erupting player for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played against Erupting or you haven't played Erupting yourself a bunch, you really do need those reps to know, how many cards do they need, what is the threshold on their graveyard, stuff like that. And if you're not 100% familiar in the matchup, it might be a little bit, dangerous to know when you're supposed to materialize X or Y. It's such a we've seen the power of this sort of hybrid deck where it has the lines with Lorraine and the lines with Rye and even the lines without a champion, that it's really unclear on your opponent's side what game plan that your Erupting opponent is going for. So hard to play around everything.
So Kevin in chat mentioning here after the game, he says he held the 2 creatives game 2, hoping to hopefully bait not being able to do enough damage next turn. It's actually a fantastic play. So the way that the Shadow Twin triggers with Diana Duststalkers on champion hit effect come in is on champion hit you generate the Creeping Torment, so you're actually able to respond before that. So Kevin was able to play the 2 Creative Shocks, like you said. 1 Creative Shock, pitch into graveyard, 1 Creative Shock, pitch into graveyard, and just immediately had the opportunity to level up into Rye for free, since there was no taser shot, right? And just go for a huge combo. If the taser shot did come out in the situation, what he could have done instead is he could have just taken out Discordia, right? Pull out Discordia, you're gonna get your 2 levels from that. You just banish everything, and then you play it basically the same, right? I think. I still want to say that I think in game 2 the play was to pull out level 1 Lorraine or level 1 Rye earlier on, strictly because the Incendiary Shot is coming on a Fire Diana deck. I mentioned at the end of the game, if you brought out the Incendiary Shot, that was lethal, right? And that would have been a really fast, swift end to it. Kind of hard to say whether it was the right play or the wrong play. Wasn't 100% sure if he had enough cards for it. I think he did, because I'm pretty sure he ended the game with 2 cards in hand. But I don't think any of those were from like extra draw sources, because there was no GCR, there were no baubles or anything like that. But it is what it is, right? Yeah. When it comes down to playing against Erupting, like you can do a lot. You really can just do a lot.
Yeah, it's a super difficult matchup to navigate for both players. They're both such lightning fast decks that there's a lot of pressure on you, right, as either player, to be like, I have to enact my game plan and I have to kill my opponent as fast as I can, because if I don't, they'll do the same to me. So it's a really hard balance to strike between playing safe, playing defensive, but also trying to put that pressure on so that they don't have more time than you can deal with. But both of these players have earned themselves a lunch break, and they get 30 minutes to think about what their next match is going to look like.
Yeah, for sure. There's also one thing I forgot to mention when we were talking about the kill lines in the Erupting deck early on. I forgot that the Diana player was running a Serene Fire, so all of the kill lines actually go up to +2 fire cards. You need +2 fire cards for the levels for the 6 health difference there. So even in the first game, when he dealt 34, that was exactly lethal, right? Because if I guess it could have been 1 short if he did have the fast cure, right? Fast cure into the banishment of your Fire Spirit would be enough to survive it, but didn't quite have it. Was short 1 for that. So when you're looking for the kill lines, I guess since we have a lot of time between our next round. We'll bring it up for the viewers at home. Erupting Rhapsody combo here has a couple really fun kill lines that start at usually around 3 in graveyard, because most people don't turbo rush level 3. So if you're a level 1 champion, most of the level 1 champions have 19 health. Some of them have 20 if you are a warrior or if you are a guardian, right? So if you have a fire card, like a fire ally on the board, Usually it deals 1. We'll just assume in this case it's probably a Clumsy Apprentice or something. It's going to deal 1. So we have the 1 damage from there coming out. So you start at 1. You have 3 cards in your graveyard. If you are already Rye or Lorraine, what you can do is you can pull out Discordia, and if you have 9 cards in hand, you'll play your Ember Song after attacking. So you'll attack, it'll put you at 2. Ember Song kills the unit, you have now 5 cards in your graveyard that are fire. Right? If you're Lorraine, you can Fiery Momentum with the Sword of Adversity for the extra damage. So you get the 2 from the sword, and then you'll get the 5 from what's in graveyard, and then you can play your Erupting after that if you need to. If you're Rye, which is usually the more clean line, what you do is every card is a 3 cost total. So it's 2 for Ember Song, so 3. You have 1 from the Ember Song, and then 2 you have to pay the reserve cost. So it's 3 for Ember Song, 3 for Erupting Rhapsody, and then 3 for Fireball. And what it's going to do is your Ember Song is going to be the first trigger. Your Erupting Rhapsody is going to be your second trigger. So you'll get 2 levels extra on top of what you already have, right? So you get 6 levels. You go to level 7. Deal 7 damage to face. Puts them at 9. And then you can pop your. Oh man, math is so hard this early in the morning. I just like have a whiteboard and write all this out. It'd be way more fun if I could just draw on screen. I'm hoping that becomes a thing for Worlds. I think that'd be really cool. Like in between matches at Worlds, you have like it'll be like us on cam or like whoever's on cam, and then like we have like a whiteboard behind us like on the screen, and we can just draw directly on it and
we
write
do math problems.
Dude, we could. I mean, let's be honest. Siladar's probably going to come out and be like, guys, if Erupting is blank, how do you find lethal in 1 turn?
Yeah,
that's going to be the trivia. It's going to be the trivia.
A couple of those at Nationals. He loves his very obscure Grand Archive trivia, so I'm sure that we will be victim to some of that when Worlds comes around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wanted to finish that line of math, but my brain hurts too much.
Lost it somewhere in there. Yeah.
The brain just hurts too much. I tried.
Really complicated deck to play. Something that I think a lot of the competitive players don't give enough credit to how difficult it is to pilot that Erupting deck, which everybody like from the other side of the table sees. Oh, they play Ember Song or Erupting Rhapsody and I die. But there's a lot of math that goes into it that you don't realize if you haven't played a lot of Erupting. So.
Yeah, and you tend to see the unique lines when you're not seeing the 9 card kill combo. Right? You don't see Ember Song, Erupting Rhapsody, Fireball. You're gonna see like he plays a Cemetery Sentry, pitches, swings, and then Ember Songs it, and instead of using Erupting Rhapsody, you see like a Creative Shock into a Rending Flames, and you're like, okay, he just hit me for 15 with Rending Flames, but he only had like 4 cards in his graveyard for us. Suddenly he had 10 cards in his graveyard.
Sure, yeah.
And it's super explosive. Super explosive. Like the double Creative Shock there just puts a Creative Shock in, and then it puts whatever you discard in. So it's a very fast 4 into graveyard. It's an extra 4 damage. Well, extra up to 8 damage, depending on what you're doing with it.
Right. Yeah, everything's so contextual, right? That's the hard thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Such a it's a very dynamic deck. It has so many options, so many lines that it can take. So that's where the difficulty of the piloting comes in, is that you can look at your hand, and maybe the most straightforward line is to cast your Ember Song into your Erupting into your Fireball, but maybe that's short a few points of damage, and there's a line somewhere in that 9 cards that doesn't involve doing that at all, or involves doing some version of that actually does get you over the line. So definitely very well played from our players in this first round. A lightning fast one to start off the day.
I wonder if we're able to get our stats up already, if we have those available to us. I don't think we're quite ready for that. Might be a little too early for our good friend of the Merlin Marketplace.
Yeah, lots of information to input, especially with this 116 player tournament. Gonna have to
116 is crazy.
Extra time into those graphics. Yeah,
so we don't have the graphics up yet, but we can talk about it a little bit. Something I do want to mention first is that we have how many Astra players today?
Ooh, let me check. Seven Astra players.
Okay, how many Astra players do you think are actually Astra?
Yeah, I don't know. We did see one Astra player in our round 1 feature match, right? There was an Arisana Lucent Arbiter hiding in
True.
Caven's sideboard.
No, main board,
So
main board,
or main
main
board,
board.
sorry, with
Uh,
the one main board Dustlight Communion. So yeah, it looks like we have 4 Arisana players. Sorry, 4.08. We'll get our graphs later, but
yeah, 4 point,
I
4.08 is
I don't
so
know how that
funny.
math breaks down.
It's
Not
probably
good.
3 or 2 plus a couple of erupting players. So each erupting player will most likely have 0.33. When it
Right.
comes to
Well,
the
it's
Arsana.
0.25, right? Because they usually play 4 champions in the erupting deck. Is that how it works?
It depends. Some people run Lorraine level 2. Not everyone
Mhm.
runs Lorraine level 2.
Gotcha.
There,
So that
there are
makes
there
the
are a
math
lot
even
of people
harder.
who only run Lorraine level 1.
Sure. So yeah,
Yeah,
we
so
don't know.
it skews our math for sure.
Right, yeah. At
But
least one. I'm gonna say at least one actual Arisana player in the room.
I think there's 2 Arisanas, and then one of the erupting decks I think is running the level 2 Lorraine, just because like the 0.08
Sure.
means it's like a 0.5 plus a 0.3.
Right. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot going on there. We do have an Allen player.
Yeah, there's a couple of spicy ones. We have one Allen player, sort of. We
I
have
bet I can
0.2
find the
Allen
Allen
players,
player.
but, you know.
Let
And we
me
have
see if I
one
can find them.
Tristan player as well. But the way
We
that
have
Allen and Tristan work,
2
right,
Tristan players.
right, since they only count as maximum half of the champions that you're playing, it means that, yeah, we have 2 players playing Tristan, 1 player playing Allen, a few Sylvies. Not bad. I hope they're all doing well. I can't say that I have high hopes, but I hope that they're doing well.
Oh, it is exactly who I thought it is. Nice. Whoa, we have Unsung Crown in the Yeti regional.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What's
Mr. Luxera's map himself.
I was gonna say what's Crown playing, but I guess we shouldn't do that. I assume deck lists aren't public. We can't.
They're
Can't be
not
crowning
quite public
people.
yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, we can talk about it later when he hopefully gets on stream. That'd be cool.
Right. Of course.
You know, I gotta say, one of my favorite things of casting all these tournaments is going through and looking at who's playing, right? And being like, wow, you know, like so many people in here, like I've met in person, or I've had the chance to play at locals or stuff like that. And it's just like it's really cool to know how interconnected the community actually is, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the best things about Grand Archive is the community and how tight knit it is. You know, obviously we're a smaller game and we are growing very fast. But you see a lot of these familiar faces, and everybody's so friendly that even tournaments like this, we'll see so many very talented, very accomplished players that are just like super approachable and very nice, down to earth people. So it's great to see all of the community come out, especially for something like this that sort of transcends location, right? You can play the online Yeti regionals from anywhere. So we get people from all over the place. Like you said, we have, 18 non-North American players, which is
You know what?
amazing.
I'll count it for you right now.
Count them out, one at a time, like Sesame Street.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, I get 4 in a row there, all from Hong Kong.
Awesome.
8, 9. Okay, so I guess we'll count Joel. He lives in Korea, but he's from the US. So we can count that. It's 10, 11. Well, holy, we have a lot. 13, 14. I almost counted one of the Canadians by accident. We have 14 people not from North America joining us at their odd hours for the day. So we appreciate having you guys here. It's great. Thank you for joining us.
Especially if you're in the East, I assume this is like, middle of the night, which is a hard place to start playing a tournament if it's, 2, 3 in the morning.
Oh yeah, if you're from Southeast Asia or you're from Australia, New Zealand, like it is the middle of the night right now for you. So much respect. I did notice we have Azul in here, so one of the Australian New Zealand players, the OS area. Also, good morning to your podcast champion guy there, Mr. Steven.
That's true. Yeah, Steven in the chat. I also saw Caben asked, I did run a regionals yesterday. I went from regionals to regionals. I ran one yesterday. We're casting one today. Ours was definitely smaller. It went pretty well. It's 23 players. We had a couple of no-shows, unfortunately. So a little bit smaller than I would have liked. But it went well. It was once again taken down by one Lineage Break Trent. who is just unstoppable. Two weeks in a row, back-to-back regional wins.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. I actually set up the Luxeris map entry for your tournament last night, so I got the chance to look through the deck list and stuff, and it was looking good. It was looking good. It was a very nice competitive tournament there. It was a good turnout.
Yeah, it was good. Lots of competitive players in our area, so super proud how that went, and of course, big congratulations to our buddy Trenton for taking out his second regional this month.
The guy's unstoppable.
He's unstoppable.
A little sad to find out that he doesn't play Sylvie at the competitive events, but you know, I still respect the Sylvie guy.
He's a coward like I am. You know, he doesn't play Sylvie. I don't play Arisana. We maybe someday, but you know, it's a real tough sell. So
Lineage fraud.
I know lineage fraud. That's me.
Sadly, our boy Mitch is not playing today. He's gonna be helping us out with some graphics though, as always. If you guys didn't know, we also do have a Merlin's Marketplace playmat for giveaway today. It's going to be one of the door prizes for the tournament. So if you entered in the regional, you'll be able to enter a door prize for that. Usually have some pretty cool door prizes on top of everything else.
Yeah, I actually got the chance to see that Merlin's Marketplace playmat in person, and it is absolutely gorgeous. So you guys
did Rav have it with him?
Trent had one actually. And it was absolutely gorgeous. You guys definitely want to pick yourselves up one if you haven't already. I believe they're still on sale, but of course you also want to win the.
Yep, they'll be on sale until May 1st. So you can definitely hit up Mitch if you guys are looking for really nice playmats. It's
they're super nice.
I believe it's the Creative Shock promo.
Mm-hmm.
The Merlin art promo, really nice there. Got the two variants as well. It's got the glasses, no glasses variant. I'm a big fan of the. I'm a big fan of Mitch.
I'm a big fan of Mitch.
I have to double check it actually. I really don't know if they're sold. I don't think so. I think he said like, give us enough reacts and I'll release the B variant early, and I think that's what happened there.
Gotcha. Yeah, they're both very, very gorgeous art by Connie. So make sure that you guys go support Mitch, support a wonderful community artist.
Nod.
But no, Mitch is not playing today. I don't even think he plays Grand Archive actually.
Whoa! The call out. I mean, just because it's true doesn't mean you gotta say it like that.
Hey, I saw him play at Nationals. He actually did. He did all right. Like he did pretty well. I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah.
I think Mitch went 2 and 3 and then dropped. But it was definitely amusing. He after the first win he got, he came back and he said, "I just beat my opponent and I had to read every single one of the cards he put down." And I was like, that's erupting for you.
Hey, some people have like honed skills that they've, worked on, and then some people like Mitch have talent. He's just naturally talented.
True. He just naturally says erupting Rhapsody. And the W exists.
Right.
I'm impressed.
Hey,
I can't do it. I've tried playing erupting. That brain hurts.
I did it at New Jersey Regionals a couple of weeks ago, and oh man, I can't do math either. So I'm retired from playing erupting. We're not going to try doing that ever again.
And once I finally figured out the kill lines on erupting, someone says funny story. So I was playing it. I think it was core TCG, and I was practicing erupting against a friend so I could learn the lines because I wanted to understand all these different decks, so I could improve my ability to cast the game, right?
Sure.
And so I was like, okay, well, Matt G is going to Worlds. I gotta learn how erupting works, right? So I played erupting for like 2 days. I think I played like 20 games with some friends, and then I went to locals with it. And right before locals, some guy was like, "Hey, I really like your deck. I think it's really cool. Can I buy it?" And I was just like, "Sure." I just handed him the deck, the whole thing, and I was like, "I guess I am no longer an erupting player." And it was maybe like 10 minutes after I had just sat there, like writing the math out for erupting, and I was like, "I figured it out, guys." I was like, "Now I can win locals," and then I just didn't even end up playing it.
That's where the path diverged. There's a world out there where you became the most famous erupting player of all time, but that was
man. I wish.
Ended.
I could have been Tyler erupting Lee.
There you go.
No, there's no way. No way. Erupting hurts my brain too much. My brain would just explode after like the 4th round in a regional or store champs.
Yeah, the second or third game with erupting is when I just start wanting to smash my head into the table. So definitely too much math for my pea brain.
Speaking of those kind of decks, though, I think the deck that I'm most interested in learning how to play that I've never played is the Fire Lorraine. like aggro deck.
Sure.
Using the Hone by Fire and then like Rending Flames, stuff like that, sort of versus Rending Flames.
Mm-hmm.
There's the like Fiery Momentum. I've never really played it. Erupting's the only deck I've ever played that uses Increasing Danger.
Sure.
So I'd like to get some reps in with that kind of stuff. I think it's a very fun deck to play. But it's one of those decks like we said with Erupting, you have to count really fast.
Yeah. She's a classic. We're a big fan of Fire Lorraine. She's been around the block for a long time. It was really popular in like the Alter meta, right when the game had come out last year. And so I'm glad she's still kicking around. I saw somebody even like at my locals was playing her this past Friday. So she still has legs. Anybody who doesn't think that Fire Lorraine is still making the rounds, she is. And she's very powerful. Definitely cards like Rending Flames, Fire Momentum, very, very strong.
And Soul.
Yeah.
Been watching a lot of Soul come back lately. A lot of webcam weekly gamers playing Soul is pretty neat to see because I wasn't around during DOA, so I wasn't around when Soul was like the deck
broken.
And then FTC like killed it because Resolute Stand, and now we're back.
Yeah, there's a couple of rules changes too that were pretty unfavorable for Soul Lorraine. But yeah, I've seen it coming back. I think most specifically to deal with those Luxem Xander decks. It is a pretty good bet into those Luxem decks that don't have a great way to deal with Soul dealing 15, 16 damage when you cast it on the back of like an ally strategy. Like it's sort of like a combo deck, but a combo deck that gets to play an ally's game plan for 90% of the game until they play their big combo finish. And so that's been doing pretty well into the slower decks like Luxem Xander, which obviously has been seeing a lot of play lately. So glad to see it Soul's coming back. I think it's such a cool card.
Yeah, people have been starting to play Resolute Stand a little bit less.
Yeah.
We're seeing a little bit more Vanish from Sight. We're seeing a little bit more. I guess we're also we're kind of reaching that era where people are utilizing their life, their health totals as a resource more often than before. It's definitely one of the big hurdles that kind of pushes you from like an early game state player to somewhere in the middle grounds is when you start using your health as a resource, right? Instead of popping Terrafring really early to stop like 6 damage. You're like, I'll just take 6. Just hit me with 6. If you're a spirit, 6 out of 15 is not so bad. If you're level 1, 6 out of 19 or 20 is not the worst. Being able to Tenoris, save those things for different things. Yeah, I mean, if you're Tenoris, you just take everything and then you're like, Chalice of Blood. Yeah, there's a couple. I don't know if I want to call it a mechanic. Would you consider that a mechanic in the game, utilizing your life as a resource?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a strategy, and it's a tried and true one from TCGs of all sorts, and Grand Archive is no different. Where, you just have to know, which resources you can expend, and that might mean, paying reserve costs from your hand, or paying memory costs from your material deck, or taking damage onto your champion. So definitely, comes in waves. I like the cool thing that I always see in developing metas like we've had for ALC is the format always starts very aggressive. There was lots of very aggressive decks at the start of the ALC format, lots of like Water Allies decks, even Fire Aggro. Xander was seeing a lot of play. And then as the format matures, it gets a little bit slower. We see the development of these more tuned and refined control decks. And then as those control decks get popular, then the aggressive decks start coming back to deal with those control decks. So it's sort of like cyclical, which I think is really cool.
It's interesting. A lot of turn-based games do this, even outside of TCGs. So like, before, I mentioned this many times, Grand Archive being my first competitive TCG, I pretty much only played like very casual, like Commander, EDH for Magic, and then a little bit of Draft here and there. But my specialty comes from mobile games. So I play a lot of turn-based mobile gacha games where that kind of meta follows the same suit. So like when the game comes out, it's like everyone is just trying to burst each other down as hard as they can, like fast kill decks, fast cleave decks, and stuff like that. And then as the game matures, you get into these like people start to build bruisers, right? They start to build these tankier units that kind of survive, which is kind of akin to like the more control style decks that we see in or maybe not necessarily the control decks, but more like defensive decks. So it's like where we start seeing like Resolute Stand. More people are running things like Veiling Breeze. We're gonna see like more people using Deflecting Edge and stuff like that. And then, from there it transitions into control, because control is what beats these like really defensive decks, right? Defensive decks they lose their influence, they lose their value and their wealth over the course of the game. And then the control deck is able to maintain wealth and influence, right? Especially with the release of ALC. We have decks like Water, Neos, Tenoris, right? Where you don't even have to put a Neos card in your deck. You just play level 1, level 2 Tenoris, and you control your enemy until their influence is lower than yours. You level up to Genesis Aegis. You know, every turn you move to Recollection phase, you gain an obelisk. And at this point, each of the obelisks interacts with each other as they're all domains, and they make it easier for you to accrue more value, right? So you take these really defensive decks and you just roll over them with these control decks where you can, at the end of the game, you can be like, all right, now that you can't kill me right now, I'm just going to change the game plan. We're going to go really aggressive now. Right. I think water decks do that really well too. Like after you've leveled up enough, you're like, oh, Scepter of Lumina, pre-recollection, I'm gonna pay 5 and banish it and draw 2 cards. Suddenly you're up like 2 or 3 cards on your opponent, and the game just gets really, really steep from there. Right.
Yeah, I'm glad to see it. I think that ALC, and I've mentioned this a few times, but I think ALC feels like, to me, like this is what people are going to be talking about, 10 years from now, as the sort of like classic Grand Archive, right? It feels like ALC has finally hit the stride that Weebs wants the game to. I think that Alter was great, and obviously it's why I'm here, is because I started the game, but it was a little shaky. There were some issues. FTC, same thing. There was a few problematic things in the game that have since been fixed, and I think that ALC feels super diverse and super healthy, and I think that development of a metagame that we were talking about is something that you really only see in a healthy game. Decks change over time, and strategies sort of evolve and are created to deal with the popular strategies of the time. I think a really good sign of a healthy game. So I think ALC will be the, when we're 30 years older and back in my day with our canes in the old folks home, we'll be talking about playing ALC.
Back in my day, I pretended to play ours.
Right. Yeah.
Nobody you're totally right. ALC's release has pushed so many different types of decks to be competitively viable, right? And like we look at there's these swarm decks, these rushdown decks. We have, Fire Xander aggro. We have Wind Allies aggro. Still very viable decks in both cases. We also have really heavy control decks, right? We have Luxem Xander, right? Serene Luxem Xander, Fire, Serene Luxem Xander, Water. We have, like a Water control Neos Tenoris. And then we have like everything in between. We have all the mid-range decks, right? So like, Crux, like all the Crux decks, I think fit that mid-range really, really well. Diana can go aggro, tempo, explode. Like you can go super aggro if you're playing the Fire double dungeon guide setup. But you can also play the Wind one, where you kind of play like the mid-range allies that has that burst into it. And seeing so many like different options to play that work is fantastic. I mean, that's just like the ideal for any game, really.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest parts, is that if you're like a Diana player and you just really like Diana and the way that Diana plays, you have so many different options based on the way that deck building works to, like you said, play her in any sort of strategy that you want: aggressive, slower, controlling, mid-range, tempo. And that's the same for, Diana and Lorraine and Tenoris, and not Ari or Sylvie, but like eventually, maybe that'll also be true.
I guess on top of that, though, another thing with the way that Lineage Break champions work themselves, I think it's really neat that you can play anything and then Lineage Break into it, right? So like one of my friends yesterday was like, dude, I think I'm gonna go Lorraine level 1 into Polcock. And I was like, I mean, it works. Sick. You can do that. Yeah. Like Lorraine level 1, you can just materialize a weapon, I guess. Like you just pull out a gun and it works, but it's kind of weird, but you can, right? And I mean, vice versa. You can go like Diana 1 into something else. Like Diana, I mean, I don't know if I would ever do this, but you Diana 1 into like Alan. Right. Yeah, and then you can release for a gun if you wanted to be Alan with a gun.
Alan with a gun.
I mean, I've seen Sylvie with a gun too many. I've been shot by Sylvie with a gun a couple times at locals. There are some wild decks out there. I played a Vanitas with a gun
Nice.
That was a terrible deck.
Tyler, I have a question for you. This
Sure.
is something that I haven't asked you, and this is important since we're talking about Vanitas.
Okay.
What do you think the CUR in MRC is? We have one CUR. What do you think it is?
Tristan.
Oh, you think it's Tristan CUR? That is a different opinion. I hope so.
I think the options are between Vanitas, Tristan, and honestly, it's crazy. There's a chance that it's not a champion either.
Interesting.
There's a chance that it's not a champion, but the reason I think it's Tristan is because I think that Tristan, from a marketing perspective, sells the best as a CUR.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm buying.
And I mean, there's like a balance of like making things that are okay. Choosing the CUR versus choosing the CSR, right, makes no competitive viability difference. Right. It is strictly a marketing thing. So in my eyes, I don't see why you wouldn't market for the more beneficial market, right? It's healthy to the secondary market. It's healthy to stores, and it's healthy to, I guess, the expansion of the game to go for what is considered the more market viable strategy. However, if we did get a Vanitas level 3, it probably will get the CUR, and I really hope it would also get a new element.
I mean, I think he's cool, but I agree. I've said this a million times that there's a reason why Tristan and Merlin are the lineage breaks that got level 3 champions, right? And not Alan or Mordred. And even though like I'm a cleric player and I would be like maybe excited by a Vanitas level 3, I kind of hope you're right and that it's Tristan. But like that's the prevailing opinion. So I've been asking people to try to find some other hope to cling on to. So I'm gonna join you on the it's
you can join me in the copium.
I will join you in the copium and hope that that's true.
I'll be honest, I deep down, okay, so let's put it this way. If there's a CUR, there's like a 95% chance it's going to be a material deck card, right?
Yeah,
like so. There's really a very, very small chance it's going to be a main deck card. Because there's only going to be 72, right? Which is the equivalent of an ALCB variant.
Right.
So that limits us quite a bit, right? We do have items that could be CURs.
Oh, maybe it's the Divine Relic. I didn't even think about that.
That's kind of what I was alluding to. I was like, Divine Relic, CUR. I mean, that kind of puts it on the tier of like GCR cool rarity, you know?
Yeah.
I mean it's not an apotheosis, right? But it's like it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna have an apotheosis, right? Because I'm not we're not competing. We're gonna be talking about those. We're
gonna be talking about the guys who are competing.
But I don't need the champion. I just want like that art is sweet. I don't need the cloud. I just want the cute art version of Divine Relic. So that would be sweet. I
Divine Relic
somehow did not consider that at all. So you've got a big brain over there. That is that seems reasonable. I'm into that.
Yeah, it kind of just depends because like okay, so here's something that a lot of people have not really talked about. What if Tristan gets 2 level 3s?
She could.
Right, and one of them is from the Recollection, and one of them is in the main sets.
That is
all the other champions we have.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed they haven't confirmed anything, but I sort of assumed that they would have to get a full lineage, right? I assume that Tristan will get like a level 1, maybe a new level 2. And so I think
I don't know if that's true because Merlin doesn't have a full lineage.
Right, but like they're not putting out a Merlin Recollection deck, right? Like how do you buy like if you're a new player, right, and you buy the Tristan Recollection deck and they're like, here's your Xander level 1, I'm like, what's going on? I thought I bought the the cute
I bought the
like why do I have a Xander in my deck?
Yeah, what is this man doing in my deck? What is this little twink? As my friend says it, what is this little twink boy doing in my hot woman deck?
I'm throwing it in the trash. Like that.
I just put a sticker over it.
So yeah, I don't know. So I guess it would make sense, but if she's gonna get a new lineage, maybe she gets a level 3 in the booster set, so she sort of like mimics one of the main booster set champions. You're making a lot of
pretty cool.
Smart predictions over here, Tyler.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's such a nice thing to say. I just really like thinking about like the market analytics of businesses.
Yeah. And they know, right? Like they get it. It's not like we're
they are more degen than we are.
Right.
They know.
We're not breaking any fourth walls here.
They
Like,
had to revise Priscilla 4 times.
Oh, 4
three,
times?
3 or 4. I don't know.
Yeah,
A lot of
something.
times.
That's
it's definitely they know.
That's actually how
they know what sells.
That's how they're paying Tyler and I to cast Worlds. Is they're just going to show us the Priscilla V1 art. That's what they've told us.
Yeah,
that's not true, but it could be. It could be true.
Oh God, I hope it's true.
Asleep.
I hope it's
like,
true.
You know,
I hope
a lot of
soju might get us there.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it's one of those what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas moments.
Right.
Maybe
just gotta know. Lucky. It's the not knowing that kills me for sure.
True. It's like the anticipation of pain, not the actual pain. Like when you get a needle and you're like, and then they put it in, you're like, oh, it's done.
We have confirmation from secret developer man behind the scenes that just says Priscilla was mega sus. That's all we know.
She was not wife approved. Okay. Is that like a technical term? Where did you go up and you were like, hey, what do you think of this? Like,
what do you think about this one?
What do you think of this? What are you doing at work?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Not wife approved. I mean, she's wife, like, she can be your wife. She's approved in that way, but, not approved by the wife.
True.
Yeah,
all right, we are in overtime now, so we're gonna be getting results in soon.
Yeah, we have 22 Xander players, so I assume that's 22 matches in time right now. So we'll wait for them to finish up.
Do you know if Mr. Steven is playing today? Or is he just
No, I told him to. I wish that he was, but he's just hanging out at home in chat. Both of him and I.
He didn't want you to get that necklace of foresight. Unlucky.
I know, right? Like
he could have gotten you the neck. He could have gotten you a cosmic bolt foil.
I know. I got one yesterday. One from a very nice person at regionals. I got one whole cosmic bolt.
Whoa.
I think that was the only one opened in the store though, which is really unfortunate.
It's interesting if you I mean, I was gonna say if you look at the results, but you can't look at the results. A lot of 2-0s, not very many 2-1s.
Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's I can't say that the format has been like full of blowouts, right? But it has been full of like very long, close games, but that have been ending pretty decisively. I would say that's like a lot of what that sort of Xander strategy does. Is the games are always very close, but then they go super long. And
I see 3 draws so far.
Okay, are they all Xander players?
One of them is a non-Serene Xander. Non-Luxem Xander.
Oh, interesting.
I know it for sure. Whoa. The draws are coming in. It's time.
They're coming in. It is overtime. We're getting to that 5 minutes of overtime. Anyone who hasn't played in one of these tournaments, it is once you reach time in the round, it is 3 additional turns or 5 minutes, whichever comes first. So if you're playing these super long, convoluted turns, you can hit that overtime timer and get a draw. But draws are, better than losses, especially in a case like this. The tournament is going to be standings to top 16, and those draws do get you 1 match point, which is good, better than taking the L. So they will carry you a long way, especially in the later rounds. We're going to have, 7 rounds today, Tyler?
Yes. If we had 12 more players, I think we would have seen 8 rounds.
Such a huge tournament. 116 is just like mind-boggling.
114.
14.
Two people probably didn't get their deck list in.
That's reasonable.
Or just slept.
Yeah, I don't blame them, But hey, I'm up. It's like noon. I don't know how you're doing it over there. It's like 9 a.m.
It was a struggle. I fell asleep yesterday at 7 p.m. until 10, and I did not sleep until 6:30 this morning. So I slept from 6:30 to 9, and then woke up and I said, it's regional time, baby.
Well, everybody make sure that you watch the stream and support Tyler so that he's not up on 3 hours of sleep for no reason. Come in, hang out with us, keep us high energy. We're going to get some great games. Going to get some amazing players too. I'm curious if you have the list in front of us. How many Worlds competitors do we have in our tournament today?
How many Worlds competitors? I think we have 1 or 2.
Just the Cabin, maybe
I believe just the Cabin.
A spicy Steve-O or something.
No, I don't think Steve-O's playing today. He's sleeping in. Let me double check here really quick though. Whoa, there's an Uwu Kitty Dude Roar.
Ooh, That is not how I am used to that ID
Yeah,
ending. So
that's a
different
first.
person, not Violet, somebody else.
Yep, that's interesting.
That is
Interesting.
interesting.
Okay,
People
that
really do take some
that completely
liberties
caught me off guard.
with their Omnidex names.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
Sauce and Pasta and Sauce today tried to convince me that they don't know each other, even though they're one Omni off of each other. I totally believe that one.
Yeah, totally never met each other for sure. There's a couple of those like that. There's one in particular that I'm a big fan of that I don't know
Oh,
that
we
we're
do have
going to talk
Stevo.
about. Oh yeah, all right. That's two down.
Yeah, we do have a Stevo here today.
Yeah, there's one set of names that I don't think we should talk about on stream, but I'm a big fan when,
Oh,
when they get matched up together.
the New Zealand players, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
the very same.
I think they're the Fab testers, if I recall correctly.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. That makes sense. That's the sort of energy that they bring. Yeah.
Yeah, those are our only world competitors today. So we have Stevo and Caven.
Well,
Dude,
see.
it is hard going through
how
this.
they
There's
do.
a lot of people on here.
Yeah, a lot of killers too. Very, very competitive tournament.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm just really glad to have the opportunity to cast great games.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't have locals, so I don't really have the chance to play that much GA. But it's really nice to be able to just watch really good GA. You know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and some of the best, right? Like we said, the cool thing about these online events is that they transcend any sort of like locational problems, right? Because you're just playing from your own home. So any of these very, very competitive players can play, and they are. We see lots of really, really competitive folks playing.
I'm about to get you the deck lists.
Hey, speaking of Pasta,
hey, yup,
going to be in our round 2 feature match. We do have the Pickle Sword from Chess Club, if I remember correctly, and Pasta facing off in round 2 is going to be, oh my god. Oh, we've Andy has delivered us a spicy meatball.
Yep.
On the pasta puns. We have Fire Xander in the hands of Pasta.
I didn't even catch that. That was a good
versus Windrye in the hands of Pickle Sword.
The Pickle Sword has done really well in this Windrye before. He actually had the potential to take first place in the last regional, but they ID'd the last round so that they could have dinner, I think.
Dude, if there's
this deck is low-key good. I've seen this deck piloted by a couple people. So I've seen it piloted by Edgy Games. Eddie is a fantastic Rye player. Mainly plays Fire Rye. I've seen it piloted by Byfall before. Both of those guys are fantastic Rye players. And this deck is potent, right? Not everyone is... It's the best way to put this. Not everyone is aware of how fast you can turbo.
Yeah.
Because Beseech the Winds is just a fantastic card.
Beseech is another
really cool combo.
Yeah, my favorite part about these Windrye decks.
Corinthian's playing too? Okay, so Taish is also playing, another world competitor.
Nice.
I missed that. I actually forgot what his Omni name was. That's why.
Yeah, I always get confused when people talk about people by like several different names, and I maybe only know them by one of those names. But speaking of this very cool Windrye player, or deck rather, and also player, one of my favorite things about this Windrye deck is the utilization of Arcane Elemental.
Yes. So do you know the Arcane Elemental combo in this?
Yeah. So the way that Arcane Elemental works, for anybody who's not familiar with this Windrye deck, is he is a Arcane card with Pride. So he just has Pride 7, and he costs 1 less for its efficiency, right? He has efficiency in Pride 7.
No, kind of. Okay, so the way it works is for every Arcane element card you have in your banishment.
Sure. So he costs 1 less
to play it, but you also get a level for those. So it's like kind of an efficiency thing.
Yeah, so sort of works that same way. So for every Arcane card you have in banish, he costs 1 less, and he costs 7. He's a 7/7 Pride 7 that costs 7. And the really cool thing about this is once you've hit that threshold, where you have those levels from Rye Stormseer, you have the ability to cast Arcane Elemental for free or basically free. You can then play cards like Disorienting Winds that have efficiency and bounce a ally to your hand, and you can bounce Arcane Elemental to your hand, then play him again for free and attack with him, and then bounce him to your hand and play him again for free. So you get this sort of like ally combo kill that is not how traditionally Rye kills people. So definitely
so
very cool.
it's neat in a couple ways. So Arcane Elemental specifically on attack, at the beginning of your next end phase, you'll have to banish Arcane Elemental.
Right.
So Disorienting Winds allows you to repeat the step over and over. But the other really neat thing with Disorienting Winds is that it is a self-cycle card. So when you play it, you also draw a card. So you can just keep going and keep going and keep going. And it's just so interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't think there's a more satisfying way.
I believe Pasta's playing Xander, not Diana, but very, very close. This is actually the exact same deck we saw at Weeklies.
Yeah, we did have them on Weeklies. They're playing that very well-known sort of Luxem Xander shell, but there are a few interesting intricacies about their deck.
I think the best way for me to phrase this is I think this deck is extremely greedy, but it has a lot of payoff if you find the right matchup. So last time we saw it, it was against, I believe it was Pasta versus. Was it versus Glass?
Yeah, was this the Nico match? Yeah, Glass piloting Nico.
I want to say it was because the meltdowns in the sideboard, did give him the opportunity to fight that. But it's just tough because when you don't have any answers to Regalia in your main deck, you really need to just outdraw your opponent.
Yeah, it does look like that must have been the case because after the Magebane Lash situation of Yeti Weeklies, it looks like Pasta has included a couple of copies of Excalibur in their sideboard. So they will have a little bit more interaction with those painful hate pieces like Magebane Lash. Those aren't going to come into play a whole lot in this Rye matchup, but hey, Excalibur deals with that Arcane Elemental if that's how things shake out.
True. Big fan of the Excalibur. Another thing that's really nice with Excalibur as an interaction in general is that when you have it, if you level up to Xander and have a level 0 scry, just draw into memory immediately, able to level up in the next turn. Sorry, like I was saying, if you dungeon guide to 3 to get your Blinding Steel or your Crossy Chosen, you can use the Excalibur on your enemy's turn in response for a lot of things, and that's how a lot of people tend to get their cards down for the reveal.
Yeah, we are going to see Pickle Sword go first, play that Scry the Skies, no glimpse, just drawing a card. Obviously trying to just get cards into their memory so they can level up as fast as possible. That is still something that this Wind Rye shares with the rest of the Rye decks, as they do want to try to get to level 3 as fast as they can and as cleanly as they can. We're just going to see a pass back from Pasta, back over to Pickle. Going to play yet another Scry the Skies.
It's just digging. I mean, at this point, the thing with Rye on Winds specifically is you don't need to turbo level, right? You have Beseech the Winds as an option to level up.
Sure.
End step Creative Shock here from Pasta. You see the draw 2 into a discard 1. Be discarding an Exercise Curse.
Yep, and then using that for level up. Yeah, just going to do a little glimpsing. Very, very typical things that we see from these sort of Xander decks a lot. They're going to look to find something like a Planet Explosives or a Thieving Cut to get value out of that level 2 Xander Deft Executor. Very, just like value-oriented plays so that you can get up to Xander level 3 as influence healthy as possible and start revealing some of those Luxem cards.
Actually, you know what? I don't think it was Pasta that played Glass in the Webcam Weekly. I think it was Pasta at the end.
Oh,
who
maybe
played against who played the chaining Vanish from Sites. Remember the 4 Vanish from Sites?
Right, 4 Vanish. Yeah,
that was wild. 4 Vanish was a little wild.
Spicy.
Thieving Cut Prepare is going to come out. 3 damage onto Pickle Sword here. I see the Spirit of Wind writhing a little bit.
Yep, just going to replace itself with that preparation text, and then Pasta's going to look to grab that back with Deft Executor shortly. Just going to see what the plan is here. Yeah, that very powerful Xander Deft Executor shown on screen here from Pyroxia's Vault, really holding up this Xander archetype. We are going to see that first level up from Pickle Sword going up to Rye Spellcrafter, getting a couple of enlightened counters.
I believe that's an Erratic Bolt that was banished.
It is indeed an erratic
Level
bolt.
damage to target unit, kind of good. You can also banish 2 cards at random from your memory and then draw 2 cards if you have the E-class bonus. Pretty good
I,
card, helps you get the levels faster.
I hear
Cycles
that's a
more.
pretty powerful text. Draw 2 cards. I think it's pretty good.
Or draw 2 cards is by far the most overrated text I've ever seen. No, who needs to draw cards, man? You know,
Yeah,
drawing cards is how someone lost against class.
that's so true. So true. All right, we're going to see what the plan is here. Something really interesting about these Rye decks as we get set up into the mid game here is they have, like you said, Beseech the Winds. They also have access to stuff like Dungeon Guide with the wind spells like Zephyr, Displace, stuff like that to sort of level as efficiently as they can. We are going to see a Recollection Step Vanish from Sight here to turn off any sort of thieving cut shenanigans.
Banish from Sight, kind of nice. I don't know if this is necessarily the best time to use it.
Yeah.
Just because he doesn't have any preparation counters, so Thieving Cut won't be used. But Banish from Sight does let you put 3 cards down, so we could get the level up here from Pickle Sword.
Yeah, that might be the plan. Put 3 arcane cards down, play a Vanish from Sight. You are a little bit influence negative in that way, but you got to do what you got to do. If he's trying to get to Rye level 2 is very specifically important because it does give you that effect that every time you cast a mage spell, you get 1 enlightenment counter, and they do want to get that online as soon as possible.
Interesting. I don't see any Displace in the deck though. Wind
Yeah,
Rider
just
Invoker,
Zephyrs.
pretty good as well though. Yeah,
Yeah.
just at first. So Wind Rider Invoker nice because you get the you can use 2 enlightenment counters to draw a card, and then you also get extra damage. So Wind Rider Invoker goes from a 1/2 to a 4/2.
Yeah, I think a super underrated card replaces itself, only uses 2 enlightenment counters instead of that full 3. So you do get that draw card for a little bit of a discount. And then, yeah, you can use that 4 power either to pressure your opponent or use it to kill an ally, or is a pretty relevant life for a lot of these bigger allies.
Yeah, I mean it helps you clear the 3/4s, anything like that, or like a buff countered 2/3.
Right, yeah.
That 2 power 3 life is a classic here. And then when you get into the 3 power 4 life, it becomes very scary because it's a lot harder to deal with. So we're gonna see the dungeon guide to 2. Interesting.
Wow. Yeah, so this sort of signals that there is probably another dungeon guide hiding in hand, right? I don't think that Pasta has enough influence to cast that this turn, but like we said, you do what you got to do. Got a dungeon
Vanish from
guide up
sight.
here.
Something else. I can't see what the other one is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I
But
believe it was a Scry the Skies was the first card. They're
interesting.
gonna go ahead and get back to Juggle Knives here. So they do actually have plenty of influence. They could go for the double dungeon guide here, which would be really powerful. Or maybe they're just looking to deploy another one next turn. Let's see 2 cards go down. We're going to see that Juggle Knives that was just picked up deal 1 damage to target champion. Class bonus, draw a card. Just cycling, dealing 1 damage. Very, very powerful card. Keeping that influence up is really important for these slower, more controlling decks.
So we are gonna see Rye level 2 coming out. Rye with Rye level 2 actually fantastic effect on the card.
Yeah, very strong. Anytime you activate a mage spell card, you get 1 enlightened counter. The first time each turn that you activate a mage action card,
Action.
you get an
Yeah,
enlightened
so
counter.
any action is just
Any
really,
action
really
cards.
good there.
Yeah. We are going to see a dungeon guide here from Rye as well. Putting 3 down, assumingly putting 3 arcane cards down just to get those extra levels from Rye
Oh, we
Stormseer.
banished another erratic bolt.
Yeah, 1 erratic bolt and 1 power overwhelming. I believe are the 2 banishes. We see a Zephyr and an arcane sight get banished here as well. So I believe that was 4 arcane cards in banish. Yeah, so 4 arcane cards. Going to be level 7 Rye Stormseer. And hey, we're getting up to that arcane elemental type business. Should that be the plan?
We're that's crazy thing is we're already there. Oh, okay.
Disorienting some wins. Going to pick up a dungeon guide, draw a card, and you don't need that dungeon guide anymore. So you're basically just using this as +2 influence, right?
Yeah. So the self cycle on disorienting winds lets you draw a card. Efficiency makes it free, and then you're able to just put that dungeon guide back in your hand. Suddenly you have 1 more card for influence. You're able to have an extra card for your arcane blasts, or any other combos you're doing. In this case, I wasn't sure how many cards in hand exactly, but maybe Spell Shield Arcane could be coming out.
Looks like a lot. And we see those 3 Enlightenment counters cashed in for a card, and then we're going to see a Peer into
Whoa.
Mana for 9 Enlightened counters here.
Peer into Mana, kind of good right now.
That is 4 cost, draw 3. It's pretty good. We are going to see 2 cards drawn using that ability on those Enlightened counters. For anyone who's not aware, as it is not text, but you see it in some of the reminder text of cards like Peer into Mana, you can remove 3 Enlightened counters from your champion to draw a cards. What we're going to see Pickle Sword utilizing here to gain some influence.
Interesting why he stopped on 2. I'm trying to think of what he has in his deck that would want him to have 2 cards. Or maybe it's simply that he found the card he was looking for, right? So Spell Shield Arcane is a 3-cost card. However, with class bonus, it is 1 less to activate. So if he has 2 cards in hand, one of them being a Spell Shield Arcane, he's able to use his last Enlightenment counter in response to any attack or anything like that. Draw the card and then play the Spell Shield Arcane.
Yeah, these Rye decks have a sort of like a delicate dance that they have to play with keeping their Enlightenment counters for cards like Power Overwhelming, whereas you can also use them to gain influence. So if, like you said, he's found the card that he needed or the card that he wanted at the time, he can hopefully try to save those Enlightenment counters for something like a Power Overwhelming.
Would you look at that? Another dungeon guide, just like you predicted there. It's almost like you can see into his hand.
I can
You
see
peer directly into his mana.
I'm peering directly into his mana. We're gonna see the 3rd dungeon guide of the game. Gonna level up to that. Xander, Blinding Steel. Looks like there was a Safeguard Amulet deployed as well, which is gonna keep Xander a little bit safe from any Arcane Blast shenanigans. But Tyler, that does not save you from the Arcane Elemental.
It does not. It indeed does not save you from the Arcane Elemental. And I'm curious if Haas actually knows that this is the combo that comes out with the Windrye deck. Not a lot of people play Windrye, and especially a lot of people do not play Arcane Elemental. If you play this deck on a different element, it's weird. It's weird. Arcane Elemental doesn't really work unless you have the ability to kind of bring things back to your board, to your hand. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain, but in this situation, we'd be looking at a very weird and potentially frustrating loss if he were to get triple Arcane Elemental here.
I don't know. I don't think that I could ever be frustrated when my opponent plays Arcane Elemental and Disorienting wins it. I'm just like, you got it. I've been.
You got it. You got it, man.
This is too sick.
Fist bump the webcam. You got it, bro.
Yeah.
Right, true. I mean, there's a little bit of damage that can be dealt with here.
Yeah.
On Pasta's side, I believe we do have Resolute stands.
Sure.
That is true. He's running 4 of everything, right? So we see 4 Resolutes. We're gonna see 4 Banish from Sights as well. Obviously would have to play that in Recollection only.
Resolute is kind of a hammer, though. It does save you a lot of damage from that Arcane Elemental combo, as it were.
The problem is there's going to be a point here where you go Arcane Blast, and if he uses the Safeguard Amulet, then you're just going to immediately say, all right, cool, I'm gonna Arcane Elemental you. And then he says Resolute Sand, you say, I'll just do it next turn then.
Yeah, it's so cute. I really like the lines that this deck can take. We're gonna see if we get there. We're seeing a really powerful turn here from Rye. Yeah, we saw a Careful Study. We saw a couple of Arcane Sights. That's what that die is denoting here for anybody at home. That is 2 extra levels, but only for this turn. So he is currently level 9. Gonna see a couple of
Tome of Sacred Lightning is just fantastic. He's able to banish a different book Regalia. So he had his Tome of Knowledge, banish the Tome of Knowledge to bring out Tome of Sacred Lightning. Yeah. It inherits the effect, but it also lets you rest the card and banish a card at random from your memory, and if you do, draw a card. So it helps you basically put a lot of cards from your hand or your memory into your banishment so that you can get more levels on your Rye.
Yeah, super powerful here. So we are going to see that being deployed here, rolling for a random card. And if we banish an Arcane card here, which we do, we banish that Spell Shield Arcane that you mentioned last turn to draw a card, basically giving Rye +1 level, giving him 1 extra resource to work with this turn. Just so powerful.
Whoa, here we go.
10?
Scry for 10, yeah.
No,
9. Scry for 10. Scry for 10.
Yeah. Glimpse 10 and find basically whatever he needs. Surely in your top 10 cards, you find what you're looking for. And we'll
Yeah,
see. Maybe
it's
it's something
really cool.
like Advent. Is this an Advent of the Stormcaller?
Oh, sorry. He also has. I missed the second arcane sight. It is actually for 11.
Right. Yeah, because we do
So
have
so I,
that.
I had the tome there, but I thought that the temporary levels were only on 1.
Right. Yeah. So we are level
Holy,
11. Ooh.
it's a big glimpse.
Yeah, and something really interesting that you can do with Rye that we might see him deploy here is Scry the Skies does draw a card from the top of your library into your memory. But since we have those 3 Enlightenment counters, what Pickle can do here is he can put a card that he doesn't want to cast this turn on top, draw that into memory with the Scry the Skies, and leave the card that he actually wants, the second card, so that he can cash in those 3 Enlightenment counters to draw it immediately. It's super interesting.
That is fantastic. He can just take anything from his main deck, put it directly into his memory, and then just keep going. I mean, the combo deck for real, right? This is the combo is beginning. We're looking at a very scary play. So here it is. He's going to take the enlightenment counters. He's going to play the card immediately. We're going to see another careful study. So he's going to have 5 more enlightenment counters to give him the ability to draw 1 more card if he wishes.
Yeah, so you can put that careful study on top and then just use that to draw the next card. Maybe the next card is the card that he wanted. And we are in the influence situation here where we could see something like an Advent. We're just going to see another 3 cards drawn with that Arcane Disposition.
Oh, Arcane Disposition, kind of neat here. So we're going to get the draw 2. Beginning of your next end phase, discard your hand. He's also going to be able to draw 1 extra card from that due to the class bonus. So a self-cycle card for draw 3. Oh, power overwhelming.
Yeah, he's going to get +5 levels here if he wants to catch in. I believe we do see an Advent in the hand. There's an Arcane Blast pulled to the front, and I believe that's an Advent of the Stormcaller.
Whoa. So he's going to take 4, putting him to level 15 this turn.
But the problem with Advent is it's really bad into this Safeguard Amulet.
Well, so not necessarily. Because of the way it has to resolve, he actually has to choose to banish the Safeguard Amulet beforehand.
Right.
To which Pickle can just say, I banish nothing.
Sure, that is fair. That is fair. Just like,
so I think he's actually just looking to bait out that Safeguard Amulet's turn.
But surely Pasta has to do it here, right? You can't just say, yeah, that's fine. Can't allow this man to Advent.
I mean, you really can't allow him to Advent, right?
Yeah.
You know, too many cards comes out, and it's just going to be really, 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 really rough.
Right.
The interesting thing is, with the bait here is that because Advent does 2 damage per card banished, Safeguard Amulet will fully block it, right?
Right.
However, when you reveal the top level cards of your deck, you reveal all 15 cards, right? You choose to banish them. You don't have to banish any of them if you don't want to. But he can banish just enough to kill the dungeon guides on the board. And the next thing to go along that is the revealed cards that are not banished, you can do whatever order you want.
Bottom, yeah.
And top or bottom. So his next turn could be set up entirely to just kill him. Arcane Elemental, Disorienting Winds, Arcane Blasts, Anger the Skies can clear the board. Like there's a lot that can happen in this turn.
It looks like there was no response though. So is this just like 15 going upstairs? It looks like he's separated them into cards I'm going to put to the bottom, those cards in the middle that he's holding in his hand now that he's going to banish for damage, and then the cards on the left look like the cards that he wants to keep and put on top of his library.
So if he's banishing 6 cards here, that's going to be 12 damage done in instances of 2 each. And I believe they're going all to face. So we're going to see pause at 13.
And then we do have that Arcane Blast in hand that can be used to force the issue between. I don't know if Safeguard's gonna be enough here. So it will bring an Arcane Blast for 11 down to 7 if he decides to pop the Safeguard in response there. But something that we haven't mentioned in at least a couple of turns is that Xander is actually on Spirit of Fire here. He's not on Serene Spirit, so he doesn't have that extra 6 recover.
Yeah, so another thing that we can do to get one more card here if we are Pickle Sword is you can banish the book.
Yeah, true.
Right, because the inherited effect from Tome of Knowledge allows you to banish this object and draw a card. So since he's already used the effect to cycle a card to draw out of his memory, he's able to banish the book, take 1 more card off of whatever he's putting on top, and if he has 2 Arcane Blasts, like that could very well be enough to take the game.
God, all I want to see here is a peer into mana. Rai is what, level 20 right now? He has 11 in banish, 4 extra levels is 5 plus 6.
He already played 2 Peer into Mana, right?
I'm not sure. I think he played at least one. We are going to see that exactly like you said. He's going to banish that book, draw an additional card, which he knows what it is. He put it on top with Advent.
A careful study. Okay. So it's going to put him to 6 enlightenment counters, which is 2 more cards for him.
Good break point here.
Putting that down to 3. Going to take a card.
Oh,
here it is.
Yeah.
Arcane Elemental. Arcane
7U.
Elemental efficiently. Plays for free. Plays it for free. He is high enough level to get this. Going to do a 7 damage straight upstairs, like you like to say. Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, 7's nothing to scoff at. Pasta being at 13 here. 7 is going to take him to 20. He does have that Resolute Stand. Just going to save him 3.
Resolute Stand. Interesting. So he doesn't put any cards out. Alternate cost Resolute Stand.
Yeah,
it's going to put him to 14.
I wonder what else he's gripping. Something maybe he wants
the Enlightenment counter for the Disorienting Winds. Okay, here's the full combo turn. Here it is. He's going to get the Arcane Elemental back. He's going to draw a card for the Disorienting Winds. Play it again. 4 more down. He's got another one. So are we going to see another Resolute Stand here?
Surely that must be what he's holding up, right? No, he's going to take 4, go to 21.
And then he just plays another Arcane Elemental outright for 4 more damage.
Oh, we are going to see something
3 down
here.
for
Lightweavers.
Lightweavers. Interesting. Okay.
Maybe reveal some Luxem sites. We are going to see 2 Luxem sites, 2 uncover the plots. So 5 damage being dealt from Lightweavers, and he is going to recover 6. So bring him out of range currently of those big.
So he'll recover 6, putting him to 15, and then he'll take 7, putting him back to
taking 4 from the Resolute Stand still active.
Oh, sorry, Resolute Stand still active. Oh, and the Arcane Blast comes in for 7, so puts him at 19. Safeguard Amulet banished. Oh my goodness.
Not good enough.
Not good enough.
Wow,
it's close. It's close though.
Crazy turn from Pickle there. Just absolutely Rye firing on all cylinders.
Honestly, the Rye moment is solitaire. Like he scryed for 11, man.
Yeah,
he scryed for 11 and then played Advent, and the game was just over.
Yeah, I mean, a really interesting choice from Pasta to not banish that Safeguard Amulet and respond to the Advent of the Stormcaller. I would have assumed that he would do that every single time, but you know, he was holding such a hand that he had 2 uncovers, 2 Luxem sites, a Lightweaver's Assault, that if he got to go to his turn, go to his Recollection step, he was going to be in such a commanding position. He was going to be able to recover so much that maybe he was just trying to, hold out as long as he could.
I think it shows a little bit of inexperience for the deck, and not necessarily like inexperience against Rye in general. Not a lot of people are prepared for the amount of damage that Wind Rye can put out in a single turn, right? A lot of people kind of expect the Fire Rye, where most of it comes from spell damage, right? Or non-combat damage specifically. It's going to come from, Fireballs and Arcane Blast chained together, potentially Anger the Skies if they run a couple of them, or Erratic Bolts, right?
Right.
When we look at the way Pickle Sword plays the Wind Rye, we have a very good balance of both types of damage, right? Combat damage comes from Wind Rider Invokers. Combat damage comes from Arcane Elementals. But we also have a lot of spell damage, right? Advent of the Stormcaller dealt 12 on that turn, right? There was no banishment of the Safeguard Amulet, which would have stopped all of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, being able to balance both the damage, he thought, okay, well, most likely it's going to be... I don't even know, really. Like, maybe the thought process was, I have a Resolute Stand, and I have a Lightweaver's Assault, and I have Safeguard Amulet. Surely he can't deal, what is 24 damage to me in a turn.
Right. I mean, and I can't blame him. Against almost every deck in the game, that's going to be plenty of interaction. There's so few decks that can, even like decks like Erupting are going to have a hard time killing you through that sort of hand. Recover 6 with a Lightweavers, Safeguard Amulet. So it was really just a pun intended perfect storm from Rye there to find all of the pieces that he needed, and like you said, to fight on those 2 axes so well, both through combat damage and through spell damage, is really impressive.
Yeah, one of the big things I gotta say here though is I think even if he did live through the turn and move to the next turn, having 2 uncover the plots with his Luxem sites, I actually don't think it mattered. We were at the point where Pickle Sword was such a high level with like the guaranteed banishment of those cards being so once Advent resolves, right, all those cards are banished. You have permanent level counters now.
Yeah, I believe it was 11. So even passing back to Pickle's turn, it would be minimum 14, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
because what happens is like Pasta can't kill Pickle Sword for like 2, maybe 3 turns. Like, especially since he played the Lightweaver's Assault, right? Like he doesn't have any way to pump the damage out.
Right.
This deck also, if I recall correctly, does not have Luxera's map, Insignia of the Korhazi, or a um let's say or a Poison Dagger. So there's no way to actually push the damage out fast enough to deal with the Windrye in the situation.
Yeah, as you had mentioned at the start of the match, this is definitely a more like aggressive, a little bit greedier build of Fire Sander that's looking to maybe punish other Luxem players, other slower players, because it does, lean a little bit more on that aggressive side, but it does mean that you are missing some of those late game tools to sort of survive into big combo decks like this Rye deck.
Yeah, the hard part about playing against Rye is like even if you can stop the combo for 1 turn, you rarely have enough to take them out on the
Hmm.
consecutive turn, right? The
Hmm.
following turn, you have to be able to end the game. And
Right.
if you can't close it out with a lot of damage, if you can't close it out with a full heal and a second way to like defend yourself,
Hmm.
you're probably cooked, right? I mean,
Right.
if you're playing Wind, you have options like you have Arcane, or sorry, you have Innervate Agility, which could give you either the Spell Shield or Shroud or Stealth, sorry,
Hmm.
if you need, right? Like if you're getting Arcane Elemental comboed, you can pop Innervate Agility and you say, okay, I want Stealth on all my units this turn. Or
Right.
if they play an Arcane Blast, you can in response be like, all right, it's time. Let me just Spell Shroud. So we are going to see Pickle Sword with the first turn Beseech the Winds, as he is going second this time. Pasta did opt to go first as he lost the first game.
Such a powerful card. One that we don't see a whole lot of play from these days, but being able to, have that pseudo dungeon guide effect, having a materialization that you can break the sequence of the game and do, this is the first turn for Pickle, and he's able to level up. So it's as if he went first. He gets to skip that extra materialization step, get towards his game plan as fast as possible. And he put 3 cards down here. It's very possible that they're all arcane cards he's happy to get rid of. He gets to level to Rye level 1 on his first turn, and then when it passes back to him, he gets to spend those extra 2 cards out of his memory to go up to Rye level 2.
Yeah, Wind is just one of those fantastic decks that allows you to kind of break materialization order. You can go
Yeah.
level 1, level 2, level 3 really fast. You have options like Dungeon Guide Displace, Dungeon Guide Zephyr.
Hmm.
You have, Beseech the Winds in this case. In this case, and I think that it's something that a lot of people don't have really good practice into. It's
Yeah.
not a commonly played deck these days. We know there are players like Subasa who plays that Wind Merlin that's really popular for him.
Hmm.
Pickle Sword actually is fairly well known for his Wind Rye, and we're
Sure.
gonna see the Pyramid Mana level 2.
Yeah, Pyramid
Give
Mana,
him
still pretty good. Still getting 4 Enlightenment counters here. He's going to get the extra 1 Enlightenment counter from casting a Mage action from Rye level 2. So, going to get a little bit of influence advantage here. Going to go up to, I believe, 7. Yeah,
Yeah,
7.
I mean this is such a great start, right? You're 2 levels above, you're 2 materializations ahead of your opponent, even if their influence is like fairly strong in the situation. You're just setting up for your combo, and they have to respect that and find ways to deal with it. Uh, when we look at the sideboard here for Pasta, like Blanche is a great option, but he needs to be level 2.
Yeah, and he's
And
going to
and
try
he
to
also
get
only
there.
has 2 of them as well, so he really has
Sure.
to dig for them quickly.
Yeah, and we're going to see a little glimpse in here. Maybe he's doing exactly that, digging for those powerful hate pieces like Blanche. And yeah, like you said, he really just has to get to level 2 as soon as possible. But Pickles made it kind of difficult. He's a whole materialization ahead of him. And since he went second, he also had that extra influence from going second and being able to draw a card in the second turn. Just so much powerful card draw that we've seen this game from Pickle Sword. Ty's Proclamation gamers are rolling in their graves.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely one of the big things you got to bring in against Rye. Like you need to have Tithe Proclamation out really early. If I see a Rye, there was one local I played at where the Rye player was definitely the hardest matchup, but I realized, if you
Mhm.
bring out Tithe Proclamation turn 2, you have a very good chance of stopping or slowing them down at least, right? The
Right.
ability to take cards. They have to do things on your turn instead of always on their
Mhm.
turn. and it really just changes the whole pace of the game. So we're going to see a Fire Resonance Bauble here from Pickle Sword. Most likely has a Dungeon Guide in hand, so it doesn't need to play 3 to banish immediately. It's going to banish that right away. So I take that drawn card. Whoa, okay, so here we are. We're going to actually see it. So the Wind Rider Invoker.
But I don't believe he had the 2 Enlightenment counters here, so it's just a Wind Rider Invoker coming in for a fairly anemic 1 damage. Oh, and then he's going to pick her back
Disorienting Winds.
There it is. There's the value we asked for.
Yeah, so he's looking to cash in on that level 2 Rye effect. Essentially, he wants to be able to play his different mage actions, so he's able to slowly build up those Enlightenment counters. He's gonna play that, play Disorienting Winds, cycle it. I was thinking maybe he played the Wind Rider Invoker so he could have 3 down for a Dungeon Guide, or sorry, for a level up because of no Dungeon Guide. But after seeing the Disorienting Winds, he might just be raw leveling anyways.
Right. Yeah, it's really hard to see what's in his hand, but definitely looking to just build up that influence, get towards the position he was in last game, right?
So pre-recollection, we're going to see an Exercise Curse played from Pasta. He's going to get that floating memory into his graveyard. Did go for the Grand Crusaders bring this turn, so he's going to get that free +1 influence on sacrifice, or on banishment, sorry. Draw 1 card. He's going to do it again. Dungeon Guiding to level 2 is so interesting to me. It's something I don't usually see in these Luxem Xander decks, but I guess you kind of have to when you're racing against a Rye here, who is, Beseech the Winds and is kind of starting to roll that combo up.
Yeah, it could be like you said, influence isn't super important in this matchup, and he does really need to hit that level 2 for important sideboard pieces like Blanche. So maybe that's exactly his plan, is to hit level 2 as soon as you can, and that allows him to hold up just a little bit of interaction, which is obviously better than nothing.
One of the big downsides here, though, is that when he did level up to Xander Deft Executioner, he was not able to use that removal of a preparation counter to return an assassin action or attack card to his hand. Whoa, Pickle Sword taking out the Quicksilver Grail.
Interesting. Yeah, so he's getting a Quicksilver Grail. This could be for something like a Storm Tyrant's Eye, so that he can sort of establish this before he hits level 3 and then play something like a Dungeon Guide to level 3. We are going to see that Wind Rider Invoker coming down, probably actually going to cash in those 2 Enlightenment counters to draw a card, get a little bit of power.
Yeah, so he is. So he's going to take the 2 Enlightenment counters, draw the card, and get a big attack for 4 to the face here.
And we do see
might also just take out that Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, keep the board clear.
I really like that Quicksilver Rail. Realizing that you don't necessarily need to have, a Grand Crusaders ring in your setup here. Your opponent's not playing like a turbo fast deck. You're able to just bring in Quicksilver Rail. You're able to bring in that Storm Tyrant's Eye, and that's gonna be kind of scary. Like, ooh.
Yeah, just such incredible card advantage here. Feels like every play that Pickle Sword has made has either broke even and drawn a card, or has even gained him influence. We are going to see a Resolute Stand, so it looks like that Wind Rider was headed towards Xander. We're going to see a Resolute Stand make it a little bit less impactful. Going to deal 1 damage.
Yeah, so Xander at 2, Pickle Sword at... Pickle Sword should be at 1, right? Because the Dungeon Guide swung for 1, I assume?
I believe so, yeah. I believe he got pinged there.
Yeah, so 2 to 1, pretty early on the damage in the game, but we're kind of just chilling here. I going back to it, I'm actually not sure if I do like the Quicksilver Grail. I don't know what benefit you get of Quicksilver Grailing anything in his material deck right now.
Maybe it's a sort of like you had mentioned in the first game, like a preying on deck unfamiliarity. Maybe his opponent doesn't quite understand what this Quicksilver is about and thinks it's a little bit more impactful than it is.
I mean, surely it's a safeguard amulet, right?
Maybe it could be.
Storm Tyrant's Eye doesn't really need protection,
right?
Because you can just banish it immediately on reveal, or like on materialization, right? If they want to break it, you can just say, okay, I'm gonna banish my Storm Tyrant's Eye, start revealing cards, and then you just take damage and kind of move on there.
Right.
Oh, so he does have a Blanche. See that on the Blinding Steel trigger reveal. Gonna see a Luxem Sight, so he's gonna heal down to 0 and a Blanche in hand, which means he is able to fast activate that to protect another unit of choice, or any other unit from non-combat damage.
But that information here is huge. The fact that Pickle now knows that there's a looming Blanche is definitely very, very strong. Oh, wow. We're
So
going to
an
see a
uncovered
huge uncover
lots.
here, though. Going to draw a card, get a couple prep counters, and then recover 3, which doesn't matter a whole lot right now, but also reveal that Gleaming Cut to draw 2 additional cards. We're starting to build that influence up from the Blinding Steel here.
It's got to be daunting playing this matchup into someone like Pickle Sword, right? Pickle Sword
Yeah.
being one of the people who like pioneered and created this concept of a deck.
Mm-hmm.
Surely he knows all the ins and outs, right? You do see Spirit of Fire non-Serene, so you kind of make assumptions on the way the deck's being played. There's not too many other different things. Maybe he's like, oh, actually, it's very possible he's holding the Quicksilver Grail for his Tome of Sacred Lightning, because Excalibur into the Tome of Sacred Lightning is fantastic in this matchup. It's very, very beneficial to you.
Sure, yeah. All right. Looks like we're just establishing a little here. We did see an increasing danger played by Pasta to just build up that influence just a little bit. Try to get to the point where he has a very comfortable amount of cards in hand. That's really what you want to look for, especially with this Blanche in hand. The more influence, the better. And he is holding up those 3 cards, assumingly, to play that Blanche and be as safe as possible. Currently would be preventing 6 damage to all units except for Blanche. Seeing a read on camera.
One of the interesting things with Blanche in this specific matchup is that because he doesn't have the insignia of the Karazi to put extra cards down whenever he chooses to, he's gonna have to play things out of his hand, right? So he's going to be utilizing his influence, and he's gonna be losing influence overall, like every time he wants to do that. And I don't think he has anything that he can use to return it to hand either.
No, he's really gonna have to crutch on those cards like Uncover the Plot, things that he can use his resources for, but that also don't lose him influence. So it looks like it was a Tome of Knowledge under that Quicksilver Grail. So the reason they had set this up is you can put the Tome of Knowledge under your Quicksilver Grail and then deploy it at a point where you know that you only have arcane cards in your memory that you want to get rid of. So they deploy it here, knowing that they have arcane hit in their memory to banish to get those extra levels off of Rise Storms here.
Well, Rye level 11, I believe, in this situations. Tome of Knowledge,
Absolutely
7
huge.
cards in banishment, and level 3 for the champion. Potent. We're actually at the point where the combo could be coming out.
Yeah, I mean those arcane blasts are free already, which is
Yep. So we're gonna see the Tome of Sacred Lightning come out. Oh, careful study. Gonna get those 5 enlightenment counters.
0 resources, draw 2 cards. Very good.
Whoa.
Oh,
whoa.
man.
He's doing it again. The Power Overwhelming. The Power Overwhelming is going to be taking out, I believe, 4?
Yeah.
Oh, 3 because he gets an extra enlightenment counter for the first, or it is 4. He gets the extra enlightenment counter from the beginning of the first mage action.
But he does know about this Blanche in the hand of his opponent here, which again is very, very strong against Advent of the Stormcaller. We are going to see Stormcaller.
So, not necessarily, because with the way Advent works, he has to play the Blanche now.
That is true. He does have to play it now.
So if he plays the Blanche now, you can actually kill the Blanche with the first tick, because every instance of damage from Advent of the Stormcaller is separate.
Yeah, I would have to check on that. I think it resolves all at the same time, right? So Blanche sees all of them resolve.
Well, so the way it works is the 2 damage dealt by Advent of the Stormcaller is dealt in multiple instances. So what happens is you can actually just kill Blanche with the first one.
Right.
And then I believe you can deal everything else to face after that.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Potsa decides to deploy her here.
Yeah, so because he has to play it before the resolution of the card, it's really rough for him, and I don't think he's going to do it. He's not going to do it.
Yeah, so we're just going to see Advent resolve.
Well, there's a lot of... I saw 2 careful studies in there, 2 arcade. This is going to be... Whoa.
There's also
is a big
2
combo turn.
arcane blasts that he can choose not to banish and just put on top of his deck and have pretty regular access.
Banish from sight to the 2 careful study. I think he's banishing all of them. Oh, he's keeping the Arcane Elemental.
There we go.
Debating the Spell Shield, though. Debating the Spell Shield. I think he wants to keep both. Yeah, both Arcane Blasts. A very good way to play this. 10 damage to face. That's still a good amount of damage. Going to 11 is not, like, it's not healthy. We're struggling here. And we're going to see, oh my goodness, we are going to see level, what is that, 12, 15, 18 Rye? Level 18 Rye right now?
Yeah.
Everything in the deck is free. Everything is unlocked efficiency-wise. We're going to banish one more card. Going to draw a card into hand, and we're going to go to level 19.
We're going to see that careful study, get 5 more enlightenment counters, unlock those top couple cards of his deck. Which
imagine if we saw the Peer into mana right now.
Oh my god.
Peer for 20, Peer for what? 21 is 7 cards?
Yeah, draw 7. But he's not going to need it here. He's just going to cash in a couple enlightenment counters here and draw 2 arcane blasts on top of his deck. Send those upstairs. He does have to worry a little bit about that Blanche, but he should be have more than enough here to fight through it, especially with access to that Arcane Elemental as well.
All right, so we've gone all in. Arcane Elemental.
7 coming in.
7 coming. Oh, no Resolute Stand in hand? Oh, no, no Resolute Stand. Disorienting wins.
Oh, no.
That's going to be lethal. Puts him to 18. This is going to be... that's it. That's 25 to face, and it's over.
Yep. Nice Blanche, good sideboard deck.
No,
not protect you from the Arcane Elemental.
Oh no, really sad.
Oh wow. And again, a pretty strong hand from Pasta, but it's just not enough to stop this absolute huge combo turn from Pickle Sword here playing Windry. Showing him the still had all these arcane blasts.
Arcane Elemental just out here swinging.
Yeah.
Dude, who needs an army of Arcane Elementals when you can just play the same one 3 times?
Yeah, I mean it's good enough, right? Attacking for 21 with the same ally is pretty impressive. Nobody else gets to do that.
Yep. I mean, definitely not many things get to do that. That's for sure. Windrider Invoker making a good showcase here, putting out like a decent amount of damage early on. I actually gave good value, right? Being able to use 2 enlightenment counters instead of 3 to draw a card there, and then getting 4 damage on board.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you don't deal with the Windrider Invoker, right? Like if you just leave it there, it does accrue value in terms of damage.
Yeah, even this game we saw the first time that Windrider was cast was just as a 1 power 2 life attack for 1, but then they picked it up with that Disorienting Winds, replaced that card by drawing a card, and then the next turn we saw Windrider come down, draw another card, attack for 4. So yeah, just looking really really powerful.
Yeah, I mean, he played the Windrider Invoker, and then he was like, I need my mage action. Let me just play a Disorienting Winds.
Right.
And, I mean, the value of it was fantastic, right? He had 5 cards down. He knew that they were all arcane too. So he banished 3 of them, went to level 3 Rye, then banished another one for his book, and then used the book to banish the 5th card, and just immediately had 5 cards. Like, the ability to go with that was fantastic, right? So I said that the Quicksilver Grail was probably for the Tome of Sacred Lightning. Realistically, it's always for the Tome of Knowledge, right? Tome of Knowledge being the one memory cost, and then being able to protect that so you can set that book up into the next book into the banishment is just 2 fast cards and two easy levels essentially.
Yeah, definitely makes sense, especially getting to set up a way that you can control your memory the way that you want to, which is something that Rye of all flavors definitely wants to do to make sure that he can get the right arcane cards into his banish. Because of course they do give him extra levels, but he doesn't want to lose his powerful cards like Advent of the Stormcaller, Arcane Blast, even Arcane Elemental, which doesn't work the way that he wants it to with Rye Storms here. So yeah, huge.
Arcane Elemental is sick.
Yeah, the masterclass from Pickle Sword there on Windry.
I mean, that's the thing. You know, Pickle Sword is a fantastic player at this game. He's very well known. You know, one of the like I said, the Luxem Xander Chess Club deck. Like he pioneered that, right? So seeing him play something completely different and just perform so flawlessly with it is a treat. It's like a masterclass in Windry.
Yeah, I mean, as one of those people, like you said, being responsible for this Luxem Xander deck that has seen so much popularity, you have to know how to beat it, right? And maybe that's part of it. This Windry seemed to be a pretty good matchup into that sort of Luxem strategy. So we just have about 15 minutes or so left in our round. That one was not nearly as quick as our round 1, but definitely.
Okay, so the damage from Advent is simultaneous. So
yeah,
it would actually stop the damage because everything everything happens at the same time. So Blanche dies, but she also blocks all the damage while dying at the same time.
Right. Yeah, since all of the damage is revealed or is resolved at the same time in the resolution of Advent of the Stormcaller, game state has not been checked yet, so Blanche hasn't been moved to the graveyard, so she still does have her effect active.
Okay, so let's rewind. If he had played the Blanche, would he have survived?
I'm not sure. I think it's sort of in that like damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that you had mentioned in game number 1, where like if he does play it, Pickle Sword just says, okay, I'll just stack the top 12 cards in my deck and I won't banish anything and I'll draw those cards anyways, right? And then
wait, so he banishes 1 to kill the Blanche, or 2 to
right. Yeah.
And then from there, like,
yeah, he just puts
actually I guess the one Blanche is 1/2, right? Not 1/3.
Yeah, she's a 1/2, so just 1 card's good enough. And then he puts Arcane Elemental,
2 life, man.
Winds on top.
Yeah, the Arcane Elemental swing. Bring it back. Swing again. Bring it back. Swing again.
Right. Yeah,
there's not a lot you can do against it, especially when the cards self cycle and they're free. Right? So efficiency based cards, and you have like the pseudo efficiency with the Arcane Banishment. You're just like, I play this for free. I play this for free, and it gives me a card, and I play it for free again, and it gives me a card.
It's those 2 axes you were talking about, right? Like it's so hard for him to hold up this card that's very good against spell damage. It's very good against Advent of the Stormcaller, and it's good against Arcane Blast, but then he didn't have the Resolute Stand, which turns out the half that he needed for that turn to prevent that Arcane Elemental from coming in. So you can't have it all, and that's why I think that Windride deck is so cool, that it fights on so many different angles.
Yeah, I mean it hits both sides of what you need to find lethal in this situation. And a lot of people are like, oh man, Arcane Rye, and they're talking about Fire Rye in a lot of cases. They're like, oh, this deck is so unfun to play against, like double Arcane Blast Fireballs, but it's like, once you start playing against the wind one, it feels even harder to play against, right? Because you need to show a ton more respect for the deck, because it can kill you on both sides, right? Safeguard Amulet can't save straight protect you. Even Innervate Agility can't straight save protect you, because if they have both of them, it's like, whoa, right? I think under both circumstances, you reach this like apex moment where it's like, no matter what, you're going to die. I don't care if you block all the combat damage. I don't care if you have 2 Resolute Stands. I'm going to play 3 Arcane Blasts if you don't take all the combat damage to face. Or if you just, take enough, I'm just going to Arcane Blast you once, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and we did get Pasta chiming in the chat that says, he did the math on his side as well, that says even if he tried to block that Advent of the
3 Arcane Blasts.
Yeah, it was going to be over anyway. So
yeah, Erratic Bolt for what, 20?
Yeah, something ridiculous. Yeah, so just such a tough spot to be in. Of course, great games from both players, but man, that Windride deck looking really impressive.
Have you seen anybody play an Erratic Bolt or 1-hit lethal?
No, nowhere near close. I think that might have been the most like the highest level I've seen a Rye player in a very, very long time. He was 26 in game 1 or something. He was level 26.
I would love to see somebody Erratic Bolt for 25 and just one shot
this
somebody.
one. This one kills you. That's all I need.
You play 1 Erratic Bolt and you hit an ally at random. You're like, I'm just gonna kill your ally. Take my 2 banishments, level up. I'm gonna Erratic Bolt you for 25 now.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah, awesome. It's awesome.
I mean,
to see.
There are some decks where like you can just protect yourself so much where you actually have to swing for like that much damage, right? Like, U.S. Nationals, it was, I think, Tsubasa versus O'Cage Business, Mr. Burner. I think he had to swing. No, it was versus Sean.
Sure.
Lifter Cell had to swing for 25 in a single turn to kill him. Because he was just healing down to nothing every turn. And he revealed a Lightweavers, and if he had killed one of the Banner Knights, I think he would have lived. But he killed the Majestic Spirit instead. And then Tsubasa brought it out and swung for 25. Because he had like 3 Banner Knights on the field. And like he was swinging with Dungeon Guides for like 3 or 4 each. Because he just had a million different things. It's kind of crazy. So on Index it says damage dealt by Advent Store cards multiple instances. So multiple instances meaning each card banished is 2 damage. But all damage is dealt simultaneously because it's the resolution of the card, right? The entire card resolves at once. So what happens is when you banish it, you choose your targets and all of the damage will happen at the same time. If Blanche is on the field and you choose anything that's not Blanche and Blanche, you'll kill Blanche, but she will also block all of the damage as she's dying.
Yeah, it's one of those intricacies of the rules that work specifically the way that Blanche is worded. So when you resolve that Advent of the Stormcaller, the way that the game rules work is you mark those instances of damage one at a time. But when you target Blanche with one of those instances of Advent damage, you mark 2 damage onto Blanche, but the game rules itself doesn't check to see if Blanche should die until the resolution of the spell. So you mark 2 damage on Blanche, which will kill her after the spell resolves. You mark a bunch of damage on whatever other targets you want. It sees that Blanche is still on the field while that is resolving, and then once it resolves, the game sees that Blanche has taken 2 damage and it moves her to the graveyard. So, bit of a strange intricacy with exactly how Advent works, but shows just the power of a card like Blanche in these spell-based matchups. But hey, like we said, Advent, looking at the top 15 cards and doing whatever you want with them is still pretty good. I'd still play that card for 0, I think. Look at top 15 and reorder them. That seems all right.
One of the craziest things when it comes to looking back at that game, Pickle Sword had 40-something damage in hand. He was actually holding a playable 47 or 48 damage in both games.
Yeah.
We talk about the first game where we had Kaban on the Erupting deck versus Yomo Joho, and he had 30. No, he had 29 in hand, I think. 29 or 31 in hand, right? And we're like, wow, that's a lot of damage. That's explosive. And then Windride just out of nowhere. We think about fire decks as the most explosive decks, right? But then but then you just get Windride, and it's just another level of what just happened.
It shows that Rai is the undisputed king of big number. He's here to make big number, and that's what he does well.
And that doesn't even count playing an Erratic Bolt for 20.
Yeah,
that's just Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast, Arcane Blast. Maybe, Arcane Elemental, Disorienting Winds, Arcane Disorienting Winds.
Maybe if Pickle's tournament goes pretty well, we can get him back on camera later in the day, and we can see that fabled Erratic Bolt for 26.
There's no way. I'd love to see it, but I think it's not. It doesn't make as much sense to do it viably, because even if you were to play something like a Voltaic Sphere ahead of time, banish that for the 1 less cost on Erratic Bolt, you still have to pay for Erratic Bolt, whereas all the other cards are efficiency based, so they're very free to just 5 cards in hand. Let me just play 5 cards outright.
Right.
Whereas 5 cards in hand, I pay 4 or 3 for my Erratic Bolt, and that's it. And if I don't kill you one shot with that, it's over.
We gotta hope he does it for the Hollywood, right? He does it for the viewers at home that want to see him make the inefficient line for 26 damage Erratic Bolts.
Game's been good so far. Those were 2 fantastic matches. So, I mean, Erupting, a lot of people don't like watching Erupting. I think watching Erupting is amazing. It's very interesting to see the potential and the way people play around, I guess, different forms of interaction.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Jimmy Lee with the Flame Sweep for 41 is a way that people play around interaction, right?
Yeah. I think
it's just out there.
When you have such talented players playing the deck, even a deck like Erupting, which we'd mentioned a couple of times, seems straightforward, but it really isn't. And seeing talented players pilot that, I think is really a treat.
I got 3 people DMing me. I'll try to Erratic Bolt someone for 25 plus today for you.
Nice.
I'm just win. Just to take the W. Erratic Bolt someone at locals for 30 instead.
They're here for the viewers. They want to put on a good show.
True. They're here for the people. They're for the boys.
For the boys.
I respect it.
Yeah, we should be headed towards the end of the round here. We have just 5 minutes left in the round. Then we have the 5-minute Xander time after that, and then we should have our round 3 pairings coming up.
There's no way this man said the 5-minute Xander time. That's crazy.
Crazy. It used to be the Merlin time, so it progresses with the age of the game.
I'll be honest, I don't know. Looking at all these Merlin decks, I don't know how people go to time with these decks, because these decks can kill way earlier than than the Merlin deck I play, for example, or like the Merlin deck that like Tsubasa plays. Like these Fire Merlin decks can kill really fast. People just don't do it. They're like, I need my 3 fireballs in hand, guys. I need to have all my fireball. It's like they have so much damage available to them. Like I see people who have like fiery momentums in their deck, devastating blows, sudden steals. I guess I just don't see how a lot of these decks go to time.
Yeah, I think
they have a lot of damage in there.
She's a little bit more refined now. The Fire Merlin deck now I think is a lot healthier and like you said has a lot of damage and can really finish the game quickly. The Merlin decks of yore before we got the infamous Sword of Avarice band was a lot of wheel spinning.
Oh, true. I forgot about Sword of Avarice.
There was a lot of wind Merlin decks that had virtually no win conditions that were man, if you looked at that Ascent Houston metagame, myself included, playing a cursed wind Merlin deck that had no win conditions was pretty pretty tough.
No win con is crazy. Let me just play a deck that will just circular. I'll just hold you in a circle. It's like a big hug for like 65 minutes.
It's a hug, but like an uncomfortable hug with a scratchy sweater, you know.
True.
Yeah. Not great. I'm glad we're past that. We've moved on to greener pastures. So yeah, thank you guys all for watching, hanging out with us on this exciting regional day. This is the end of our ALC season. We have a couple regionals left, this one included, and then we have Worlds in a couple of weeks, and then we are on to the new MRC season.
Prima Materia season.
Prima Materia season. Amen, brother. You get it. He gets it.
Yep, I get it. I'm here.
Tyler, what are you most excited about for MRC? What have you been playing lately? What are you excited for Tristan stuff? Are you a tamer player? What's going on here?
Okay, what I'm excited for is to see more things that I can put into like wind viable decks.
Oh, sure.
Deep down, I am a wind player. I love wind. I'm ashamed to say this almost. I love playing wind allies.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
But I think my favorite decks are the wind mid-range decks that have like a little bit of a burst potential. So I've been playing a lot of Wind Diana, where it's not as allies focused. I actually do have like more of a level 3 focus in here where I play with Shadehurst Hunter, and it's very focused on like Battlefield Spotter with Purse. So I want to see more support for that. I want to see support for Cursebreaker. I want to see support for Gloamspire Lance as a potential option.
Sure.
But I'm really, really excited to see Astra. Just because I want to play Astra competitively if it's viable, right?
Yeah, me both.
What I actually play regularly, I play Prismatic Merlin mostly. But I do like the wind mid-range kind of stuff. So dabble a little bit with Wind Merlins, and then also with the Wind Spirit Ruler. I tried playing Wind and Soul. It was kind of weird. Wasn't a big fan, I'll be honest. Not a huge fan.
Yeah, I think
Creative Shock's just too good of a card, man.
Yeah, it's true. It's okay. It's all right.
It's all right. It's all right.
I think that Purse Battlefield Spotter interaction is really cool. And I hope that we get more of a like I'm a big fan of like value oriented mid range decks. Like I really like Tactful Sergeant as a card. Just like,
I was running that in my Diana deck for a while, and then I realized it's just one card too expensive for what I want to do.
Yeah, it's hard when she doesn't have
if I had like if I had a Ghost of Pendragon that helped me like cycle, it would be great. But having Carter and it's like just an aggressive option. It's just not quite there for me. Like you do get the cycle if you sacrifice an automaton, I believe, on enter.
Yes.
But like then I have to run a lot of automatons.
Yeah, I really I would like to see more automaton support. I think it's really cool to have a different type other than human. Like with so many of the good allies are humans, and then of course we have like the animal beast tamer sub strategy. But I think it's really cool to have a different like evergreen type like automaton. But it feels like there's not enough. It feels like there's plenty of payoff cards. Like there's a lot of cards that care about automatons, but there's not any good automatons to play.
So let's talk a little bit. Let's rewind to our conversation from before this round. We were talking about the CUR, right? And we were talking about how lot of people are like, oh, it's Vanitas. It's like Tristan's an option, but let's talk about Tristan as an MRC card. So Tristan level 3, and I'm gonna preface this with I have no access to spoilers. I don't know anything about MRC.
Sure.
I these are just my thoughts. So currently, every champion is a human, right?
Yes.
Has a human typing. What if Tristan level 3 does not have a human typing?
So ironically enough, Tyler, I hate to burst your bubble, but factually yesterday, on the Lineage Break podcast, which you guys can cast or catch youtube.com/lineagebreak. We talked about exactly this for like 10, 15 minutes. We were like, oh my god, it'd be so cool if she was an automaton. What if she was like a multi-class and she had like guardian class bonus or something? Turns out on the spoiler that we've seen, because we've seen her art, I didn't realize the type was on there, and the type was on there. She's unfortunately human assassin.
I was thinking of options, because we have Crimson Tier, right? So Crimson Tier gets +1 when attacking humans, and that's like commonly I see people are like, I swing into 3 for you. And I'm like, actually you swing for 2 because I'm still Spirit, and they're like, oh, I didn't know it did that. I thought it just always swung for 3, and I'm like, well, and then it got me thinking. I was like, I wonder if we're gonna get non-human champions.
Tyler, I swear to God, it's like you were in the room. Like, it's like the exact same thoughts. We're like, yeah, that would be so cool.
All right, guys, you heard it here first. I'm flying all the way out. We'll be there for next week.
We'll see you there. Hey, I'll see you in a couple weeks. All right.
True, in a couple weeks. It's crazy that it's like, it's a couple weeks. It's not like, see you in a couple months, brother. It's like, whoa, it's almost happening. We're almost there.
It's like 2 weeks away. It's 2 weeks. I'm leaving 2 weeks from Wednesday, so it's like 17 days or something. Yep, we're getting there. But yeah, I wish human or automaton champion sounds so cool. And I like, look at Tristan.
Okay, but what if we do get those 2 Tristans? Like I said, we get 2.
There it is.
And the second one's an automaton.
All right.
Maybe.
Now he's cooking. Yeah, you get 1 human, you get 1 automaton, you get to choose your flavor. That'd be pretty
cool.
That would be pretty cool.
I would like to see more foster support as well, Krios. Foster support is interesting.
I think foster's a really cool mechanic. I think it landed really well. I like the way that the foster sort of game plan works. So I think it would be cool to get that, especially with like seasoned shield master. It's an absurd card. It's like wild. So if we had more foster cards, I think that sort of foster ally strategy would see a lot more play.
You missed the week that Krios played Fire Tenoris foster focus on stream, and he had a 2 season shield masters, a Forge Light Shield Maiden, and an Imperial Recruit, and I think he swung for over 30 in a turn.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, those sort of board wide buffs like Season Shieldmaster has are like pretty infrequent, but very strong. We see the power of cards like Banner Knight and Phalanx Captain, and he is amongst the greats as long as there is enough.
Yeah, I mean there was an Inspiring Call in play, but I'm pretty sure the Imperial Recruit and the Forge Light Shield Maiden both swung for 7. Because there was an Arthur 2 season Shield Masters, Imperial Recruit, and a Forge Light Shield Maiden, and an Inspiring Call, and I was like, that's a lot of damage coming out right now.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot. It's like you said, there's that 1 turn deal your entire life total to you. There it is, 25 damage plus 1 turn. Don't even have to be a spell deck. You don't have to play Arcane Elemental. You can just play Imperial Recruits.
Do you think there'll ever be a card or an effect that reduces damage over a certain number by like half or like a third or something like that?
I think that would be interesting. It is kind of restrictive to certain strategies. We're talking about how cool it would be for the big erratic bolt, and feels kind of sad if those are just like off the table completely. But I think one of the coolest parts about GA is that all of the decisions that they have made thus far sort of leave the game very open for lots of interpretation and lots of like intricacies that they can add in. So I never really count anything out as like impossible or not happening unless it's cleric support.
Yeah, what that caught me off guard so bad. One of the things I was wondering about is new spirits, right? So new spirits, imagine there's something like this spirit can only take X amount of damage in a single hit, and it's a draw 6 start instead of a draw 7 start, right?
Yeah, when we got the Serene Spirits, the Glimpse 6, Recover 6 Serene Spirits that we see in the Xander decks nowadays, I was blown away because I just couldn't fathom what the different spirit design would be. And so I was completely shocked by when they made those, and so now it's just like it's out the window as far as spirits go. I'm like,
Yeah.
no matter what they do, I'm sure I would have not have seen it coming. So yeah, I think that would be really cool. If you know sort of prevent yourself from taking X amount of the big damage, but you have some sort of downside like draw 6 or draw 5 or whatever.
I'm excited. There's so many good matches to come today. There are
Yeah.
so many good matches to come today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the top of the bracket starts to shape up like. As we've had like a really diverse tournament so far, and of course, we've had a very diverse season as well. So sort of anything can go. So we'll see who ends up shaking out towards the top. I know that we have our Mitch working on those graphics, so we can give you guys a look at what the champion breakdown looks like. We should probably have that, I assume, for next round.
No, people dropping like flies. We're down to 99.
Down to
Rest in
99.
peace.
The O2 drops are out of there, which is
True,
understandable.
true. X2 has no chance, right?
Yeah, I believe not, but like I don't know. I think like if you win out 5-2, you might make top 16, but I'm not a mathematician. We know that. So
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult with ties included, and then you also have to
right.
look at how good your tiebreakers are.
Hmm.
Usually if you're like X1-1, you should play them all out. You have a
Right.
fair chance if you can win them all. But another big thing is like when we look at your Omnidex, we look at your championship points. I'll also be releasing a video kind of explaining all of this soon because I swear nobody knows how this works, and
Sure.
it's crazy to me. But playing games is really important.
Hmm.
Your veterancy points going up is really important because they're permanent. They don't reset, and 100% of this value contributes to your seasonal CP, right? Which is
Yeah.
what gives you your season rewards. That's how you get your Scry the Skies promos.
Uh,
Um, Another thing is when we play events like this, where we're at a regional, even though it's online and we're gonna get half ELO, half EP, it's still really valuable to play it because if you don't have 6 really good events for your event points, like the value of going 4-3 is like honestly pretty good. You're
yeah,
still gonna
it's
get
great.
like in an event like this where we have 116 people, if you go 4-3, I think you are pretty likely to get about 100 EP, maybe
Hmm.
90 range. And like that's
Yeah.
a lot. Lot.
Yeah.
That's
I
like
mean,
winning a locals with 8 to 9 people.
right. Yeah, VP goes so far. And like you said, it doesn't reset. So like even if you're not worried about your placing this season or you think you're not going to hit X, sort of milestone that you were aiming for, you should always just be playing more games because your VP is going to be there forever. Something that is worth stating is that next week, Weebs of the Shore has announced is Revelfest. So as of tomorrow, all the way to the end of the week, is going to be double VP for anything that you play in that is an organized event on OmniDeck. So all of you, every single person watching right now, sign yourself up for Yeti Locals next Thursday because it will be double
ODTs,
VP.
another good one. On-demand
Yeah,
tournaments being run on the
Serene.
server.
Yeah, so get all those online stuff in, especially if you don't have a locals around you or they're not running multiple events that week. Get that double VP for Revelfest. Start creeping up that Omnidex rank. Get those sweet Scry the Skies rewards. I'll send you my address. You can ship them to me instead if you don't want them.
So here's the real question: how many weeklies are you doing at Webway during
uh,
Revelfest?
I don't know. It was a little short notice, which is tough. I think I'm gonna run a second event, so I think we're gonna have 2 events that
Oh,
week.
big.
But I want to, give me some more notice. Come on, guys. What's going on?
It was a little it was a
7
little
days
on the short
notice.
notice side.
I
I
gotta,
won't
give me
disagree
some
with
time
that.
to schedule. But yeah, we're super excited. I think Revelfest is so cool. I'm really excited to see what they do in the future. I think just like reasons for people to come out, not for like cutthroat, super serious tournaments, just like reasons for the community to
Yeah.
get together. Because that's the best part about this game is the community is so welcoming and pleasant to be around. That more reasons to just like hang out with people. And it's like, oh yeah, I guess it's double XP. I'll come get my extra VP this week and do something fun. So.
I need to give myself the regionals participant role so I can see when the ping comes through for round time. So we're in overtime right now.
Yeah, Xander time is in full effect. Should be over soon, I think.
Yeah, like you said with Rebel Fest, one of the really nice things about it as a concept is that it makes it rewarding to play without being cutthroat, right? Like
Right.
you can just go and have fun and play decks that you just want to test or like you want to just play around with. Like if you really love Dawn of Ashes Sylvie, you can just go and play Dawn of Ashes Sylvie and be like, sick, I get double my VP. Like I'm gaining double value for doing something that I already enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it's just a good incentive, and it brings people to stores, and it's good for stores. And I'm just really jealous because I have no locals.
Hey, Massachusetts is lovely, no time of the year, but we'd be welcome to have you. You know, move your ass over here, and we'll, you know,
Okay,
we'll
wait.
get you a local
What's
go to.
what's the closest airport? Let me realistically see how much it could cost to go to Mass.
Logan is in Boston. That's like 30 minutes away from us. That's an international airport.
All right,
Logan Airport
pick
in Boston,
a week
Massachusetts.
sometime in later in the year.
All right. Let's do.
Pat, I want you to guess how much this flight costs in US dollars round trip for. I'll pick the cheapest. I'll go Thursday to Tuesday.
We'll do
the cheapest.
October 10th. Nobody flies in October.
Okay, October 10th.
Nice and cheap.
Thursday to 15th. Okay. Okay, there's no nonstop flights.
Nice.
Unlucky.
Good start.
But it's the worst actually. No, it's not very good. I was wrong. It's not very good. It is an overnight flight. I have to leave at 1 a.m.
That's not bad. You love that. You were awake last night at 1 a.m. So like
That's true. That's true. I did wake up.
Could be on a plane.
I could be on a plane and come hang out with you. And if I left on a Thursday, that means that I could be there for the podcast on Friday.
That's true. You'd be there for the podcast. You'd be there for locals. Be a great time.
Hey, what day do you run your locals at?
On Fridays. Friday nights.
Perfect. It's meant to be.
It's that age-old card game thing. Friday night Grand Archive. I'm sure you guys have heard of it. That's
Friday night fight night.
We run our Grand Archive on Friday, prime time.
Friday night fight night featuring Sylvester, the
buff
counter champion.
That's frightening.
True.
Sylvester is yoked.
All right, do you want to guess how much this flight is round trip?
I'm gonna say $800.
Well, it's not that bad.
All right, well, see, then it's nothing to worry about.
It's like 500 US, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, you're on the other side of the continent, right?
Yeah. I think it's mostly because there's no direct flight. Like going to LAX or like Santa Ana or something or San Diego is like way cheaper. It's like 250-ish. It's like half.
Yeah, that's about locals. What it costs for me to go to Worlds is like $500 flight. So that makes.
I actually have a direct flight to Worlds. Direct flight to Worlds is really nice.
Yeah. How long's your flight? It's only a couple hours, right?
It should be short. It should be like 2.5, I think.
Nice. Settling in for the $5. We're being real.
It's exactly three.
I guess your flight's leaving at a similar time too, but we're leaving at 6 a.m. We're getting in at 9.
Oh, you get in before me. I get in at 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're in at 9 a.m. So we'll wait around the airport for you.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm down. So it's you and
It'd be me and Steve, and then a couple of our friends. I don't know. I think Trenton, double regional champion Trenton. I think he's coming out Thursday. So he won't be on Wednesday, but me and Steve will.
Nope, I get to meet Steve.
Yeah,
I get to play a couple of games against Tristan.
That's true.
Oh, pairing's up. Ooh, what do we got here?
We did it. The Xander overtime is over.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I get to see Krios was one of the people who said, "I'm going to eradicate 30."
A man of the people. They're here
the
for the show. People.
And then another name, a legendary name in the scene. I'm sure if you're familiar with it, but Mr. 40% is actually playing.
I sure am. The ironic part, at least my impression of 40, is a very well-known Rye player. And not playing Rye, playing Water Tenoris today, but he is facing off against his darling Fire Rye. So,
whoa,
have to assume he knows the matchup.
I gotta say this deck is unhinged.
Which one?
Look at the number of 1-ofs in this deck.
Oh my god, what is this? It's the longest deck list I've ever seen. This is some real spice. You know, when I see a deck list like this, I think refined. You know, this is a refined deck list. He knows exactly why he's playing one copy of Refracting Missiles. That's the one. You know, he's like, this is the secret sauce. That one stalwart shieldmate is really saving me.
I looked at this list yesterday and I was like, I wonder if we'll see this on stream. And
one Academy Guide.
I guess one Academy Guide, one Allied War Priestess.
This is so sick.
One CP shot.
Wow.
It's sick. It's sick.
Yeah,
I'm sold.
It's too
I'm
sick.
sold.
I'm blown away.
You know what this feels like to me?
Mm.
This feels like a Violet deck where there's like obscure small numbers of things, and it's gonna do something crazy, and I'm gonna be like Chica's gonna swap to caster cam because he's gonna see my reaction and be like, what is going on?
But we are indeed going to swap to gameplay cam now.
Whoa.
Looks like there was an 11 rolled by 40 with that beautiful impassioned.
Can we get a zoom in on that top mat? It's definitely better than the Uther mat on the bottom there.
I agree. Impassioned tutor is gorgeous.
True.
Uther,
True.
Yeah, I can do without it.
True. I always just tell Krios that Uther's mid every week.
And Uther is mid.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Cam.
I don't know what to tell you. The card, the art, the dude. Like, I got stabbed. Like,
he's true. Dead. He was slain.
Yeah.
No longer the king.
No longer
until we have Chadther. Maybe Chadther will come back one day.
Yeah.
Why did they make Uther Chad and Arthur Tears? Should have been the other way around, man.
The one thing I can say about Uther, though, look at that signature. I believe it's this is Honshu's art. I love the little dragon in the signature. It's super cute.
Yeah. We had a couple time extensions in the round, so I had a little delay with those. Ah, sounds good. Well, we're getting close. Oh no, I got a DM from Krios. Monkus. He heard us say mid.
Mid.
Oh, are we good to go? Let me double check.
We do have them up on camera. But no, of course, we love Uther. We're, you know, I can't lie.
Good to go.
It's gorgeous.
I guess he was waiting to see the ping in Discord. That's why.
Well, good to go. Off to the races.
This is gonna be a treat. I've never actually got the chance to see 40% play Grand Archive, but I've talked to him a lot because you know he was there in the old Kickstarter days. He's one of the OG originals.
That is kind of a fair point. I feel like he's disappeared for a while, but glad to see he's playing in regionals and playing a sweet deck. Gonna start it off with a tried and true Lurking Assailant. I'd be shocked if this wasn't one of the 4 ofs in the deck list. That one probably good enough to make the cut. I lied. There's 3 of them. Don't listen to me. Close though.
The 4 ofs, by the way.
Right? Yeah.
No, I think my favorite part is 3 dungeon guides. 3 dungeon guides is. I feel like it's either 4 dungeon guides or like 0 dungeon guides. You know,
dude,
or like maybe one in the sideboard.
There's 3 4 ofs in this deck. It's Heavy Swing, Imperial Recruit, and Frostborn Paladin. Everything else is less, which is wild.
I mean, it's kind of exciting that way. You know, you get to play the game totally different every single time you play it.
Yeah, I mean, the cool part about Grand Archive is since you use all of the cards in your hand as resources to pay reserve costs, you can sort of like really take advantage of those like spicy one-ofs because when you don't need them, you just put them down into your memory to pay reserve costs and you use them later.
Interesting to see. Spirit of Fire Rye, non-Serene. No Serene in the sideboard. A little on the risky side.
Yeah, especially in this very aggressive sort of scary allies decks running around.
Also, shout out to Krios for saying I'm going to Erratic Bolt someone for 30, but doesn't have it in the main board. Sus.
Game
oh, no, he does.
Though.
I was wrong. Wrong. He does have it. He just has 2 more in the sideboard. That's what it is.
It's going to be more likely game 2.
2 down for Imperial Recruit. Oh, 3 down. 3 into the reserve.
40's playing Caster's Bane the deck, where we can't predict what he's going to play ever because he's playing
actually
so
true.
many one-ofs.
Actually true. Frostborn Paladin?
Yeah, we see a 4 of Frostborn Paladin coming down here, going to come across for 2, just getting that very perfect curve of 3 reserve cost, 2 power, 3 life. Allies.
Big fan of the 2 power, 3 life. Big fan, especially when you can buff counter it. Oh my
sometimes
Lord.
With text. And she's cute, and that's the most important part.
All right, are you a bigger fan of the alter art or the promo arts?
I love the promo art. It's
Okay,
so good.
I respect it.
I'm gonna. Ooh, merch day is gonna be a dangerous place for me.
Merch day is a dangerous place for my wallet.
Yeah.
And everyone else's wallet. Oh, the level 0 Scry.
We're seeing the Rye Special, the newly
I'd
crowned
love to see
Rye
it.
Special. This is level 0. Scry the skies.
All right, do you think we're gonna see Tenoris level 1 before the first game ends?
I don't know. This is a pretty aggressive allies start and a pretty slow start from Rye, so we might not need to level up at all. 40 can just sort of leverage these ally bodies on board. It looks like we're going to grab a Scepter, so at least Tenoris is in the plan. Not this turn, but maybe next turn.
Oh, goodbye, second Frostborn Paladin.
Making it even harder for us to cast, because there goes 2 of a 4 of down.
I'm just gonna do the predictions based on what I feel, because that's kind of what this deck is going for. This is a feels deck.
Going for feels for sure.
Yeah, no Inspiring Call, so we're gonna see the damage come out immediately on 40% side. Good old swing for 2, swing for 2. I see attack declarations coming in. Krios just gonna take all that damage to face.
It's adding
Probably
up.
looking to level up next turn.
8 damage already. He's going to have to start getting a move on. Looks like we're going to see a heavy swing.
Oh my
for
goodness.
6. My God.
That is so close to lethal, but not quite there. Putting Krios up to 14. Or 14. Whole. I thought I saw 12 for a second. I was very worried. Whoa.
And if they had just gotten Bulwark Sword there, it's just lethal, right? Is there a sword in their main deck?
He would be 1 card short. Because Bulwark Sword you have to pay for 2.
You have to pay the 2, right?
Yeah. So if you had like a Sword of Seeking or an ornamental
close.
greatsword, it would be fine.
Yeah, just the Bulwark Sword though.
Ornamental greatsword in the sideboard, not in the main board, sadly.
Well, next game, we'll see that. Very, very spicy. Turn 2, 15U. Heavy Swing is so powerful. It's such a big number.
Well, the thing is, I think from where we're at, actually, 40% is in such a commanding lead. We're gonna have to see a level up, most likely into a dungeon guide, because we need the health here, right? Rye level 1 is 19 health. Rye level 2 is 22. We see 4 damage coming in from Scepter of Lumina on the level up, which would put him to 18, and then we have another 4 damage on board right there. So we're gonna need to see Krios double dungeon guide here, or have some sort of fog interaction, the ability to kind of take away damage with, Resolute Stands or a Vanish from Sight. If he doesn't have it in hand, it's gonna be a very swift ending.
Yeah, and even something to be worried about here, if Krios does have something like a Vanish or a Resolute Stand, we have to respect the fact that 40 is playing a full playset of 3 dungeon guides that he could use to leverage that.
I can't believe you just said a playset of 3. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I mean, the scary thing is if he has a dungeon guide in hand, right? He will kill under any circumstances. He has no way to deal with the Scepter damage. He does not have Spell Shield Arcane unlocked, and I that's pretty much it. He just doesn't have Spell Shield Arcane unlocked, so he's gonna go to North level 1, and then if he dungeon guides and hopefully doesn't fail to find his champion, then it's gonna be rough.
We are gonna see that Vanish. They're gonna protect him from the board. But he's at 18 now from that Scepter trigger.
Well, surely he has the dungeon guide, right?
Yeah, maybe. We're going to find out. Maybe he has that one of Academy guide and it's not good enough. Who knows? Let's see it. He's going to put down 3 for Refracting Missile.
I would be shook. I would be shook.
1 damage.
He could also... There are other ways to kill here. Double Freezing Hail.
Oh, true.
What else is there? I guess Seeking Shot requires level 2 for this situation. No cleave in the deck.
We have to read a textbook to see all the ways that.
I mean, there's a lot of different things in here. I mean, it's basically 2 Freezing Hills or a dungeon guide.
Yeah. We'll see. He's thinking about it here, so I assume there's no dungeon guide. Otherwise, he would have just slammed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's just doing a little Hollywood acting. Plays the dungeon guide anyway.
3 down. 4. a
Drum
dungeon guide?
roll.
Oh, for
No.
lurking. Okay.
Lurking Assailant. But
Oh,
still not out of the woods yet here for Krios, as a level up next turn just naturally will kill Rye level 2, so he does have to level up here.
the thing is, you kind of have to play something because you have to have the level up available. What he really should have done there is swung a little bit to kill the dungeon guide. I think
Interesting. Yeah, for
because
sure.
if he does get like Anger Disguised, but we also didn't see the level up.
Yeah, we did see that safeguard grabbed at least to protect from
Dungeon guide.
Yeah, there we go. So like
So I
you
guess
said last
it makes
turn, he
sense
did
that he
have the
pulls out the
2.
safeguard then.
Yeah, safeguard to protect from Scepter, and then Dungeon Guide to go up to level 3. But kind of a forced level up here from Rai. He's not super high level. I believe it's just 3 arcane cards right now. So he's only going to be level 6.
The thing he's kind of holding on to right now is the Resolute Stand would be fantastic. Now that he has the Safeguard Amulet out, he doesn't necessarily need to worry too much about the Scepter. Having a Spell Shield Arcane in hand would be fantastic, though.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a little bit hard to see how many cards are in Krios' hands here. Looks like he's filming in a sensory deprivation chamber, so it's a little bit dark on the webcam here, but it's gonna come across with those 2 dungeon guides for a couple points of damage.
Something interesting is it's a source of damage we normally wouldn't see, but 40% does have 3 Storm of Thorns in his deck.
Oh,
And if
interesting.
Krios were to Anger this dies, in response, if you Storm of Thorns, 4 damage is actually quite a bit when you're already at 18.
Sure, yeah.
And he also wouldn't be able to like capitalize on Chalice of Blood that turn. He'd have to wait till like the future turn for that to be a thing.
You know, we saw these dungeon guides come in for some damage, and I'm surprised we didn't see any retaliates from these lurking assailants that now have their level 1 text online.
Yeah, I think it's just not worth it. Not enough to kill. So maybe just keep them in a stealth position, kind of just hanging out.
Both retaliate, right? And just kill one of these dungeon guides?
Oh, I guess they can, yeah. You're right. Lurking, do the thing.
Do the thing, lurking. Very, very often forgotten about, I think, because it comes up like relevant. It's so little these days. But so we are going to pass back over. We're going to get that bulwark sword. A little short of heavy swing you with my bulwark sword. Let's see if there's any recollection nonsense. Banish from sight, resolute stand, etc.
There's the Sparkle Lights.
I see a spark here, maybe taking out that Frostborn Paladin. Yeah.
And using a lightning counter to pick up a card there, I believe.
Yeah, it'd be real big here if Krios has something like a Resolute Stand to be able to cast with its alternate cost, save himself a little bit of life. I think he's 1 card short of a Spell Shield Arcane. Yeah, he's just going to take a little bit of damage.
Both.
Going up to 22.
Interesting that he took both. If he does have a Resolute Stand, you'd want to take one and then Resolute Stand the other one. 4 down for a heavy swing.
That is a lot.
And I think that's game.
That's it, yeah.
That's game. Didn't have any interaction available. Didn't have anything to reduce the damage there. 2 heavy swings is going to be enough to take down the Arcane Rye.
Yeah, I mean, 12 damage is a lot, and that was, God, a game finished in like just under 10 minutes.
2 heavy swings.
So lightning fast.
Is one of those cards that he has 4 of. So
yeah, that's a good
Value Town.
Yeah, we saw.
I can't get over this. Like, there's so many 1-ofs that anything could happen.
But like that game, we saw 2 lurkings, which are 3 of. We saw 1 Frostborn Paladin, it's a 4 of, and 2 heavy swings.
Frostborn Paladins, because one of them got banished.
You're right. Where are spicy 1-ofs?
I really wanted to see the level up to 2 and then Seeking Shot with the Bulwark Sword or something.
With the true side.
Yeah, you dungeon guide level up, and then you Bulwark Sword Seeking Shot with the level up bonus for 6.
That's too smart. It's too big.
7. Sorry, for 7. That's a lot of damage, but it also requires a lot of very, very specific cards to be in your hand. Starting with the 1 of Seeking Shot.
So let's take a look at some sideboards here. From Krios' side, Looks like we do have those couple of copies of Erratic Bolts, 2 copies of Advent of the Stormcaller. I assume those are probably for the slower matchups. Other than that, there is a Wind Resonance, a Fire Resonance, a Null Lantern, and a Mana Limiter. I don't really think any of those are gonna come in, so it looks like Krios probably just submitting the same 60, maybe trimming a few things for bolts if he's trying to go for the Hollywood 25, but maybe not the plan.
I don't think there's anything he could really take out. He kind of needs to have everything. Like, we didn't see creative shocks. There were no fireballs. 1 sparkle light was shown. He just needs more opportunity for damage. When it comes to 40% side, though, there's a lot of things we could sideboard in here. So we could take the Ornamental Greatsword. We could take Safeguard Amulet and Tithe. Tithe would be absolutely fantastic in this matchup. It is such a good card against Raya, especially the ones here who are going to be kind of just trying to draw a million cards, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, surely Tithe, surely Safeguard, maybe Ornamental, maybe Quicksilver, all very reasonable. Maybe even that Stillwater Patrol for some value into those Vanish from Sight turns.
I would be shocked to see Stillwater Patrol. That'd be big. Very, very expensive card, but very usable in these Vanish from Sight matchups.
All right, so looks like off to the races. 40% going first. Oh, not going first. We had the patented Rye turn 1 Scry the Skies for 0, and then we're passing over to 40% going second. Going to deploy that Lurking Assailant, get in for 2 points of damage.
I see. So Storm of Thorns requires a unit to be the source of the damage. So because it is a spell, it doesn't quite work that same way. So Storm of Thorns would not send back any damage, but it would reduce damage, which could save your allies in this case.
It's pretty big too, especially if you have any of these 4 life allies in play.
This is such a nice start. I love being able to 5 down for a Lurking Assailant and basically just a 2 power 3 life, and then an Imperial Recruit, which is a pseudo 2 power 3 life after Foster.
Yeah, there's those Foster cards we were talking about before the match, and she's a good one. 2 mana, 2 power, 3 life is very strong, and I can almost guarantee she's going to get there in this matchup that is very ally light. Probably not a whole lot Krios can do about stopping this Foster here.
I'm a big fan of the Scry the Skies. Play a little Scry the Skies. We were talking about our Omni decks earlier. The Scry the Skies being the 1500 championship point or gold tier reward. It's a beautiful foil there with a start.
Oh my god, yeah, it's got a Starry on it.
I'd be looking for it. LineageBreakCam looking for it too.
I want it, please.
Me, the Merlin player, looking for it.
Good card. Ubiquitous.
I'm a big fan. Scry for 6. It's great. Scry for 10. It's even better.
We're going to see that Grand Crusader's Ring come into play from 40%. Again, we're stopping on Recollection for some nonsense. It looks like a Vanish is coming here. Yep, going to see a Vanish. And that Scry the Sky is moved to its correct location.
Yep. Sometimes we forget and leave cards in the middle of the board and realize,
staring at the sky.
It's done. Yeah, a lot of the time in these webcam games, you're kind of looking mostly at your opponent's board. Sometimes you just forget things on top of your own board.
All right, here it is.
I think the most notable one. Oh, okay.
Surely spicy. Nope.
Is this the 3 down 4, 5, 6 for a heavy swing? It might be.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, 4 down for Stillwater Patrol.
Could be. Would be so good.
Surely it's 4 down for Stillwater Patrol.
He's playing with us, toying with our emotions.
I'm being toyed with, but I'm okay with it because I'm ready to see the Stillwater Patrol come out. SP1 or non-SP1? Definitely SP1.
SP1, right? Yeah.
We do see it. 4 down for Stillwater Patrol.
It is not SP1, but it is 4 down for Stillwater, coming in for 3 here because it does get that +1 as it is attacking a unit with stealth, being Rye under that Vanish from Sight.
Well,
so very value up play from 40 to realize that these are going to be pretty impactful in this matchup. Still get through some damage, and still left behind that very typical 2 power 3 life body.
So now the part that's interesting is that you, as Krios, you actually have to deal with the Stillwater Patrol now, right? You're going to have to use something, whether it's a Fireball, a Sparkle Light, or a Creative Shock to try to get the damage to come through. With with Stillwater Patrol, and especially knowing it's going to be Water Chinoris,
Mm-hmm.
that Storm of Thorns is relevant, but does get countered by Sparkle Light since it's unpreventable damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very curious to see if he decides that the Stillwater threat is enough of a threat to try to remove it from the board early on. Whoa,
Yeah,
classy fire
definitely.
move, ending turn, all cards in hand.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to cast any sort of shocking or creative cards on their opponent's turn.
Whoa,
Whoa.
Scepter of Lumina.
Such a powerhouse. Proxy's Vault is coming for your lunch money. We're going to see a Fracturized Banish to materialize that Scepter of Lumina.
Floating the whole time. I love when my floating memory was floating from the beginning to the end.
We saw the producer suggest that maybe a Shock Therapy should be cast to deal with that Stillwater Patrol.
3 down. We're gonna see a Resolute Stand here. I don't think it is Krios level 3. I think he's just level 2, right? I actually can't tell
Yeah.
because of how dark the camera is, but I was pretty sure he was only level 2.
Wherever Krios is filming, it is at night and he is outside.
Outside at night. Outside at 1 p.m. at night. Or noon at night.
Noon at night.
The Resolute Stand pretty good though. It's gonna help a lot more than the Vanish from Sight in this situation.
Yeah, lines up a little bit better against this Stillwater Patrol. It's going to save him a turn. But he is probably going to need at least a couple more turns to get it done here.
See, 3 cards down for a Sea Sprite Diver. Not that it really does anything in this matchup specifically, but having 4 cards in the graveyard on your opponent's side does let you play the Sea Sprite Diver for 1 less. So he's going to get to play it for 3 instead of for 4.
That magical 3 reserve cost, 2 power, 3 life. Broken.
Yeah, with text. Now with text.
Now with text.
Now with text.
Long gone are the days of the 3 cost 2 3s with no text. Now we have marginal text.
True, and some of them are 4 cost, with optional 3 cost pending what the text says.
Speaking of the dungeon guide, we see that dungeon guide gonna bring him up to Rye level 3. Storm calling, storm seeing, then doing some storm calling.
No, not Mana Weaver.
Not Mana Weaver.
We're gonna see an Arcane Spell Shield, and I no idea what that other card was, but I believe is another Arcane card banished.
Kind of a rough banish, right? To hit Spell Shield Arcane here. Does that mean that he has some different interaction kept in hand? He's gonna need something for the next turn. Maybe he has another Resolute, another Vanish.
Well, yeah, hopefully not relying on the Arcane Spell Shield to be the answer for dealing with the allies on board, especially since it only stops 1 instance of damage. Probably
in those heavy swings.
Digging for an Arcane, or sorry, Anger the Skies here. Most likely digging for that.
Yeah, he does have 3 influence, I believe, so he can play an Anger if he finds it off this careful study.
Or of Anger the Skies, very likely to see it though. Very, very, like, it shows a lot of respect for the allies meta that we have right now.
Yeah, you got to do it. We'll see what he's found. He's doing a little pondering here. Gonna come in for 1 first, which of course you should.
On the board.
Cast an Anger.
Here it is.
Looks like maybe that was a pass gesture there. Unclear.
Oh, might be short 1 card for Anger.
Yeah, is he 3 in hand here?
Yeah, we need 4 in hand for the Anger the Skies. So a little bit unfortunate here for Krios, not able to deal with the whole board state right now. Gonna give 40% a chance to come back. 4 damage could come in from the Scepter if he chooses to level up to Chinoris 1, a Dungeon Guide, putting him to 14 out of 25. With a lot of damage on board, if no Resolute Stand.
Yeah, at least Krios has kept his life total pretty healthy, so he's not in the same position he was game 1, where he's threatened exclusively by that Scepter. But like you said, if he does not have a Resolute Stand, almost exactly a Resolute Stand here, he's going to be in a really rough spot. So we're going to go over to the materialization of 40. Going to get that banger Tithe Proclamation to stop any of those Arcane Disposition shenanigans.
Rise, biggest nightmare, the Tithe Proclamation. Is that an Academy guide that was banished?
I think it was a Morgan that was banished, which
Is
I
it
believe
Morgan?
is
It's
also a
hard to
one
tell.
of. So we are going to see that vanish from site.
Oh,
It's
it is a
still going to
Morgan. You're
mean
right.
that Stillwater Patrol is going to come in for 3, but most of the damage is going to be blunted here. But really now that Tithe Proclamation is a real problem. Tithe Proclamation, basically only a sideboard card for Rye. Doesn't hurt a whole lot of the other decks. But it's a really, really good one here.
Don't think he has any ways to deal with it either. I don't see
Yeah.
any Regalia removal in his deck or his sideboard.
So it's not quite the end of the world, but it is going to make cards like Arcane Disposition basically uncastable. It's going to make the sort of churning through your deck with Pyrrhina Manas and Careful Studies a little bit worse as well. You're going to have to split those draws up between yours and your opponent's turn. So just a really tough spot to be in. Taking an attack declared, but I believe we are vanished. So that attack, I think, can't happen.
I believe he frostbound the vanish.
Oh my lord! I must have missed that one. That is a god.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming in. Okay, so this is gonna be 2 from the Imperial, 2 from the Lurking. I guess 2 from everything essentially. So 8 damage on board
Right.
puts him to what would be 14 damage. Dungeon Guide option here for a lot of damage.
Yeah, Dungeon Guide would be another 5, putting him up to 19. Heavy Swing would be 6. Lots of options here.
Yeah, we need to level up for the heavy swing. Unfortunately, we won't have enough cards for that this
Oh, right,
turn.
because it sticks natural, yeah.
Ooh, Viridian Protective Trinket coming out on Krios' side. Does not want to get the Frostbind into him. The unfortunate part about bringing up Viridian Protective Trinket right now is that 40% has more than like 5 or more cards in his hand. He's able to play the Frostbind. He's able to play the Fracturize. He's able to deal with a lot of different things that may come out in this situation.
Right. Gonna start by coming in for 1. It'd be huge to have an Anger here. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Anger the Skies.
There's the Anger. Going to put 3 down. Hopefully has enough cards in hand to deal with a potential Frostbind from 40%. He does not. Looks like
He technically
card.
does because the Enlightenment counter will give him the extra card to put down. So he's
True.
able to deal with it under all circumstances. So if 40% does play the Frostbind, he puts all of his cards down. Krios will be forced to use the Enlightenment counter, draw the card, pay the cost for it, and it'll still go through. So 40% will be basically -1 in this situation.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if both players recognize that. We are going to see a crack.
Interesting.
Wow.
He's banishing his Scepter of Lumina to gain influence in this situation.
And then he's going to cast that Frostbind. We are going to see a pop of those Enlightenment counters.
He shouldn't be able to cast the Frostbind because of the Viridian Trinket, right?
Oh, yeah. We might have missed that here.
I guess both players chose to just accept that it went through. 40% has all of his cards down, and Krios still put the last 2 cards down to take it out with the Anger of the Skies in the situation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're in Krios' spot, you're happy to let that interaction happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So gonna pass back over, I think.
If you're Krios right now, you're actually in a pretty good and comfortable position. You have 21. You have 11 life left available to you for your pool here. Chalice of Blood can come out in one of these turns, and 40% is a completely reset board with no Scepter of Lumina available. So no heavy burst damage. The best you're going to get is a heavy swing coming through. So it's going to be weird.
Yeah, not a whole lot of pressure here. You are still.
We do have a judge call here for the feature match.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like they're gonna settle that Viridian Trinket discrepancy here. We'll see what ends up to be the call. But yeah, as we get set up here, regardless of how that works out, definitely a commanding position to be in as Krios.
So most likely what we're going to see is we're going to see a small rewind. Yeah. The draw cards from the Scepter of Lumina is fine. We most likely will not see the Frostbind go through, so he'll be able to pick up the 2 cards that he placed in the situation.
Yeah.
This is a very rewindable game state. Like we're not so far ahead that it's not possible to go back. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like they're just explaining the situation here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were saying. I just
Oh, no,
thought
you're
I'd
fine.
mention the where we could go from the judge call. So, what were you
Right.
saying before that, though? You were talking about the board state and how comfortable we would be if we were in Curiosity's shoes right now.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty safe. Obviously, Tithe Proclamation is going to be a bit of an issue. And like you had mentioned, there's not a whole lot of ways for Curiosity to deal with that. But as long as the game is going at a slower pace, they can afford to only draw a couple cards a turn, take a few more turns to set up their big combo turn. But, you know, stuff like Heavy Swing does really put a little bit of fright into that sort of situation, where a couple of well-placed attacks or even a well-placed ally can turn the pressure back on. Yeah, so it looks like you are exactly right. We're going to go ahead and pick up that Frostbind. Scepter is going to be cracked.
Yeah,
Do
and
a
we're
little
gonna
bit of
go
a
back to the
rewind.
state where we have the Enlightenment counter down still.
Yeah. So
Uh,
it looks like
it was a
Curiosity's
bit
going
it
to
was a bit
save that.
interesting on which side it would go on because there was a point where hidden information was given, so the card was drawn for the Enlightenment counter.
Mm-hmm.
So rewinding that game state is not as simple. It does require a judge to make the final ruling on that.
Right. All right. So yeah, it looks like that was the solution. So we're going to move over to the material step of 40%. He's going to grab that Tenoris level 1, realizing he's got to turn on some of those Guardian class bonus cards. Going to choose a card at random to be banished. It is a Snow Fairy, not doing a whole lot in this matchup, so good to see that one gone. Draw for turn, and hopefully deploy some spicy one of that we can get excited about.
A spicy one of. Which spicy one of do you want to see the most?
Refracting missiles, because I don't understand it.
I think it's just for fast floating.
Yeah.
Or maybe if you like decide to fracturize something and you have your own fractal, you get an extra damage
Ooh,
point from it.
true. Yeah, it becomes 2 damage, which could deal with some allies. Thinking about it here, trying to make sure that they place their spots correctly. They realize the game's probably not over next turn, but they do really have to mount an offensive on the side of 40% here.
It'll be interesting to see how fast Krios can get the combos that he's looking for. He is on Rise Storms here now, so he's able to start ramping up, but he's been playing defensively. We saw the materialization of the Viridian Trinket here. Most likely going to see something like Tome of Knowledge coming up. Is that
Looks like
I can't tell what that is.
I believe that was a
Is it
diffusive
diffusive
block.
block?
Yeah, that was cast mostly just for the floating memory. And then he's
For
going
Frostmourne
to
Paladin, I see.
cast that Frostworm Paladin. Frostworm Paladin says, on enter, you may banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard. If you do, she gets a buff counter and you draw a card. So going to come in for
Great
3.
cycle here.
Start mounting that pressure back.
Diffusive block, a 3 of in this deck. Not, again, one of those really spicy 1 or 2 ofs. Would like to see an Invigorated Slash on the level up here. I think that'd be really neat.
Wow.
Invigorated
Yeah.
Slash on a level up would be big. Oh, Storm Tyrant's Eye, I believe. Wait, is that Storm Tyrant's Eye or
That is Storm
Sacred
Tyrant's
Lightning?
Eye.
Okay, so it's hard to tell with the glare sometimes, but Storm Tyrant's Eye interesting. So not quite able to find the cards he needs, so he's going to banish the Storm Tyrant's Eye, reveal cards from the top of his 2 Resolute Stands in a
3,
row,
4.
and does find an Advent, I believe.
It's a lot of damage, though. He's going to take 4 damage, go up to 21.
He's trying to find the kill combo, I guess. It realizes that Tenoris could go to level 2, has a big damage swing spike from that, right? Heavy swing with the +3 is going to be 9, right? So it'll push him to lethal regardless. Or even just a raw heavy swing without the level up. Having the Frostborn Paladin on deck there is a little spooky.
Yeah, curious what he added to hand there. He's pretty far from Advent of the Stormcaller, and a strange intricacy about Storm Tyrant's Eye is that you can grab one of the other cards after you reveal that arcane card.
I think he actually did grab the Advent.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's closer than we think. I believe he is level 9, is what that die below his Rai is denoting. So he's level 9 from Rai Storms here and the combination of arcane cards in his banish zone.
Arcane Sights. Oh,
we're going to see a big Voltaic Sphere, probably taking out that No, not taking out that Frostborn Paladin, just going 3 damage to Norris. Going to be able to banish it, make the next arcane spell card that he activates this turn cost 1 less. Going to be a power overwhelming.
Oh, so he's going to do the Advent.
Just 1 level here, but I believe that puts him up to level 10. Oh, must be
level 11 because
here.
of the banishment of the Voltaic Spear
Right.
gives him a level as well. So he'll be Arcane Blasting for free. And maybe he has another one. He does have another Arcane Blast, and that's game.
Snuck that one out. Definitely a huge change in the tempo after that Anger the Skies. Being able to reset the pressure, take a turn where you don't have to cast a Vanish from Sight, and then use that little bit of space to find a couple of Arcane Blasts for the kill.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here with 40% deck is I'm not sure if banishing the Scepter of Lumina was necessarily the play. I want to say that keeping it for level up damage probably would have been better. He could have forced level ups and then pressured Krios even harder to take out a Safeguard Amulet for materialization instead of taking the Storm Tyrant's Eye. But unsure.
Yeah.
Maybe those extra cards were exactly what he needed. He did get the diffusive block into the Frostborn Paladin, so he was able to cycle a card from that and get a buff counter Paladin.
Definitely a difficult choice. Of course, we aren't able to have full information, so it does look a little bit strange to opt for the influence instead of the guaranteed damage on board. But if he's holding some sort of just like non-functional hand that doesn't have a whole lot of pressure, and he really needs to find things other than that scepter to get over the finish line, I can see why maybe he made that choice. But regardless, looks like we'll be moving into a game 3 here, with assumingly 40% going first. He loses spirit, 40%'s lost his spirit. I'm not sure what's going on here.
The spirit is missing.
Is it in my deck? Did I shuffle it in?
That's
God knows
worst.
We've all done it.
The worst feeling. For me, because I oversleeve my material deck, I actually can't. It's very hard to lose them in my main deck cards.
That's the big
just
brain.
Because when I go to shuffle it, it's like there's one card sticking out that's just too big.
Right.
I did for a while play with an entire oversleeved main deck, and after Nationals, I'm never doing that again.
You did that at Nationals?
I did that at Nationals. Caven shuffled my deck and said, "Damn, this is thick." And then he also said, "Well, these shuffle so smooth though."
Yeah, they do, definitely. I've played with oversleeves, but that is that's some psychopathic stuff, Tyler.
Yeah, look, I come from a collector background where I want to protect things like my sleeves, because in some cases my sleeves are more expensive than my deck.
Yeah, how does the Caben normal sleeved full CUR lineage make you feel when he plays in tournament?
I mean, he's the reason that I play my CURs.
Yeah.
After sitting across the table and playing against him, I was like, these look so nice. I got to do it myself.
You could be flexing too, and now
it's not even for the flex. It's when you play the card, it just looks really nice on the table. Like when you look at your own board state, it looks nice, and it's I don't know. There's something else about it. It just feels good.
I definitely get where you're coming from. I play the RECSR, so I feel less bad when I lose because I can look down at the pretty card instead.
Yeah, I was telling Gio about that, and he called me a maniac. Actually, I think to be fair, most people call me a maniac for playing CURs and expensive foils on my deck.
Hey, you bought them,
especially when you slap them on the table.
Oh yeah,
slap it down. Favorable wins. It's like my GSC foil promo, and people are like, "How can you do that to your cards?" I'm like, "They're sleeved. It's fine."
All right, it has become a rite of passage now for the turn 0 Scry the Skies. No glimpse. Rip that top card into your memory.
All right, so we know that if we see the turn 0 Spirit Scry the Skies at Worlds, it's because they picked it up from the Yeti webcam games,
it's
right?
True. We've seen it. Is it actually every Rye game today?
Every single Rye game and every single Rye player has done it.
Yeah. They're on to some secret sauce.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, but this is it. They're doing it.
I mean, it's essentially just cycle, right?
Yeah.
They just want to cycle early on. It's helpful.
All right. Stillwater Patrol coming in early. Getting set up for those Vanish from sites. Not currently. Just going to be 2 damage here. But in the future, looking a little scary. We see a level up to Rye level 1.
I like the turn 1 Stillwater Patrol. It's actually so funny to me.
Yeah. Get her set up.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's one of the cards he potentially has 3 of in his deck with the sideboard included, so
right.
not at risk of just like losing them too early.
Do what you got to do. All right, so we are going to see an Advent Banish to that Rye level 1. And see what kind of setup we have. Definitely looking for stuff like Dungeon Guide, looking to have some availability to put some cards down. It looks like the patented Fire Player Pass is back on the table. Maybe holding up some shocking creative stuff.
After early, I can't tell if this deck is designed to be an aggressive deck or not, because it doesn't sport a lot of the classic, 3 cost, 2 power, 3 life cards. We see lower counts of things. It's not sporting 4 freezing hails. So like it's actually very difficult for me to tell whether or not this deck is intended to be super like we see things like Invigorated Slash, which makes me think that it's more of an aggressive deck. But then we also see like there are just so many other things. We've seen Academy Guide, an Allied War Priestess, Deflecting Edge,
right?
1 Stalwart Shieldmate, diffusive blocks,
yeah,
right? Like we see all these defensive cards. Yeah. So I'm kind of just unsure of like where the commitment direction is supposed to be.
I think the commitment is to psychic damage, and
Whoa.
40's doing a pretty good job. He's gonna find a Gildas here. She's gonna be balanced, coming in for 4, and just like that, there's a lot of pressure, but have a timely Sparklight to deal with that Gildas.
Unfortunately, not level 2, so we'll not get the Enlightenment counter for that. Gildas balance effect being that if your cards in memory are equal to your cards in hand, you get +3. So you go from being a 1 power 3 life card to being a 4 power 3 life card. This also applies when you retaliate on Gildas, which is something that's often forgotten. So if someone leaves a Gildas non-rested, so hasn't attacked, you go to attack it to try to clear it off the board. If you're balanced, you will retaliate for 4. Balance is a unique mechanic. There's a couple things that use balance, Lunette being one of the other really popular options. Surprisingly, not included in 40%'s deck.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
Very popular option in the Allies decks.
She's so great into the other Allies matchups, but in this matchup, at least, it is a positive thing that there's not Lunettes kicking around in 40%'s deck, but definitely against the field, she's usually pretty strong. But Gildas, of course, obviously very strong. Such incredible power being able to attack for 4 with a 3 cost ally is not something that you get to do for free very often.
Interesting, a Bulwark Sword comes out.
Yeah, just setting up maybe for later. I assume we're not going to see an attack with it now. But maybe this is signaling a Tenoris level 1 next turn.
How many cards do we have in hand for 40%? 7 cards in hand?
Yeah, looks like 7.
If we have 7 cards in hand, it's possible that he plays a Dungeon Guide into an Invigorated Slash.
That would be too sick.
It might be a little too spicy, but I'd love to see it. Because it's a lot of damage on field, right?
Yeah. 3
so
down.
That would be 3 down for a Dungeon Guide. Gives 5 damage, 4 from Scepter, 1 from Dungeon Guide. You level up, Invigorated Slash for 4.
1 of Academy Guide, perhaps? Would be pretty good here.
Oh, I guess not. I didn't miss that, but there's a Resolute Stand, I think, in response to the
yes,
to the Stillwater Patrol's attack. So we're gonna play another Balanced Gildas. Yeah, Balanced Gildas will come in for 1 damage here, since Resolute Stand was played.
The balance of power is a fickle thing, but she's turned on right now. Gonna be able to come over that Resolute Stand, deal 1 point of damage.
Is that the flavor text on Gildas?
Yes.
Oh, it is. It is actually. Wow. You said that, and I was like, I swear I've read that before. All right, favorite Gildas art.
I'm a big CSR fan. I love Han's art on the CSR Gildas.
Whoa, I'm a diffusive block fan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what? Is she in that?
No.
Guarded Dissipation.
Guarded Dissipation. Yeah, Guarded Dissipation.
Chad Mordred art. Yeah, no, I agree. All right, here's
Cam saying she's turned on right now in reference to True.
She is turned on right now.
Dungeon Guide. I love Dungeon Guide. So we're going to see Dungeon Guide on enter effect allows you to banish 2 cards at random from your memory. If you do, you are able to level up your champion. This is an effect that you can fail, though. So the order of things is to banish 2 cards from your memory. Once you do so, you may look into your material deck and attempt to find your champion to level it up. If you make any other actions before that, you fail to find your champion, as it is hidden information, and you will not level up your champion, as seen in Nationals North America 2024. Several times, seeing players Dungeon Guide banish 2 and then not level up.
Have you ever seen the fabled Rye Stormseer Dungeon Guide for value of banish 2 cards that are arcane cards for levels? Do not level up.
I've never seen. I've never even thought of that.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Wait, that's the Rye move, right?
Oh,
the Wind Rye move. You just displace your Dungeon Guide to banish 2 more cards, anyways.
It's pretty spicy.
Whoa, that's a combo. That's a combo and a half right there.
You're gonna see this
Dungeon also Guide, giving you an enlightenment counter in that situation too.
Yeah, it's true. You get that class bonus. Dungeon Guide packing in for 1.
Dungeon Guide stonks after watching all these Rye players pop off.
We don't need any more Dungeon Guide stonks, Tyler. She's too expensive already.
True, that's true. Just my promo. Let the promo stonk a little more.
That's true. Me too. Yeah, we should tell people how few of the promos there are. There's so few of the promos. Everybody, you should go buy them. They're so cheap right now.
Yeah, wake up face, wake up and grab a brush and put a little makeup.
Yeah.
When I was learning how to play the game, my friend that I was learning the game with would say that every single time for weeks on end. It was just wake up, grab a brush, put a little makeup. I'd be like, "Can we just play the game? Can we just play the game?" I had to bring it back. He's playing in the webcam weekly today, so
nice.
It's funny. Ooh, Tenoris, level 1 coming up. Gonna see that banish from memory.
Deal that 4 damage from Scepter of Lumina.
I love ice stick damage. Ooh, Song of Frost. It's a perfect banishment. Something you definitely will not be using in this Tenoris matchup, as there are really no allies on the other side.
See that aggressive point to Tenoris, signaling that he has taunt. Gonna draw for turn. And now it's gonna be a little bit hard. I believe that
not as bad as I think it is in this matchup.
I don't know. It seems pretty bad. What am I missing?
Sparkleite. You could stop a Sparkleite. You can stop a
Resolute.
I mean, it's probably not even worth it.
Would be okay here to stop the Resolute stand on attack declaration.
True. So interestingly enough, I used a Song of Frost against a Resolute stand one time, and I learned that if they activate the Resolute stand alternate cost, and then you Song of Frost it to banish it, the level 2 activation or the level 2 alternate cost activation still applies.
Oh, interesting.
So they won't be able to draw on the next turn, and they don't get the effect of the card.
Yeah. Just a couple points of damage coming across from
now that you mentioned the Resolute stand, it's a little unfortunate he banished the Song of Frost.
Yeah. 40's in a difficult spot here where he did choose to level up, so he does have 6 influence, and 6 influence is not the magic number for Gildas to be balanced. So it looks like he's doing a little bit of math, saying, is there a way that I can balance here? But the answer is a resounding no with 6 cards in hand.
The answer is dungeon. Nah. There's no dungeon. You just hold cards in your hand. Hold cards in your hand. Next turn, though, could be really explosive. There's a lot of things down. So we have Invigorated / Potential. If he plays something that will allow him to level up. With the Bulwark Sword would be for 10. No, 8. No, 10. I was right. 10. It's 3 from level 2 Tenoris, 3 from the Bulwark Sword, and then 4 from the Invigorated / as well as 4 from the Scepter of Lumina. That puts him at 23. So Vanish from Sight would only stop, would not be enough damage without killing the Stillwater Patrol. Oh, but the comboing is beginning. The Power Overwhelming.
Who knows if we'll get there? Power Overwhelming here are going to get +3 levels. He's spending all 3 of those Enlightenment counters.
What level is Krios at?
That is very hard to tell.
I want to say it's at least level 11, or he probably wouldn't be using a Power Overwhelming in this situation.
Yeah, we'll see if the first Arcane Blast cast is free, And if it is, we'll know.
Whoa, Frostbind.
Frostbind just going to be a bit of a tax here, make him put a couple of cards down, which is pretty smart. Rye is likely going to need almost all of these cards in order to combo off here. 1 damage going to come in. Huge. And then Blast would be pretty good.
Oh, there's the one, and there's the two. Yep. And I mean it's just it.
Hey, I'd say that's pretty good.
Power overwhelming into double blast. Krios taking the W here. He's gonna go 2-1 against 40%. Sadly, he did not hit the erratic bolt for 30, like he said he was trying to do.
Like he promised, I think. So
is
it really a win at the end of the day?
He did tell them to go for the W and not for the flex. I'm here to see really good Grand Archive, right? We can always see funny Grand Archive clips at locals, at the Yeti webcam weeklies. But I mean, we're playing for something pretty important here. We have a bunch of different things, such as the invites. We have Sapphire packs for top placements, gold, silver packs, I think, as well, and ALC booster packs.
There's a lot on the line for sure. These players competing for all of that prizing, Sapphire packs exclusive to regionals, but of course also that regionals Orb of Hubris promo that they want to take home, especially with the new Nationals qualifier system that is in place for Nationals 2025. Is real hard to get your invite to Nationals, so you do have to do well a lot.
First place is 12 Sapphire packs.
Wow, Jesus, a lot.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
I mean, all the P24 cards are basically a minimum of like $15, right?
Yeah,
so
around there.
If you win, you get a championship mat, which is like 75. You get the Sapphire packs, which puts you at like 150. Then you get gold packs and ALC booster packs.
And that promo.
And the promo.
Wow. Big dollars.
Dude, GA is a great game with great prizing support. I love GA.
And that's, of course, huge shout out to Yeti running the regionals, but a lot of that is just Weebs of the Shore promotional support that they just send out, which is amazing.
So, we like Weebs.
Thank you, Weebs, for sending us all those sweet promos. Yeah, wow, we've seen a lot of Rye today. It's a bit of a Rye dominance here at the Yeti regionals. Who would have thought? I thought Rye was dead. That's what people keep telling me.
Everyone who told me Rye was dead, and then I went to California, and I was just like, why is everyone playing Rye?
Yeah, I guess I'm on the wrong side of the country. Rye's dead on the East Coast, but on the West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, Pickle Sword being in the I believe it's like the Utah area is where they're based in. They have a bunch of stores there, and then like SoCal has a whole bunch of Rye players. Rye, man, Rye
looking really strong.
Rye is looking like he could be taking it today.
Both in the wind variants and fire, yeah. And that,
I mean, that's one of the fantastic things about Rye, right? Is that we're seeing really good Rye play in two different elements, two totally different deck styles.
Yeah, and that game puts Krios at 3-0. I don't know if we can check in on Pickle Sword, see if they're doing well as well.
I can actually, if you'd like.
Yeah. See how our Arcane buddies are doing, but yeah, definitely.
Pickle's playing a Rye mirror right now.
What? There's so many Ryes. How many? I didn't even look at our statistics. How many Ryes do we have? 40 Rye players?
We have 6. Let me check.
10.8 Rye players. So some of those will be included in that standard Matt G erupting deck that does play Rye level 1. But I would say that is we have 8 Arcane players. So those Arcane players have to be Arcane players. So there's 8 Arcane Ryes. Which is a lot.
Yeah, I think I can name 4 off the top of my head that are playing Rye. And then I just scroll through here and see.
Yeah, definitely a great showing from our Mage brothers, holding it down. Even after that Reckless ban, after that Crystal of Empowerment ban, you can still play Rye. You can still Arcane Blast people to death. Don't be discouraged. How's our one Allen player doing, Tyler?
I have to find the Allen player. That's the only one I couldn't find was who was playing Allen. Let me see if they dropped.
I hope not. I hope they win the tournament.
Oh, we have an Ars on a drop. Really sad.
Rest in peace. You tried your
Rest
best.
in peace, brethren.
Stronger than I am.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I need to send this to you.
Spicy?
I'll just send it to you.
Oh, I don't like that. Is it spicy? I'll just send it to you. It's looking spicy.
Just read what I wrote.
Oh, is it? What am I missing?
So one of the rise dropped.
Oh, it took me
one of the eruptings dropped. Well, there's two things, not just that.
Yeah,
the other one. Okay, so one of the Sylvias dropped as well.
Stuff. Damn. That's
I can't find the Allen player. Anyone know? Oh, another Sylvie dropped. This one played both of the level 3s. Spicy.
Options are good, right?
All right, guys. Who knows who the Allen player is? Who can guide me to the Allen player? Oh, another Arsana dropped. Oh, unlucky.
What do we got left? What am I supposed to do?
Is it wrong that when I go look for the Allen players, I'm looking for all the 0-2s first? Is that wrong? Or is it just because I started from the bottom?
Yes, I would start from the top, I think.
Start from the top? You sure?
Yeah.
I literally just started from where the drops were, so I'm at the bottom anyways.
Not giving enough respect.
I've lost to an Allen in a store championships and in a locals.
Hey, dude, erupting Allen.
Oh, I just got Bestial Frenzy Capricious Lynx 3 times in a row and lost my whole board. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's over. It's pretty funny actually.
I mean, Capricious Lynx is pretty good.
Okay, I have a question for you. When you play Arsana, do you run both level 3s?
I have in the past. I want to now that I have both of the CSRs. Purely for
you
that
want
reason.
To because you have the CSRs, or because
Correct.
You actually want to play?
No. I don't think playing both is good. But I could, and then I think you sort of have to build your deck around one or the other. I don't think that there's a great build that utilizes both, like a sideboard plan into Lucent Arbiter. Lucent Arbiter is just like unfortunately not powerful enough to be like a sideboard plan. Granted, I think that's
Cell Spire though. It's kind of cool.
It's good. It's all right.
Okay, I have a question for Theo, who can hear me. In the statistics, if somebody is running Allen in their sideboard, does it show up as Allen in the statistic percentage?
I assume so.
It should. Okay. Well, I might have to go through
the whole.
I might have to go through all the Sylvies again to see if anyone's sideboarding an Allen. I've gone through like 65 lists and I can't find it. But I need to know if it's in here.
I'm sure it is. Maybe. Look at all the erupting decks. Maybe somebody's playing.
There's Erupting Allen.
Erupting Allen. I'm telling you, Erupting Allen's real. You get those +2 levels.
Allen.
You find your melody or your harmony. He was basically built to be an erupting deck.
That's not entirely
bonus
incorrect.
On Ember Song. Come on, Todd.
All right, now I'm gonna look at the erupting sideboards and see. There's no way I see it in the erupting sideboard.
Erupting Allen. I'm telling you.
There's no way.
That's where it's at. I've seen one Trenton cast Erupting Rhapsody with a Blazing Direwolf on board. You get those levels. You cast your Ember Song. You give your Blazing Direwolf +2. It attacks for what is it?
Oh, never mind. I know who the Allen player is. I just didn't know what I incorrectly had his Omnidex name.
Who's the hero?
He's doing good.
Yeah.
Let me double check. Did he win this round?
Doing 3-0 good?
No, not that good.
Doing 1-2 good?
101, I think.
That's not bad. 201.
101. Let me check the current round.
Surely 201. Surely absurd.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Playing a hard matchup right now.
What's that?
He's playing the Erupting Caven.
Oh no! Oh,
Oh no!
Alan,
Yeah, that's a
no!
rough matchup.
Oh
That's a rough
no!
matchup for sure.
Oh
But I
god!
mean, he is very good at playing the deck. So
Hmm.
if anyone were to take it from Caven on
an Alan deck.
an Allen deck, he's the one.
I want to say that I have hope.
He's the chosen one. I believe. I'm a believer.
We'll get him on stream if they win that match. Is that real? 201. Is that good enough for the feature match?
Erupting Allen me the 1P. Like, huh? And Andy, what? There's no way. There's no way. Can we get much higher, Andy?
All right, so we just have a couple minutes left in our round here. Then we'll go into overtime and get you guys your round 4. We're in round 4 already.
Yep. It goes by really fast.
We are churning along.
It's crazy too because our first match was like under 30 minutes and we just talked straight into the second match. Like,
yeah,
we didn't take a break or like we're just doing it.
We're just doing it. We're hanging out with you, chat. Thank you guys for coming out to watch regionals. We're having a great time. Watching some great Grand Archive. Had a great tournament so far, and I'm sure it will only get more spicy as time goes on. I'll start to see who's shaking out to the top of this very large 116 player tournament.
I'm a fan of the spice.
I'm also a fan of the spice.
The sugar spice and everything nice.
I want the what is it? Chemical X, right? That's what we need.
Yeah, true.
The last ingredient. It's the Allen deck. That's the Chemical X to create.
Also, big shout out to Weebs Grand Archive. Tweeted out our stream.
Oh, that's awesome!
You and I, we're here. We're gonna be going into overtime. Wild Shiba, congratulations, winning the end of round giveaway. You've won absolutely nothing but a ping from the server.
Nice. Those are my favorite. Love winning a ping. You could have won something in a different universe. Yeah, I do love getting pinged. Feel free to ping me at OnceInLuv in all of the Discords. I do love getting pinged, so make sure to do that.
One of the interesting things. So we may actually be getting the Allen stream. Possible.
Please. If they won, they deserve
interesting things with him. He is probably the nicest and most respectful person I've ever met.
You have to be an Allen player. You just have to be the salt of the earth, nicest person.
You know, if he's waiting in recollection, he'll be like, 1 moment, sir. Just thinking in recollection. And then he'll be like, and I'll pass the turn to you, sir. And I'm like, whoa, sir, I feel so official. Sure. Feels good.
Yeah.
He just makes you feel better, even if he's capricious linksing your whole board every turn.
Oh, God. Every turn. Oh, no. Couldn't be me. I love you too, Devin. Big Merlin simp in the chat. Showing their love for the stream.
Oh, is that TK? Tattoo guy?
Tattoo guy.
That's how I met him at Nats. It was, yo,
intro.
Check out my tattoo. And then I walked over. I was like, that's a sick tattoo.
It is a sick tattoo. Looks great.
Otters.
Some dedication, you know. Maybe if I was less of a big baby, I would get an Arsana tattoo, but needles scare me. I can't do it. One of those people scared of needles.
It's okay. You can cosplay as Arsana for Worlds. That's fine.
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
Definitely the Lucent Arbiter version too.
Yep. I'll get on that. You guys send me a costume, and I promise I won't wear it.
All right, Alan Dream is dead. Rest in pieces.
2-0. 2-0'd by world competitor Caben playing Erupting. But he had all of the chances. That was his game to win. It's a tough beat. Lovely person is Caben. A very pleasant opponent, but my lord, terrifying. I never want to see that on my my pairing sheet.
True. Yeah. That was round 6 of Nats. Yeah, I had my best matchup potential, and then the repairing happened, and I got caved in, and I just immediately said I've lost the game because I knew what he was playing, and what I was playing did not answer.
That's really tough. The repair is especially grim.
The repair. Pepe hands.
You were so close, Pepe hands.
Yep. No repair. I might have day 2'd.
That's true.
But that would also require someone. I mean, technically the repairing is the fix, right? Because someone entered something incorrectly, or someone reported something incorrectly. So when you really look at it, it's like the repair is what it should have been. So if I did make it to day 2 based on that, it would have been illegitimate almost.
Well, I think it's still counts.
It would have been failure to maintain board state.
Failure to maintain tournament state.
Tournament state, disqualification. All players involved.
Always blame the TO. As a tournament organizer myself, always blame the TO. And in this case, it was Alan. So blame Alan. That works for me.
True. Whoa, all Grand Archive in chat. Whoa.
Hello. Whoever it is.
Yeah, blame Alan. Definitely don't blame Theo. Crazy.
Was Theo actually TOing? Yeah, I blame Alan either way. He was definitely running the whole event. Yeah, it's Alan's fault. There you go.
We blame Alan. He was the one on the mic.
Yeah, see? Right. True. Theo, you're safe. Your secret is safe with us and everyone watching the stream.
It's the one time Theo left the desk to eat lunch. Everything exploded. It was goodbye tournament. It was just over from there.
Goodbye tournament. But speaking of our tournament, we should be getting our pairings just about now.
That was the ping for the end of 5 minutes.
Oh, no.
I got baited.
Got to give all the standard players their draws, and then we can get pairings.
True. Especially the water Xander players.
Oh, my God. They just love playing
the water Xander Luxem specifically. Sorry, because there is a very fast water Xander deck.
That's true. It's been making the rounds. It's what Christian Tom took nationals home with. Is that aggressive water Xander deck that has definitely been a tour de force this format.
Oh, I thought we were gonna have the potential to see. So we were talking about the Worlds competitors that are playing today. So Ferenthian Taj actually just lost.
Oh, wow.
So we probably won't be seeing him at a top table for a little while at least.
I mean, it's what we said at the start of the event. It's it's a really tough crowd and lots of really talented players. Obviously the Worlds competitors included, but plenty of really talented players, aside from them playing in the tournament. So not an easy road for anybody.
Steve-O still in the 3-0s though. Cabin 2-0-1.
Dream crushing that Allen player.
Goodbye, Alan. Missed.
Really missed him already.
Well, Con Man with the W.
Nice.
Con, all the way from, I believe, Malaysia.
Yeah, Whoa. It must be, my God, middle of the night, right?
Getting there. No, actually, it's like really early morning, isn't it?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm terrible at time zones.
Let me check.
Couldn't even figure out when the tournament was today. And that's like a 1 hour difference.
Oh, yeah, it is 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, there we go. All right, we nailed it. Shout out to Con.
True.
Doing their best. 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 in the morning.
We still have almost 50 tables running. So like, we're
wow,
pretty good still.
Yeah, that's great. People grinding out for those VP. Get your veterancy points now.
Please give us an Arsana match in the top table, please. Arsana top tables, please. Arsana tops regionals, please.
Oh, now you're asking for too much, Tyler. We're going too far.
We're trying.
Too far.
That is a lot of draws. Holy, a lot of draws just came in. Whoa. Wait. 0-0 draw. Whoa. Huh?
Oh.
I need to see what this deck is.
It's the 1 game draw, the 60-minute game.
Yeah, 65-minute game.
That's pretty good.
Huh. Interesting. I'm surprised this is what... Oh, I guess I can see the stall coming from this deck.
What do we got?
It's Wind Crux Hybrid.
Oh, interesting.
Versus a Luxem.
Sure. Yeah, you can definitely.
I mean both. Yeah, Wind Crux is very stally if you want it to be.
Yeah, especially if they're on that like Prismatic Ascension package, that can really slow some games down. The sheer amount of card draw and prevention that they can pack into a Wind deck like that can really draw the game out. I assume there was lots of vanishing from sight on the side of the Luxem player as well.
Yeah, it was the one we saw earlier today.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
I have a hair in my glass.
Happens to the best of us. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Should be just a second before we get our spicy round 4 pairing. Thank you, of course, for sticking along with us in our overtime. Hopefully we'll get a reward for all of your time and dedication watching the stream. We'll get a nice spicy match. Not Alan. Not Ari, I'm afraid. Hey, maybe there's still a Sylvie player kicking around in there. I believe. We had a couple. What about that one Tristan player? Where are they at? Oh, sorry, 2 Tristan players.
Two. One of them's aggro deck, and the other one is wind allies and fire aggro.
Oh, interesting.
Both of them are aggressive decks.
Yeah,
I can check where they are. Let me see.
That's the way to do it for sure.
Oh, did that? Is that a 3-0? It might be a 3-0.
Oh, Tristan?
Let me see. Looking. Nope, it's a 2-1.
Ooh, close though. Still doing quite well.
Was a 2-0. Now is a 2-1.
Let's
see what they played against. Oh yeah, that's tough deck to play against. Pairings up. Let's go. We're gonna see. Oh, right. It is see Ham Sor versus Gurathos. Friend of mine from SoCal, actually.
Oh, awesome.
Let's see what these decks are. Whoa. Okay. I want you to look at the sideboard. This is a fun sideboard for this deck. So this
I've never been more ready.
Okay, so there's one, and here's the other one. So we're gonna see a Windmere.
Ooh.
But not completely different decks. Completely different decks.
Yeah, both like ally-based decks, but definitely skewing towards their champion class of choice. So we have a Wind Lorraine player versus a Wind Tenoris player. Ooh, yeah. Definitely some spice here. And we love to see these mid-range Wind decks go at it. Just value's the name of the game. Both players going to be just trying to extract as much card advantage, influence, and sort of pressure as they can out of each one of their allies. So
it's interesting to see the sideboard on the Crux deck there. Do you see that?
Oh yeah, I sure do. Got some real spicy ones there. Some normal sideboard pieces, and then some spicy tamer sideboard pieces.
I'm not really sure what what I would want to use the Cry for Help with.
It's pretty good into the big attack decks if you're worried about those.
True.
Great into like Fiery Momentum on the side of Erupting. It's good into like Rending Flames. Not a whole lot of people are playing that though. Great into Fiery Momentum though. You say Swift
Recruit. You have so much with Veiling Breeze, but I guess when you swing for more than like 15, then you kind of really do need to just swap targets.
You know, and in this matchup, it probably will end up coming in. There are 4 copies of Heavy Swing on the side of the Tenoris deck, and it's looks like a pretty good lineup there.
Yeah, so I guess something I forgot. Cry for Help is very beneficial when you are not running Incarnate Majesty. If you don't have the Majestic Spirit, it's really nice to be able to just swap a full target single hit. When you are running Incarnate Majesty, Majestic Spirit, you don't need it as much.
Right.
But I mean, it's still pretty good. I'm excited to see how this turns out. It's a very tight deck. Only one card that's 2 of, everything else is 4 with a couple 3 ofs. So very tight.
Yeah, definitely.
I like it though. I mean, it's just exactly what you want to see with like the wind. I guess they call it wind range, the mid range Crux builds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got shades of the old dominant Wind Lorraine deck that made a whole lot of rounds around FTC and the DOA era. Very similar shell.
Give me one moment. I need to pull those guys into the other matchup. Oh, they're being pulled in right now. Perfect.
They've done it. And we will jump down to the table in just a second as we get our players set up and have a nice ally-based matchup. We've had a lot of spell decks on the stream today, but this one is allies v allies. Lots of combat damage to be had. And definitely some interesting ones. Some interesting inclusions in both these decks.
I'm interested to see how the sideboard deployment beacon plays on the side of the Wintora's build. It's not a Neos deck, so it doesn't necessarily benefit significantly from having extra tokens out. You don't see an Archon Greatsword, you don't see Neos Sight or anything like that. But possible.
It's a pretty big game with the 4 copies of Attune with the Winds, though.
Attune with the Winds, best wind card. That's totally cap. It's Dream Fairy, but Attune with the Winds is like one of my favorite cards because it feels so good when you're doing it and you're just like, here's my 3-cost 2/3. Here's my second one. Turn 2. Here's another 3-cost 2/3 and Attune with the Winds. And now all of my 3 costs, 2 power, 3 life cards are now 3 power, 4 life, and very hard to kill. And they all survive Ghost of Pendragon too.
Yeah, true.
Hopefully getting set up soon. Kind of just waiting on a couple technical things. Oh, the Angle of Champions. Angle of Champions.
The Angle of Champions has returned.
Almost the Chef Zach moment here. Close.
And of
big
course,
fan of the Rose mat though.
Big shout out to our producer putting the best card in the game on the screen while we wait for these players to get started.
Big fan of that Arsana 2. Well, to be honest, I think I kind of like Arsana 2A more.
No, I'm a big pipe CSR guy.
Well, he does like the pipes. Like the big pipes.
Pipe.
I just like the big red sleeves. I think the red sleeves are cool.
Red sleeves are cool. This is the Industrial Revolution Arsana.
We have. I'm just gonna refer to him as a Ham because it's Hamzor. So I think Ham will just be the simple way for me to do this. So we're gonna start off with a Shimmercloak Assassin and take a small swing for 2. Nice.
Stealth is so
very,
huge.
very good. ALC like win staple at this point.
Yeah, like underappreciated 3 cost, 2 power, 2 life, but stealth naturally is such a huge boon, especially in these allied-based matchups where it's going to be really hard to deal with something like that when doesn't have access to the cards like Stillwater Patrol, so they do need to do a little bit of extra work to get that true sight enough to kill something like a Shimmercloak.
We're going to see an end step favorable wins. Just wants the fast floating, able to level up into Lorraine 1, bringing out the Sword of Seeking. What Dream Fairy comes out immediately, taking that Shimmercloak back into memory. Without looking it up, what is the Harmony bonus of Attune with the Winds draw card?
It is draw card.
Yeah. Fantastic draw card.
I don't think I've ever seen it, to be fair, the Harmony bonus on Attune with the Winds, but it is quite strong. All right. Getting things started off a little bit hard to read this board state with the Angle of Champions.
We're just passing turn here after the Dream Fairy comes in for 1 damage. Oh, and Lorraine also for 1 damage.
And that's going to start adding up.
I think the only time I've ever seen Attune with the Winds harmonized bonus is Steadyverse.
Steadyverse,
I've never seen anyone do it with Blissful Calling, but I have seen it with Steadyverse before.
Steadyverse is pretty good.
Wind Resonance Bauble on the side of Ham. The pretty classic start for the non-level 3 Wind Allies focus.
Yeah, get value out of those baubles. Start to apply some pressure. Dream Fairies are going to be huge in this matchup. We have to make sure that we at home and our players track their Dream Fairy targets, as that can get a little bit confusing with these dueling Dream Fairy decks.
Yeah, one of the hard things in the Wind Mirror matchup when you're playing allies like this is you generally don't want to be the person to play Dream Fairy first.
Right.
I do think there's a big benefit though, as Lorraine is favored in this matchup, where you can when you put down your Dream Fairy, you have an easier way of killing opponent's
Right.
Dream Fairies, right? You have sort of Seeking for the class bonus True Sight. You also have Hurricane Sweep, which gives you Cleave, automatically targeting all stealth units.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. We're going to see that displace on the Dream Fairy for no real value other than resetting what she was targeting. So now Ham has been
Yeah,
unlocked.
interesting to see if Ham's gonna play an ally here, or if he's actually just gonna go for like 4 down for or I guess it'd be 6 down for Heavy Swing, huh?
Hmm.
Shimmer Cloak will come back.
She's allowed to come back into play, and then she's going to come in for another 2 points of damage now that that Dream Fairy has been reset and is no longer targeting anything.
Yeah, displace pretty nice in this situation. A lot better than using like a Zephyr or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see another end step favorable wins. Gurthos looking to take out the Drawn Blade, wants to cycle.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to need that favorable wins for a while. But all of the units that have been played thus far have had stealth.
Yeah, favorable wins is pretty good in this matchup for Gurthos. The fast floating is more important. You want to be able to cycle. You want to be able to get to those levels you're looking for.
Yeah, just so versatile, right? You can use it as floating. You can use it as a combat trick. We're going to see a Wind Rider Vanguard deployed here. Very strong. The Vigor on Wind Rider Vanguard is going to come into play, I would think a lot here. So,
It's going to be valuable because it'll be more difficult for him to be able to maintain board state,
right.
knowing that he only has the Shimmer Cloak Assassin on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if you try to clear it with Tony, like let's say you go Tonoris and you have your Bulwark Sword out, you're going to be taking 2 damage in response to that every
Yeah.
single time. And again, even worse, if he does manage to find the 3rd or 4th favorable wins, he'll be able to defend it in
Right.
that case.
Yeah, so huge. All right, looks like we're just going to pass it over, get that trigger to wake up the Wind Rider Vanguard.
Yeah, so the trigger we're talking about here is the Vigor bonus. It's a class bonus effect for Wind Rider Vanguard. Vigor states that at the beginning of your end step, you wake up this target unit.
Definitely going to come in pretty clutch here. Defend herself a little bit, stem some of the bleeding for any sort of trading shenanigans. A lot of these wind matchups are going to come down to exactly that, trading allies for other allies, trying to get the most out of every single card that you play. And Wind Rider Vanguard does make that a little bit difficult. We're going to see that
Oh, cat.
Bulwark Sword.
We're going to
We
see
have a
cat on
cat.
stream.
We're going
We've
to see cat
generated a
on
cat on the
stream.
stream here.
Oh,
Sourced from
God.
outside the game. The generate keyword allows you to bring something into the game that doesn't exist in your decks, essentially. So things like
And you do
Creeping
put that
Torments.
into your hand. So here it is.
We have a Capricious Links, Pride 4. But we'll be unable to attack with the Capricious Links. The on-enter effect applying only on your turn. Sadly, the Capricious Links here is joined the field on enemy turn. We're going to see a Woodland Squirrels come down, so most likely going to see an Aeson Protector after the swing for 1.
Mm-hmm.
Woodland Squirrels. The Bulwark Sword being brought out does signify a potential Inspiring Call, though.
Looks like you're just going to have a Woodland Squirrels into a Gildus. Woodland Squirrels having a reserve cost of 0 makes it a lot easier for Ham here to turn on that Gildus balance ability. So she is going to be coming in for 4. And she's going to take care of that Wind Rider Vanguard. Like we said, all about trading resources, keeping the board clean. And they are recognizing that. Going to come across for 2 with the Shimmer Cloak and another 1 with this Woodland Squirrels.
Pretty good turn overall. Ended up not using the any Inspiring Calls or anything like that. Actually, should probably check if he has Inspiring Call in the deck before I say that.
Yeah, still pretty strong, though. I mean, coming across for a total of 7
Okay, so we
damage.
actually don't have Inspiring Calls.
Okay.
So I'm a little interested why he brought out the Bulwark Sword, maybe for a Deflecting Edge. Making a Deflecting Edge free is a little bit beneficial in this situation.
Definitely true.
When you do start leveling up or going lower in the influence, Bulwark Sword is fantastic for balancing your Gildus, though. So if he does decide to go to Tenoris level 1 and then Tenoris level 2, he'll be able to use that Bulwark Sword to balance on 4 cards.
Yeah, definitely interesting using that added reserve cost as sort of a benefit for effects like Gildas. We're going to see Dream Fairy come in for 1.
Into the Squirrel. So Squirrel will die. There is no response, no favorable wins here from him.
Then we're going to see our cat player think about what they're going to deploy next.
Whoa, Lurking Whoa. Lurking invite card. The first time I've seen someone actually play it.
Whoa.
Lurking Assailant.
As looks like they are no stranger.
Our production team is not ready for this art. I apologize. We're going to be using the default Lurking Assailant here from FTC. Lurking Assailant, fantastic card. It's a 3 reserve cost, 2 power, 3 life. It has stealth if it's awake, as well as the level 1 bonus being Lurking Assailant may retaliate against attackers while not defending. Fantastic for being able to trade out things on the board.
Yeah, very similar to that Windrider Vanguard, where its body, its sort of pseudo evasion is going to make it really hard to deal with. So they can either choose to commit an attack with their Lurking Assailant here, or just keep it back to not only have stealth, so it's hard to attack into, but also have that level 1 retaliate ability to protect the rest of the board as well.
I feel like we're stalling for specific cards here on the side of Guruthos. Like he's leaving up a decent amount of the board, so we see the Shimmer Cloak up still. Doesn't have any way to deal with that currently, unless he wants to utilize his Sword of Seeking. And then we have the Gildas on the field, so maybe digging for a Hurricane Sweep. Wants to get the level 2 Lorraine bonus. Hurricane Sweep in for some bigger damage. Get the draw 2, 1 draw per kill.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think they're going to look for a big Hurricane Sweep here to sort of take the tempo and sort of swing the game into their favor and make it hard for Ham to come back from that, as that's not something that Tenoris has a great access to.
Yeah, even having having favorable wins or having like deflecting edge and stuff, it's not going to be enough to stop everything, like every point of damage, unless he manages to have 2 deflecting edges to deal for the Shimmer Cloak Assassin and for the Gildas.
Yeah,
but
that would be huge.
Going -2 on your influence there, like expending 2 cards, like 2 defensive cards for that, may or may not be worth it. There's a big risk to losing that much influence as Wind Allies. It's hard to come back from influence loss, but he does still have his Wind Resonance Bauble and his Grand Crusader's Ring on the field, so he's able to banish either of those at any point to draw 1 card for each.
Yeah, just very wisely keeping both this Bauble and this Grand Crusader's Ring on the field in order to make it a little bit easier for him to balance Gildas since she is still in play. Looks like he does have 7 influence, so yeah, playing a Dream Fairy here, which costs 3, is going to balance his Gildas, so she's going to be able to attack for 4. And also huge that it's Dream Fairy going to be able to take care of this Lurking Assailant, at least for now.
No response here from Guruthos. No displace or anything for his own Dream Fairy, able to target that Dream Fairy. So it's a couple of the shenanigans that we see fairly often here. People Dream Fairying other Dream Fairies, or Zephyring a Dream Fairy to use it on another Dream Fairy, changing targets and such. But currently, the first Dream Fairy here on Guruthos' side doesn't have a target. It was displaced with nothing on the field, so no target was available. And then Ham on the other side has used his Dream Fairy onto the Lurking Assailant on Guruthos' side.
Yeah, thankfully it's a pretty clean Dream Fairy situation right now, so we won't get too confused here in the booth. It looks like we are going to be banishing 2 cards to level
to
up
Lorraine level 2
to Blade Master here. And we'll see if, just like you said, we have a Hurricane Sweep here. It would be pretty huge.
Yep, so we're going to see a Banner Knight and that Lurking Assailant that was Dream Fairyed, banished, as one of the downsides to Dream Fairying a card. It does put it in memory, so it's available for the banishment to pay for memory costs. Draw a card for turn. Do we see 3 down for Hurricane Sweep? Precious Link's not really feeling it. Not certain that we see the Hurricane Sweep yet. Going to see a Dungeon Guide.
Oh, wow. Huge.
Interesting.
So they have already gotten rid of that Drawn Blade, so they're going to be able to Dungeon Guide back up to Lorraine Spirit Ruler and get that Drawn Blade back with some additional durability counters, get themselves a little bit of influence advantage back from spending some to this Dungeon Guide. We're going to see an Academy Guide.
And I think that was a Spirit Blade Ascension.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
The Nationals promo Spirit Blade
Mm.
Ascension. A little unfortunate to lose the Spirit Blade Ascension in this matchup. You do kind of want to be able to push. You want to be able to negatively push a Wind Allies player who is focused on non-level 3, like non-Crux deck, to lower influence.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to see Lorraine Spirit Ruler come out. Drawn Blade will be returned from the banishment. It's going to be gaining 3 additional durability counters for the effect of on enter Lorraine Spirit Ruler.
And the advantage has been pretty firmly in Ham's favor, I think, but this addition of the Crux Advanced Element is going to give Grothos a lot of options here. So many very powerful Crux cards for card advantage that might be able to swing this game back towards Grothos. We do see a Banner Knight here who has a very powerful ability to give all of your allies and weapons +1 power as long as you are level 2 and a warrior, which are both true here. So we're going to see Dungeon Guide come in for 2. Curious to see if we're going to clear some allies here.
Yeah, so something to note is we also leveled up to Lorraine Blade Master this turn. So Lorraine Spirit Ruler will have a +2 bonus to her attacks. Most likely going to swing with the Drawn Blade before potentially playing something like a Ghost of Pendragon to bounce it, or possibly Spirit Blade Ascensions.
Yeah, we could even see this Sword of Seeking used to deal with one of these stealth allies if Grothos is worried about those staying on the board. Something like that Dream Fairy to unlock future lurking assailants.
Yeah, and especially if he has a Ghost of Pendragon in hand, right? He'll be able
Right.
to swing into, let's say, the Shimmer Cloak or the Dream Fairy, kill it, draw a card for the on-kill effect of level 2 Lorraine, and then play his Ghost of Pendragon, unlocking the kind of rotation of Crux, but also gets the benefit of having a Banner Knight. So if a favorable winds comes out, he's able to defend against that,
Right.
and overkill into the Gildas.
Oh wow! So we are going to see a Displace come into play to save. I assume that Gildas is who's being targeted here.
Yeah, so 2 damage on the Gildas initially. 1 more damage on the Gildas from the Banner Knight to kind of finish that off. Going to displace it. I believe resetting the health, and we're going to see Lorraine coming in to the Shimmer Cloak Assassin using the Sword of Seeking, so it'll be 3 damage, 4 damage as well because of the Banner Knight.
Yeah, just really valuing power on board rather than the effect of the Dream Fairy keeping future lurking assailants down. Shimmer Cloak being stealth as well, but also providing an additional power looks to be what Grothos is targeting here. So yeah, that's going to be an attack for 4 from that very powerful ability on Banner Knight.
Oh, a very, very good interactive response here. So we see a Deflecting Edge. It's going to be for free because he does have the Bulwark Sword. Denying the kill opportunity from Lorraine Blade Master level up effect is very valuable because we're not going to see the on-kill draw card.
Yeah, it also saves that Shimmer Cloak entirely, even though they're going to have 1 damage marked on them. Since it's stealth, they don't have a way to come in for that extra 1 point of damage. I think it's exactly like you said, Tyler. They got that Bulwark Sword to turn that Deflecting Edge into a 0 reserve cost card.
He did have the opportunity to banish the Grand Crusader's Ring, draw another card, and play it regardless if he had the Bulwark Sword. But it's going to be tough. We're looking to be a little bit lower on the influence. We are still a Spirit, so 8 health out of 15 on Spirit is a little on the riskier side. Grothos is 14 out of 28 here, so 14 to lethal and 7 to lethal on the other side. If Ham does level up, he goes 12 off lethal, Tenoris level 1 being 20 health. The risk with that is that you have Taunt on Tenoris, so he has to be attacked. You have to have options available to deal with him. 2 Displace have come out. Not a lot of defensive options still available here for Ham. Definitely needs to take out the Banner Knight. 2 cards in hand on Grothos' side. We did see 2 favorable wins played, so likely doesn't have the other ones. And I don't think he has anything else that would significantly protect his team except for Zephyrs. He is able to Zephyr his Banner Knight if he wants to protect it after a lot of damage has come through.
It looks like we are going to see that Tenoris level 1, banish card at random, and gain Taunt when he enters play.
So Tenoris level 1, we're going to be going to an influence of 4, draw 1 for turn, puts him at 5. Is able to play a 2-cost card if he wants to balance the Gildas. Has other couple options. So Woodland Squirrels, Bulwark Sword is an option. Grand Crusader's Ring into a 1-cost With Bulwark Sword as well, yeah, there's a couple
Yeah.
different angles he could take here. I think we're most likely going to see the Grand Crusader's Ring not being banished until afterwards.
Mhm. Yeah, it definitely gets a little tricky, especially with that added reserve cost on Bulwark Sword. Allows situations where you could not balance Gildas otherwise to exist. So he's going to have to do a lot of figuring here, see exactly what the ideal play is. Looks like we're going to start by just attacking for 3 into that Banner Knight, like you said, very correctly, realizing that that is the biggest threat on the board and they do have to deal with it.
So Banner Knight adding so much damage, like 1 damage to each weapon, 1 damage to each ally. It is very, very free. It's a little bit stronger than the Phalanx Captain in the setup because it applies to weapons and all allies, whereas Phalanx Captain is just human allies. I believe that's a 2-down for a Swift Recruit. So Swift Recruit's going to have Intercept available, and it's going to balance that Gildas again. So Gildas does have the potential to come in here for 4 damage.
And the pressure here is really mounting on the side of Ham. He did a great job navigating that turn from Girthos with that Lorraine Blademaster trigger and keeping a very superior board position. We'll see really what Girthos needs to find here is some of those powerful Crux cards to get him back into this game.
So it's nice that he does have the Intercept available instead of a Taunter, because he's able to, the attack declarations have to come out onto Tenora, so the Intercept is available for the Swift Recruit. It will give him a floating memory as well, which can let him, level up into the Tenoris level 2 easier, which does give him a little bit more damage. Girthos going to be taking out a Terrafring this turn. Wants to play very defensively. Does see that there are 4 allies on the board. A lot of potential damage for lethal with his Bulwark Sword. We can see a balanced Gildas fairly easily, knowing the Bulwark Sword is available. And then, the Banner Knight comes back.
That's huge. Yeah, second Banner Knight's going to make it a lot easier to do some damage here. But as you had said, the combination between Taunt and Intercept is going to mean that you really can't deal with a whole lot of this this board control here. So a lot of this damage is just going to have to go towards Tenoris. But this Terrafring will hopefully help slow down the crackback on the following turn.
So this goes into that conversation about health as a resource here. So Hamzar decides to use the Intercept immediately from the Dream Fairy into his Tenoris. So he doesn't take the 2 damage there, but he will take 2 damage from Dungeon Guide. Banner Knight is still available to attack for 1, putting him at 11.
And it's going to be 2 more damage from Lorraine swinging that Drawn Blade. I'm not sure how that Gildas was targeted there, as Tenora should have Taunt here, correct?
I believe so. Curious as to what the health states are now that Tenoris has Taunt. Hopefully it's recognized and a judge call's made, but we'll in a bit of a strange scenario right now.
We'll see if we can wind that back. We're still pretty close. That we should be able to fix the board state here as long as we catch it. That is, I would say, I think probably the thing that goes overlooked the most, even by myself, is the Tenoris Taunt. After the first 30 seconds of the following turn, I completely forget that it happened. So I can totally see that maybe the players had forgotten about that taunt there.
I believe it's coming through right now. I see our head judge in the feature match room. They may need to go back and rewind a little bit here.
Thankfully, not a whole lot has changed. That Intercept can still happen and be pretty impactful. It just means that Gildas is going to have to stay on board, and some more damage is going to go towards Tenoris.
I think they're deliberating how far they can go back and what the situation is here. Sadly, I believe Girthos' webcam is slipping a little bit. We're seeing a little bit less and less of his of his camera each time.
As he takes more damage, the camera tilts more away from the board. All right, so players just resolving that here. So it looks like it's been figured out. We just have to make sure we can get our life totals updated to see what the final standings are. It looks like that Gildas is going to survive, as she should.
Yeah, so the life totals are going to be correct to what we have them at. We assumed all damage would be going towards Tenoris due to the taunt.
Great.
And that puts Tenoris level 1 at 13. We are going to see a poison coating oil, which means Hamzar is going for lethal this turn.
Yeah, you can get that extra 2 power onto that Shimmercloak Assassin. If he can balance Gildas, that's going to be a whole lot of damage. He only has to deal 10 here.
So theoretically, you can deal quite a bit with Poison Coating Oil, but Poison Coating Oil rallied advanced even with the Even with the Grand Crusader's Ring, I believe is 1 short of the lethal combo.
But maybe that's good enough. Maybe he's comfortable putting his opponent to 1. There's not a whole lot of recover, if any, in this Lorraine deck, so any damage that is dealt is going to stick.
Yeah,
And,
only really just a Veiling Breeze to protect yourself with. Veiling Breeze,
right.
and then, like we said earlier, that sideboarded Cry for Help, but that won't be available this time.
Right. This Terraforming is going to come in huge here. It's going to make it a little bit harder for that lethal to be pushed. But if he wants to commit 1 large attack, he can use that Poison Coated Oil to make the most out of it. But we'll see that GCR finally cracked. Grand Crusader's Ring on banished draw card. Going to add a little bit of extra influence for him that he can use to pay for that Terraforming.
Interesting. So I believe 6 cards in hand. 6 total influence would be difficult to balance the Gildas.
Yeah, again, it gets so weird with
potentially could.
Terraforming, Bulwark Sword, Squirrels. So many interesting math problems here.
The hard part about going for lethal here is if you go for lethal and you don't hit it, you actually will just die.
Yeah.
You'll take too much damage. So clearing the board here is probably the most effective strategy. 2 down for the Bulwark Sword into the Banner Knight would be fantastic. Maybe you just play the rest down, right? The 2 more for the Shimmer Cloak to hit Dungeon Guide, and then 2 more for your Dream Fairy to hit the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah,
that's if the Hurricane Sweep comes out, you have the chance for Retaliate for 1 with Gildas, maybe.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that seems totally reasonable. I think we correctly identified just a turn ago that the Banner Knight was the problem. So that one definitely has to go. And then once you're already committing resources to deal with their board state, you might as well go all the way, right? And try to clean it up as much as you can.
Yeah, Terraformings are definitely one of those turns where you really have to think about where you need to go. Because everyone knows what they want to do, right? They want to find lethal. But a lot of the time it's difficult to find lethal because of Terraforming making it difficult to either balance or difficult to just get that. You oftentimes 1 card short of what you want.
Right. Yeah, very powerful card, especially in these aggressive ally-based mirror matches, as it were. It's really all about who has the superior board position and who can keep it for the longest, and Terraforming does a really great job about stopping that. We are going to see that Poison Coating Oil be popped onto Shimmercloak. Going to pay 2, see where this attack is going. Yeah, looks like it is going to eliminate that Banner Knight, so Banner Knight has been dealt with, unfortunately, at the cost of that Poison Coating Oil, and it looks like that's all she wrote. We're going to pass over to Girthos, and looks like Ham's kept up a couple of cards, maybe some interaction.
Pretty safe choice. Like, very, very safe choice to make.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't want to overcommit unless you're planning on clearing the whole board.
Right. See a couple of points.
2 damage to come in.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide and the Dream Fairy. Going to swing for 1 as well with the Drawn Blade. Putting out to 16. So a little risky. Is within a Ghost +1 range. Ghost of Pendragon being able to deal 3 damage there. Has 3 power and 4 life. Interesting that the Safeguard Amulet comes out. I'm not quite sure what that is for specifically.
It might be purely for Ghost of Pendragon, right? Just a 0-cost material deck card to bounce back with Ghosts so that you get to keep your Drawn Blade around.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. Nullifying Lantern doesn't help in any situation here. Prismatic Edge. I mean, Prismatic Edge definitely could have came out. If he wanted to pay the 2 for the Prismatic Edge to come out immediately, he could swing with it for 3.
Looks like players are just clearing up a discrepancy here before we continue on with the turn. Yeah, definitely a difficult spot to be in for both players. Really have to balance, like we had talked about earlier in the tournament, your life total is a resource. How much of that life can you afford to give? How much, do you have to commit to dealing with your opponent's board until you find that lethal line? You don't want to get too dead set on one way or the other, right? Like always trying to push damage leaves you vulnerable to their board state, or vice versa, right? Like spending too much time dealing with their threats means you're not presenting enough of a threat of your own. So we'll see where Girthos settles out here. We really haven't seen any of those very powerful Crux cards in this Crux deck yet.
And we've just seen the one that was banished so far. We've only seen the 1 Ascension banished. Spirit Blade Ascension, being able to return a sword to your material deck and then bring out another sword from either the banishment or your material deck. Not seeing any hard pressure here. 2 Banner Knights were pretty relevant, pretty useful. I believe we're gonna pass the turn here. Gertho's holding all the cards in hand.
Yeah, we see Ham looking at his material deck. So yeah, I believe it was just a pass, maybe holding up some interaction, some Veiling Breezes, perhaps. Maybe they did finally find those Spirit Blade Ascensions and are looking to do some fast speed Spirit Blade Ascending.
Sure, Cruxite Ascension combos can be very, very, very relevant here.
Right. Especially with the combination of Veiling Breeze, you can do all of that card draw and manipulation of your Prismatic Edge, and then use those cards that you paid to cast your Veiling Breeze to keep yourself safe from a deadly board state.
Yeah, being able to remove the influence, like we said earlier, removing the influence of a non-Crux win player is like really, really crippling to the matchup.
Yeah.
You're gonna see Tenoris level 2. Gonna be paying both of or 1 card for memory and using the Swift Recruit as floating memory. We lost 2 turns ago.
And this is gonna be a lot. You see that beautiful shirtless Tenoris 2B brought.
Oh, there was the rallied event. So he actually was holding potential lethal that turn without the Terrafring. The Tenoris level 2 does get +3 power this turn, so a heavy swing for 4 would hit for a ton. 2 down for a Bulwark Sword, swing for 6 to face is a lot. Puts the Lorraine slightly off lethal. I believe if he does pay the 2 for the Bulwark Sword, it will put him in balance mode for Gildas.
Yeah, I mean, even without balance, Bulwark Sword plus these allies on board is enough to present lethal, so Gerthos is going to have to flinch and cast something. It looks like that is the plan.
And Ascension's going to be really, really vital for him. Needs to unbalance that Gildas, but there's also there's 2 other allies on board that present 3 damage. So right now, Gerthos is in a place where without some form of damage reduction, whether it's a Zephyr into the Bulwark Sword or potentially a Veiling Breeze or 2 in hand, he's not going to be able to do enough damage or stop enough damage from coming in.
So we are going to see that Ascension. Going to pick up that Drawn Blade. So Spirit Blade Ascension sends a sword back to your material deck and gets another one in its place. So probably going to see Prismatic Edge here. Prismatic Edge on enter, both players reveal their memory, and for each element that is revealed between you and your opponent, you get an extra effect. In this case, obviously both players are playing Wind. The Wind effect does banish a card at random from your opponent's memory, if that is the plan we go for.
He might go for a Drawn Blade.
Perhaps,
there's a small chance he goes for a Drawn Blade.
Yeah, I mean,
and pulls the Drawn Blade Blackout to be able to draw another card and cycle into something that will keep him alive for another turn.
Yeah, like you said, if he doesn't have that piece of interaction, he might need to find it.
Yeah, so he's gonna do that. Right. He's gonna bring the Drawn Blade out.
Yeah.
Draw another card.
We'll
and hopefully have enough cards for a Veiling Breeze. I believe it's in 1 down for another Ascension. 1 down for favorable wins.
Yeah, so it's definitely looking like Veiling Breeze. He's just trying to put.
Yeah, he's just trying to put down as many cards as he can. So it's 3 down for Veiling Breeze. He's gonna have 3 cards.
He's going to take 3 from this Tenoris attack that's coming in for 6. That does protect him from most of the board. If we're balanced here, Gildas can come in for another 1 point of damage, but that's pretty far from lethal.
It is nice that he didn't get Prismatic, though. Not losing the influence is very valuable. Drawn Blade, I mean, especially if you didn't have the Veiling Breeze, right? You have to draw the card for the Veiling Breeze. But I think what Gerthos realizes, I need to put down more cards, and the only way for me to do this is to draw 1 from my Drawn Blade.
We're going to pass back over to Gerthos. Pretty low on influence here. Only those 3 cards that were revealed from the Veiling Breeze.
I believe it was a Dream Fairy, a Reclaim, and a Wind Rider Vanguard.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. We're going to see a Viridian Trinket get materialized here. Not doing a whole lot.
It's a rough place because Gerthos really needs to get a Ghost of Pendragon at this point. Cruxite would be helpful. Being able to play, 2 down for a Cruxite, being able to play that, use the additional cost to bring back a Spirit Blade Ascension from your graveyard, and then draw a card as well. So the self cycle from that is very, very beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs a little bit of gas here to present lethal. He only has to deal 9 damage, which is not unheard of, but
that's pretty hard though. Lost 2 Banner Knights and still haven't seen a Ghost of Pendragon yet.
Yeah, we're really looking for that namesake. Crux is fine. Ghost of Pendragon to save the day here.
Oh, he's gonna swing with his draw. That is interesting. So this is a bit of what feels like maybe a desperation play.
Yeah.
Needs
Come
to
across the
have enough
board.
damage to kill the Gildas to keep himself alive in the situation. Losing your drawn blade and actually swinging with it is generally something you don't want to be doing as the Crux setup. Oof, the big retaliate though from Gildas into face is pretty valuable. I believe I think it's unbalanced.
Yeah, I believe it was just one. I think it's 3 in hand, 2 in memory. It's pretty hard to tell with the black sleeves here on screen.
Yeah, so it's 3 or 4 in hand. So that'll put Girthos to 22.
And we're going to see a Zephyr targeting that Gildas to keep her on board. So he
Whoa.
spent, like you said, in sort of a act of desperation to deal with this Gildas, but it was not good enough. Zephyr's going to keep her safe. Just spelling pretty bad for Girthos here. It's looking fairly grim without one of those powerful Crux cards to bring him back into the game.
I think if Girthos doesn't have another Veiling Breeze or a Ghost of Pendragon right now, it's looking very, very over for him.
Right.
He's going to see 3 damage on board, not including the Gildas, and then 3 more damage from the Bulwark Sword. That's enough to present lethal right there. No Gildas included, and we're going to see 6 cards influence overall.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in. And you had mentioned a little bit earlier about the loss of influence being so crucial in these matchups, and that's really what we're seeing here. So many more cards available to Ham than we have on the side of Girthos, and he's really just behind the ball here.
The other thing worth mentioning is that 3 down for another Dream Fairy. Interesting.
It's good, but I don't think it's enough. Gonna bounce that Shimmer Cloak more than likely. Come in for 1. That also does, ironically, I believe, put Ham on 7 cards naturally in influence after his draw step, which is a very easy number for him to balance Gildas with.
And he has the ability to bring out an Ornamental Greatsword this turn too.
Right. So surely the Gildas, Greatsword, Dream Fairy, and just swinging this Bulwark Sword should be enough as long as.
Well, there's also no cards in hand for Girthos.
Right.
So if he's not able to, like, if Ham has lethal in hand, he needs any singular 3-cost card. Right. We can go those Attune the Winds. It can be, Scavenging Raccoons and a Squirrel. Like there are so many options in this situation. So Ornamental Greatsword is going to come out. Going to be giving the +1 to his Gildas. And he's calling it. Girthos is scooping, and he realizes that even with the reduced damage of taking away the Shimmer Cloak, that the Ornamental Greatsword balance there is going to be enough to kill.
Yeah, he sees the writing on the wall.
Moving on to game 2.
Gonna move on to game 2, see what these players have for their sideboards. The interesting thing about these sort of ally-based matchups is that a lot of the sideboards in the meta right now have been built to beat the slower decks. The ally decks have been an answer to these slower, more controlling decks, and so these sideboards are reflective of that. Means that not a whole lot is going to come in for either player. On the side of Girthos, there's 1 copy of Quicksilver Grail, 2 Blanche, 2 Morgan, all of which don't seem particularly impactful here. There's also those 3 copies of Cry for Help. How do you feel about Cry for Help here, Tyler?
Sorry, I just we got a little bit of a camera adjustment there.
Perfect.
Sadly, we got the camera adjustment in the wrong direction.
Oh no.
So things will be even harder to see in this situation.
Yeah, hopefully we can get them to put that back the other way.
Oh, there we go. He's got it.
Nice.
Awesome. Hopefully. Yeah. Okay, we can see a little bit more there. Okay, perfect. It's much better. Sorry, you're saying Cry for Help. I think in this matchup, Cry for Help probably not that useful.
Yeah, it's basically just protection against stuff like Heavy Swing, right? But it's not super impactful otherwise, and you really don't want to see that card for any other reason.
So the thing is, like, what do you take out for your Cry for Helps? If you're putting Cry for Help in here, what are you taking out?
Yeah, it's a pretty tight deck list. You could possibly see something like a reduction in the Veiling Breezes if you're not particularly worried about your life total, using your life total as a resource, as we've mentioned a couple of times.
But like Cry for Help is a card that helps you keep your life total, right? So if you're taking out life total reduction for life total reduction, it seems kind of redundant in that sense.
Right.
I feel like if you're gonna take anything out in this deck, it's either like 3 Academy Guides or maybe 3 Lurking Assailants or something. But it's just hard. I mean, there's a lot of cards in this deck that we didn't see last game. We didn't see Academy guides. We saw one dungeon guide. We didn't see any Hurricane sweeps. We saw no Phalanx captains. We saw no Ghost of Pendragon. So like there are a lot of things that are available here for Girthos that he just wasn't able to get, and it makes me think that maybe he just believes in most of what he already has.
Yeah, I think that the deck should be fairly favored in this sort of exchange when they get access to those Crux cards. We just, we saw that game that they just didn't really see very many of them.
It's also possible he takes out the Spirit Blade Ascensions for 3 Cry for Helps.
Yeah, maybe if he's looking to play a little bit lower to the ground, not worry so much about pushing all the way up to level 3 as fast, and he can sort of play that card advantage game.
Yeah, on the other side, we're probably going to see... We might see a Tithe Proclamation. I don't think it's super relevant to bring into this matchup. I could potentially see the Smoke Bombs coming out.
Yeah, I think Smoke Bombs is actually really huge here. It's great in these ally matchups, in these situations where there's a Gildas or some sort of relevant threat that you have on board that you're looking to protect. Smoke Bombs makes it very hard for an ally-based deck to deal with it, especially if they have to swing multiple allies or instances of damage into it. You can use that Smoke Bombs to sort of interrupt that flow.
Yeah, and even though we didn't see the Swift Recruits on Girthos' side, it is fairly popular in these wind-range decks where you're seeing the Crux mid-range allies focus. There's no Fairy Whispers, no Rally the Peasants, but we are seeing a lot of human allies in this situation. Phalanx Captain definitely can go online along with the Banner Knights.
So we are seeing the start of our next game, a couple of threats being deployed on the side of Ham into a Academy guide, which was hopefully going to stick around for a turn, but that would require Girthos to have some sort of interaction here, assumingly this balanced Gildas is going to be dealing with that Academy guide.
Most likely going to see a Zephyr.
Yeah.
So there is the Zephyr. The Zephyr will give him a free level up in this situation. So losing the card is worth it here, as you won't lose the card from the Lorraine.
Yeah, huge
and
play
you
in
do actually
tempo
remove
here.
the damage too, right? Like Balance
Right.
is not swinging you face for 4 is pretty relevant.
Yeah, so you traded the card for a card as you're going to get that free champion level up on your next turn. And yeah, exactly like you said, you saved yourself 4 life as well because that 4 damage from Gildas had to be sent towards an ally rather than, at your spirit. All right, we're going to pass back over to Girthos. Academy Guide's going to come back. Going to grab that level 1 Lorraine for free via that Academy Guide reduction effect.
Yeah, so Academy Guide allows you to materialize champions for 1 less. Fantastic 1 power, 3 life card you got there. And Wind Rider Vanguard coming back. We saw that one in the last game. The Vigor effect on it, very, very powerful.
Yep, and that's going to be used to take out one of these threats, or at least try. See a card going down from Ham. We're going to see a deflecting edge cast to save that Gildas from that extra 2 damage.
Yep, so Gildas has taken 1 damage so far. Will block 2 with the deflecting edge, and then has 1 banked, able to protect from the next attack. It looks like we're just going to be passing the turn there.
Yep, going to wake up, go to Recollection. Going to see that wake up from the Wind Rider Vanguard as well. And we'll see what Ham decides to materialize here. They're going to grab that Bulwark Sword, very similar to last game. Just a free materialize that also provides some pressure should they need it, and perhaps also provides a way for them to balance their Gildas with a little bit more of an awkward hand.
Big fan of the Bulwark Sword. Bulwark Sword,
Quite good.
very, very flexible usage sword.
Yeah.
Works very well in the Merlin decks. You can use it to flame sweep on level 2 Merlin for enough damage. You can even use it to flame sweep on level 1.
Yeah. Yeah, that 3 breakpoint is really really impactful. We are
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Whoa.
It's a big attune with the winds that is going to put a buff counter on Lurking Assailant and Gildas, also balancing Gildas. So Gildas is going to be coming in for a staggering 5 power right now.
I wonder if we're going to see in response to an attack declaration, Zephyr maybe on the Gildas. It would lose the buff counter in that situation. It would protect Girthos from the 5 damage.
Right.
We do see him picking up the cards immediately after the Attune the Winds. Makes you think there is some sort of interaction available for him.
Yeah, we are going to see that Lurking Assailant take care of the Windrider Vanguard. And we'll see where Gildas lands. She's going to try to deal 5 damage to Girthos. See if there's any interaction to be had.
Potentially to the Academy Guide as well. Academy Guide still
True.
being on the field does give value to Girthos. He does want to get to level 3 and get that Crux online as fast as possible. Wants to be in that Crux's fine state where he's able to play the Pendragon. Academy Guy. Oh, so he actually did take 5 to face here.
Yeah.
It looks like there is no kill point for the Academy Guy. Actually wants to just rush down and is paying 2 for the Bulwark Sword. So Bulwark Sword swing for 2 here.
And then a Squirrel coming in.
And a Squirrel.
Yeah, for 10 damage counters total, which is a lot. That is half of Lorraine's life total. But right you are that if Girthos decides to, he can...
Oh, so I think he played the last 2 damage from the Bulwark Sword plus the Woodland Squirrel to kill the Academy Guide.
Right.
And so that'll put him at 7 total. In response, Zephyr. So the second Zephyr of the game is going to get the Academy Guide alive. Will help him level up into Lorraine level 2. Ooh, has a Dungeon Guide banished, though. So must mean he has 2 Dungeon Guides available in this situation. Otherwise, that is a massive risk.
Do we see cards in hand on the side of Ham, or is this like potentially a massive Hurricane sweep here?
This is the largest Hurricane sweep into I scoop next game I've ever seen in my life.
So big. The Hurricane sweep here can be for 4. That clears just everything. Draws 3 cards.
Yeah, draws 3 cards, deals 4 damage to face as well. Would put Ham at 5 on the Spirit, which is a little risky. 1 more damage as well from the Academy Guide to come through. But he could just swing into the Lurking Assailant. Very, very simple buff counter kill for 4.
Yeah, I mean, even without...
Actually, he can't. That's for 3. My apologies. Yeah, so Lorraine Blademaster is just a +2 on turn.
Yeah, so you can use this Academy Guide to ping either the Assailant or the Gildas, and then use that extra 3 from the Lorraine Blademaster effect to kill whatever he decided to deal that first damage to, and also draw a card. Which looks like that's what he is planning to do here. So he's going to take care of that Gildas, draw a card. No huge Hurricane sweep game-ending moments, but still a pretty good turn for Girthos here.
You definitely have to be scared as Ham. You play all those cards. The Academy Guy who lives. You see the level 2 Lorraine, and you're thinking, "Oh my goodness, I gambled everything for a cleave." But nope, no heavy punishment in this time. Swift Recruit being dropped here. Good protection for that Academy Guide. Swift Recruit not protecting. Sorry, not for the Academy Guide, but for Lorraine. I guess realizing that most of the damage is going to come into the Academy Guide anyways, you might as well swing and take out that Squirrel. Don't want to deal with any Inspiring Calls, any extra Tune with the Winds.
Yeah, and just like that, the value generated this game from Academy Guide is really starting to show. Both players at equal cards in hand right now, but a bit of a scarier board on the side of Girthos. So that 3 power Lurking Assailant is going to be able to take out some of these threats, provided there is no interaction from Girthos. It can finally take out that Academy Guide before she gets too much value.
I'm not sure if it's relevant to take out the Academy Guide now. With where we're at, I feel like you just hold onto a Dungeon Guide, and you just Dungeon Guide to 3 after you've had your opponent hopefully expend more into the Academy Guide there. I believe Academy Guide has multi-typing of being an animal and a human, so it does get the effects of the Phalanx Captain. So just keeping it on board as a 1 power 3 life is honestly very, very valuable for Girthos, even if he's not using the effect anymore.
We are going to see that Academy Guide get dealt with.
Yeah, clearing board valuable. There's no real downside to kind of just maintaining board state for yourself, especially as a Wind Allies player.
Yeah, it's the name of the game, especially in matchups like this. Whoever is winning on board is winning the game. And you use resources in hand to do that, right? So we're going to see another Gildas deployed. I don't believe there's 3 in hand, though, so I think this is an attack for 1.
I believe there is 3 in hand due to the Grand Crusader's Ring.
Grand Crusader's Ring, yeah, bringing him back up to that magical 7. So yeah, you were exactly right. It's going to be 4 damage coming across to Girthos.
Interested to see whether or not Ham uses his Bulwark Sword to clear the Swift Recruit. An Imperial Recruit comes out. Interesting.
Just coming across for
1.
You know, Tyler, what's so interesting about these games is that they're both these ally decks that have a huge power spike when they see Gildas. And I believe in these 2 games we've seen 4 or 5 on the side of Ham, and I think none on Garthos' side.
I don't know if Garthos is running a guild. I don't think he is.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I think in a lot of the wind like mid-range Crux, most of them don't run Gildas because they don't. It's too difficult to balance once you unlock your Crux Online status. It's possible to balance it, but it's not as easy because a lot of the time once you reach level 3 and you're holding onto your extra cards, you're just holding onto interaction.
Right, right. We are definitely seeing the power of that card here, doing so much work. But once again, like last game, Garthos is going to try to get to level 3 as cleanly as he can. And then hopefully
your Vanguard comes out, which means he does not have the dungeon guide.
Yeah, not this turn at least. It looks like leaving 3 in hand. But he can use this to clear that pesky Gildas between either the Swift Recruit and the Wind Rider or that sword, but he probably wants to keep that sword around for potential Ghost of Pendragons.
It's a little risky if you swing into the Gildas because giving the Impure Recruit the Foster is actually like very good.
Yeah, he can choose if he wants to expend the sword here just to attack that Imperial Recruit for 1 to keep her from fostering.
I think we are going to see that.
And if he's not looking to get a Drawn Blade this game, he can just get back that Sword of Seeking with his Spirit Ruler trigger when he goes to level 3.
So I think the ideal setup is you do get the Sword of Seeking back. It has the 1 extra durability counter for value, and you can kind of keep it out there. You pull out your Drawn Blade naturally using a floating memory, in this case probably from the Swift Recruit, and then you use the Ascensions to kind of rotate it in and out of your deck.
Right.
Well, mainly back in, and then you pull it out naturally with different things. So you have Reclaim, as well as your favorable winds and the Swift Recruit. So if he is able to get to that point where he's unlocked and online, he'll be able to rotate pretty heavily. He'll have a lot of things for Ghost to bounce, so that he can just return them to the material deck, draw 2 cards with the on-enter trigger.
We do have a Mist Vigor trigger here. We should have that Wind Rider woken up at the end of Garthos' turn.
Surely the players will notice soon enough. It's not one of those like easily missed ones. Oftentimes, if someone says, "I'm going to attack your Wind Rider,"
you're like,
"Oh, right," be like, "Oh, pretty sure it's supposed to be Awake."
Right.
Very very popular.
There it is. Card. We found it.
The Poison Coating Oil. Oh, and Attune the Winds. God.
Every time I see this card cast, here, it's so good. Just turning this Lurking Assailant into a 4/5, making this Imperial Recruit just going to be a monster once she gets fostered. Truly.
Yeah, so something that interests me about this specific choice of materialization. So Poison Coating Oil in response here, instead of going into Tenoris level 1, is interesting to me because I feel like if you're going to attune your allies, you probably want to protect them with your Tenoris Taunt, right?
You might just be looking to push damage here. I believe if he were to pop the oil, he would be 2 points off lethal, which is pretty frightening. Looks like he's just going to use that Lurking to deal with the Wind Rider Vanguard. And probably, I would have to assume, he's going to use this Imperial Recruit to deal with that Swift Recruit, right?
I think since there's been no dungeon guide shown, it's probably better to Imperial Recruits attack 3 to face here, pushing Lorraine to 15. So Lorraine to 15 means that we can see 4 damage coming from the Lurking on the next turn, 3 more damage coming from the Imperial Recruit the next turn, which would be, what is that? 24 plus the Poison Coating Oil plus the Bulwark Sword is lethal. And that's assuming only 2 cards from your hand are played. So that doesn't factor in anything else that can be played. Rallied Advance, Heavy Swing. And we have a lot of things that can come in for a pretty big amount of damage here. So the Drawn Blade is coming out. It's going to be losing a card from him. So Garthos actually has some pretty unfortunate draws in this situation. He lost the 1 dungeon guide in his attempt to Zephyr his Academy guide, and I think that's probably what started a big portion of the bleeding here. Not being able to get into Crux is very, very detrimental for these mid-range decks. You need to be able to increase your influence. You need to be able to cycle and draw cards at a very fast rate. And Ghost of Pendragon is really the card that gives you the most board presence. Banner Knight, valuable, but when you're fighting someone who has like multiple Attune the Winds out, you need to be swinging for larger numbers. Oh, Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy's huge here. Going to reset that Lurking Assailant. not allow it to be recast.
And also loses the buff counters even if you were able
Right.
to bring it back.
Yeah, just dealing with the biggest threat. It also currently turns off that poison coating oil as there are no cards with stealth on Ham's side. So, wow, just a huge play here. She's going to come across for 1. Is that Imperial Recruit still not fostered?
I believe there's just no foster indication, like a die or anything,
Sure,
but
yeah.
it is fostered. They have been recording the damage correctly. It'd be interesting to see if smoke bombs came out here to put the poison coating oil online. I think that it would be a better play to use the Tenoris level 1 regardless for the rallied advance setup. So it looks like it actually isn't fostered yet. So before it was attacked from the sort of seeking the last durability counter on it. This turn it was the Dream Fairy. I thought actually the turn before it wasn't attacked. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, it's a little hard for us to tell here in the booth with the webcam games. It's a little bit unclear where damage is sent sometimes, but looks like we are going to deploy some more allies to the board here. But a much better position to be in this game for Girthos than it was last game. He's pretty high on influence. The board is a lot more controlled. He is still on the back foot. Definitely looks like the Tony deck is a little bit more aggressive. We did find a new holder for that poison coating oil in the form of Shimmercloak Assassin, having that natural stealth. It looks like finally this Swift Crew is going to have to be dealt with as she is woken up and ready to do some intercepting.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Ham decides to attack the Swift Recruit directly this turn with the Shimmercloak Assassin. If he does attack directly, he can stop the retaliation of 1 from the Swift Recruit onto the Imperial Recruit, which would let you foster. But it also denies the damage. So that's actually going to be, I think, 2 to
Very interesting. It looks like both attacks went to Lorraine.
Directly to Lorraine.
But were not intercepted.
Not intercepted.
Chose not to intercept, yeah.
Interesting. So maybe that means that Banner Knight is coming out this turn.
Yeah, that would be
have
huge.
more things on board, more presence.
Especially getting this Terrafring, which is a huge tempo swing if he pops it on Ham's turn and can deploy something like a Banner Knight. Oh, we're gonna see that Dungeon Guide instead. So that attack for 1 with the Drawn Blade will send it to Banish, and then Dungeon Guide here is going to bring out Lorraine, Spirit Ruler, and she's going to be able to get that Drawn Blade back and draw another card when it comes back into play.
Terrafring, absolutely fantastic in this situation. It's gonna be able to stem bleeding from another turn. So Crux Sight, I couldn't tell what the other card was, but we're gonna see the Drawn Blade come back with 4 durability counters. Gonna be able to draw for the Drawn Blade.
Yeah, absolutely massive turn here. It looks like it's all just going upstairs. Going to really rely on the back of that Terrafring, making it very hard for Ham to retaliate in kind and sort of deal with these.
Tenoris Taunt, very effective in this situation. Is going to have to pump all the damage into face. Not able to clear the board states.
Right.
Gonna banish the Terrafring in Recollection, even though materialization hasn't happened. Just wants to do it to make sure it's done.
Yeah, make sure he doesn't miss his opportunity. Both him and his opponent knew that was going to happen, so no secrets here. Just gonna try to lock down the board a little bit. We're gonna see that Ornamental Greatsword use the few attacks that Ham is going to get to make them a little bit more powerful.
I believe we're gonna see most likely 2 down. Imperial Recruit kills the Swift Recruit, and then potentially the Poison Coating. We might actually just see the Bulwark Sword Swing. Lots of different options here.
Yeah, both 3 power allies here. Terrafring really putting in work. This would have been a huge turn had he not had to pay for every one of his attacks that he declares.
Would have been nice if we saw Smoke Bombs here. Actually, this would be a great time to have Smoke Bombs. So Smoke Bombs onto the Swift Recruit lets you, because Smoke Bombs self-cycles too, right? It costs 1.
Yes.
one memory cost, but it also lets you draw a card. So if you were to give stealth to the Swift Recruit, it can no longer intercept. You can now attack with the Poison Coating Oil, Shimmercloak Assassin, pay 2, Rallied Advance, and do it again, essentially, if you have 7 cards in hand.
That'd be huge. And maybe, maybe that's what he's setting up for once he's out from under this Terrafring. Next turn is looking like maybe that could be the plan.
I believe we're seeing 2 damage again to face here. No intercepts, retaliate, etc.
Yeah, we keep coming back to that life as a resource, and Gertho's really taking that to heart, just choosing not to intercept with the Swift Recruit. Maybe, like you said, trying to rely on getting the extra value out of it with something like a Banner Knight.
A double Banner Knight would be a pretty big turn, and it's not an unrealistic cost amount either, or even just Ghost of Pendragon returning something from one of your Regalias to your material deck, draw 2, and then play a Banner Knight afterwards. There's a lot of damage that can come out on the board. Right. Suddenly your these 1 power 3 life cards and these 1 power 2 life cards become amped up really fast, right? Banner Knight gives each of them one power when they're attacking. Yeah, I've seen the power of 3 Banner Knights on the field.
I hope on your side and not the opponent's side.
Definitely not on my side. Definitely not on my side.
Yeah, I mean, Hamir is only Tenoris level 1, so yeah, like double Banner Knight, Ghost of Pendragon, any of these big, powerful plays that this deck has access to can really close that gap. 16 life is surprisingly not a unattainable number for this Wind Lorraine deck.
I think the ideal turn here is to play. It's 2 down for Ghost of Pendragon. You return the Safeguard Amulet, draw 2. You play a Banner Knight, and then you play 2 Phalanx Captains because it would be 1 cost and free, and you'd be swinging for complete lethal.
Christmas in April.
It's the perfect turn, but it's very, very hard to have it. So
starting
2 down for a Swift Recruit.
And any sort of force multiplier here would be great, like a Phalanx Captain or...
Interesting. So we're actually not going to see a lot of the damage that we thought we were going to see. Yeah. We're not going to see the Banner Knights. We're not going to see the Phalanx Captains. We're not going to see the Ghost of Pendragon. I truly wonder if this is actually a Crux deck.
Yeah, where are they? We've seen 1 or 2 cards banished to some level ups, but no other Crux cards.
It's 3 damage there. 2 Swift Recruits is valuable though. Having 2 Swift Recruits available means that Smoke Bombs can only deal with 1, so you will have to use some sort of damage regardless. 7 damage not being the easiest to put in, but if he is able to kill both of the Swift Recruits here, 1 Swift Recruit's going to be attacking, so we will. Smoke Bombs is online again. Smoke Bombs is an available situation here. Veiling Breeze could help protect Girthos, but he needs to be afraid of a Heavy Swing. Heavy Swing with Bulwark Sword here, with 7 card combo for 9 is a lot. Even with the Veiling Breeze, he's still going to get chipped for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, even if he doesn't get Smoke Bombs here, and he just uses one of his allies to deal with this Swift Recruit, and he does have that Heavy Swing, he's just dead, right?
Looks like he's also worth mentioning, we are now in overtime, so this is turn 0. Each of the players is going to have 2 turns available to them, or 5 minutes is the maximum amount of time.
We did see that Swift Recruit turn sideways and deal a damage.
With where we're at, though, Ham being up 1 win, it might actually be more valuable for him to level up to Tenoris 2, but for some reason he takes a Chalice of Blood, even though he is a level 1 champion at this point.
And he has 20 life and cannot crack the Chalice currently without being dead. We are going to see that poisoned coating oil be cracked onto that Shimmercloak Assassin.
So the banishment of poison coating oil does give a stealth unit +2 until end of turn, so Shimmercloak Assassin will be attacking for 4 damage here.
It's just like you said, we do have that Veiling Breeze. Going to be for 3 here, so Shimmercloak is dealing 1 damage, up to 22. And that does turn off the rest of the threats that Ham has on board, but that Heavy Swing, like you said, I think just comes in over that. And
if he has if he 7 cards in hand, if he Heavy Swings with a Bulwark Sword, it is exact lethal.
Yeah. Oh, we see a grip going down.
Oh, here it is. Heavy swing for 9. He's going to be able to reduce 3 damage only. Does he have another Veiling Breeze?
Yeah, we're doing the math here. 9 minus 3 is 6. 22 plus 6 is 28. Players are just figuring it out here, but I think you might have it. He only has one card in hand. Are there deflecting edges in the list?
There are no deflecting edges in
It
the list,
looks
and
like
I think he
not.
takes it. That's
Yeah.
it. What a fantastic finish
Ooh.
for the game in overtime. Heavy swing with the exact lethal 7-card combo. A little bit funny of a moment there with the Chalice of Blood. I wasn't quite sure what he was going for, but maybe it was just
Just
a
didn't
funny blow.
matter, right? He's
There was
like,
nothing.
I
Maybe there
got
was
it,
nothing else he could have materialized at that point besides the level up. And
Yeah, that might be the
I mean,
case.
Tenoris, it really brings the burst to that kind of deck, right? You don't have the opportunity with the cleave because of the lack of efficiency from class bonus for Hurricane Sweep, but being able to heavy swing for 6 plus the Bulwark Sword for 3 more is just a big burst of damage, right?
Yeah.
Failing Breeze only blocks 3, Deflecting Edge only blocks 3, Resolute Sand only blocks 3 in this situation. Well, Failing Breeze specifically in this situation, low influence can only block 3. But that was just a very clean showing at the end of the game.
Yeah, just really tight play, and that's what those sort of allies matchups really require, right? All of your decisions are super important. How you deal with your opponent's pressure and their threats is the name of the game. So, yeah, just huge burst potential from that Tenoris deck. Heavy Swing is quite a card.
Yeah, going back to it though, I think the biggest thing we saw was the overcommitment of protecting the Academy Guide. The 2 down for a Zephyr for the Academy Guide into the level up for what was Lorraine Blademaster, Lorraine level 2. We saw the banishment of the Dungeon Guide, and at that point, we thought maybe he's got another Dungeon Guide. It's totally safe, able to go to level 3 right away. But we didn't see that. We actually saw a stall of like 5, maybe 6 turns where Girthos wasn't going to Lorraine Spirit Ruler, and it was very crippling for him because he wasn't able to regain influence in the way that you want to be doing on these mid-range Crux decks.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that helps is putting Crux decks into your or Crux cards into your Crux deck, and apparently Girthos didn't get the message and didn't see any of his powerful Crux cards to sort of mount a comeback there, which is really what that Wind Crux deck wants to do. But yeah, just a tough place to be in. I thought there were some interesting decisions made with those Swift recruits, especially on that last turn. Not one, but both choosing to deal damage to their opponent seemed like a bit of a strange line to me, but maybe they just weren't accounting for the incredible amount of damage that Heavy Swing can provide. Because Failing Breeze for 3 is usually pretty safe, right, against these sort of ally decks, unless your ally opponent is stacking you for 9 damage.
I've just received confirmation that Chalice of Blood is because nothing else relevant at 0 cost was available.
Sure, yeah.
He did have the smoke bombs available to him, so he did bring that in from the sideboard, and just said, they were both the Swift recruits were rested, so there was no fear needing the smoke bombs, so he just went for it, right? And at that point, you have 1 card in hand. It's very unlikely you're going to see Deflecting Edge as the specific interaction in these wind mid-range Crux decks. You generally want to be holding more wind cards, less normal cards. And in this situation, in this specific match, it just wasn't there, right? Didn't have the Deflecting Edge, only had Reclaims, had Zephyrs, and Veiling Breeze.
Right. Yeah, really tight game. Good to see some allies today. It's our first real allies match of the day.
Yeah. It's a really long one too. Like Wind allies specifically in the mirror, especially when one of them is playing Crux, so the more defensive style allies, you really see a much longer game. When we see Lorraine versus Lorraine, neither of them playing Crux, the games will go pretty fast. And then vice versa, when we see the Tenoris and the Lorraine, oftentimes the game is slowed down a little bit naturally just due to the Tenoris taunt. So we do have stats from our one and only Super Mitch, but I believe we are going into pairings pretty quickly here, so I don't think we'll have time to talk about it this match. But actually, we have a couple minutes to probably talk about it if you wanna get into that.
Yeah, we can throw it up and talk about it a little bit, especially off of the back of that Tenoris game. The first thing that I noticed when we looked at our breakdown is that there's a lot of Tenoris players this weekend. Way more than normal. Looks like we do have our pairings for the next match. We're getting the Danger Moose playing Water Sander versus yet another, our third Rye of the day. So we're going to get a little bit more spell slinging.
We're moving to 2 people who are 3-0-1. We've had a lot of the so we have 4 players currently in the 4-0 category. Both of them have been on stream already. So we have Krios and Memphin X, and then Hamsor and Stevo.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be watching Danger Moose versus Edgy Games. Moose, everyone knows Moose. Moose, good guy.
Good guy, Moose.
Great guy. We're gonna have Moose on the Water Xander deck here. A good old. I mean, this is just straight net deck. It's a fantastic net deck. It's very good, and it really comes down to how well you can pilot it. And to see him at 3-0-1 means like he is successfully piloting the deck, right?
Yeah,
on the other side, we have Mr. Edgy Games. This is a good friend of mine from SoCal, Eddie. He's a fantastic Rye player. Absolutely destroyed me at day 2 regionals of US Nats.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's like one of the calculated, very, very, very calculated players. And I think that this will be a good match if you really enjoy watching Rye.
Yeah, I'm glad to see so much.
Into a water matchup. Rye specifically into the water matchup is much more interesting to watch because it's more interactive overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. Definitely going to be an interesting matchup, especially this water matchup, but a more aggressive deck, right? Like very akin to Christian's list from U.S. Nationals, sort of that allies shell that has the burst potential of the water cards in addition to Assassin giving you access to Poison Dagger. And yeah, the Rye deck looks pretty similar to the Fire Rye deck that we saw earlier today. I believe the only difference is I see one copy of Purge and Flames in the main deck, which I don't believe was in
also Serene Fire in the main. We have both Serene and regular Fire in the main.
Interesting, yeah. So the choice, depending on, do you assume that's going first, going second, or do you think it's a matchup thing?
It's a matchup thing. It's definitely a matchup thing. Versus faster matches, you probably want the Serene Fire.
Mm-hmm.
And versus aggro matches, the Serene Fire is pretty valuable to you as well. Being able to heal for 6 on the Lineage release is really, really nice. But also being able to find the Dungeon Guide faster. Being able to find the Dungeon Guide faster is really, really important to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you start a hand with all Crux, you're probably just going to lose the game against any aggressive focus. Like Moose here on the aggro Water Xander list would absolutely destroy him if he had 7 Arcane in hand.
Right. All right, so we see some players rolling some dice. I'm not sure exactly why we're rolling so many dice, but we're deciding who goes first. Big shout out to Grey Wolf.
Love me some Grey Wolf. Good old Silidar. Pride 2. Sadly, I'm level 1.
Me too. I'm level 0, actually. So we're going to see who's going first. We have Edgy Games on top, playing Rye, Danger Moose on the bottom, with that gorgeous Nia playmat. Really flexing on people. Ooh.
Oh, camera flip.
We've rotated.
This angle of Nia is interesting.
I'm a fan. Gotta say.
I'm a supporter.
All right. So, yeah, definitely an interesting matchup. It's going to go faster than maybe some would think. The water deck here is pretty aggressive, but they're going to try to keep any of that relevant interaction up to slow Ride down as much as possible, as Ride does not get hurt by much of the normal interaction stuff like Nullifying Lantern is not useful against Rye, so they're really going to have to be on the back of cards like Frostbind to keep him from going too crazy.
Something to note is these stickers you see on the spirits are actually made. They're community-made stickers of the April Fool's champions, actually.
Oh,
so that
cute.
That is Riley. It was made by, I can't remember the name of the person, but it was someone who I think they said they live in Singapore and they came back to visit family and they played in one of the SoCal regionals, the core TCG SoCal regional. So a lot of these people have these fantastically cute stickers.
Yeah.
Of Lawrence, Riley, was Sylvester and Xanderina. Absolutely fantastic things.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Oh my God, did it happen again? Every game? The Rye turn 0, Scry the Skies.
Yep, turn 0, Scry the Skies.
Every game.
Whoa, water player, 2 non-water cards coming out. So we're gonna see a Trained Sharpshooter and an Esteem Knight.
Yeah, the thing that I find really interesting about this water deck is the reason why they're playing exactly these 2 cards in 2 copies is for no other reason than for Dream Fairy equity. Like, you could play a 4 of either of them because they have no text, but I really love the 2-2 split to play around Dream Fairies.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's
Yeah.
just such a well-designed way to play the game.
Yeah.
Like
So we're
Grand
gonna see
Crusaders
that.
ring, first edition Grand Crusaders
Is
ring.
that a foil?
I don't think so,
I can't
but
tell.
maybe,
It
maybe,
looks shiny.
maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. So Eddie actually did ask me for my first Ed foil Tome of Sacred Lightning. So it's possible
Mm,
that he goes for the full flex deck.
that would be sweet. Gonna see what the plan is here. Looks like they're just counting out cards in hand, making some decisions.
I believe this is the material deck, actually. Strangely
Uh,
enough, the material deck is in solid color sleeves. Oh, Life Essence Amulet.
that might come
Interesting.
up.
Life Essence Amulet feels a little riskier into Rye specifically, but maybe not
Mhm.
because Fire Rye does have interaction with killing allies.
Right.
The downside to it though is that Life Essence Amulet is only available on to be used if it is not your turn. So
Yeah.
if you attack with any of these 2 power 3 lives, in response you see a Sparkle Light or something, you will
Mhm.
not be able to use Life Essence Amulet. You'd have to use it on the enemy's turn. Whoa, interesting.
So yeah, we are
Song of
going to see
Frost
that
coming out.
Song of Frost interaction with Resolute Stand. So since most times people cast Resolute Stand in response to the declaration of an attack, Song of Frost can end your own attack. But when you end the combat phase, as Song of Frost says, you do banish everything that is on the effect stack. So that includes cards like Resolute Stand, which allows you to get in with the rest of your team. So
I see
smart
8
plays from
damage
Moose,
here.
doing 8 damage already.
The Water Xander deck with currently no water cards on the field has the 2 trained sharpshooters and the esteemed knight.
One was cast. That's pretty good.
True, there was one cast.
Basically a water deck. We're gonna see level 1 Rye banishing a Advent of the Stormcaller. I feel like I've said that 3 or 4 times today already.
Yep. Level 1 Rye, banish some arcane card. Insert arcane card name here.
Whichever one is your favorite, as long as it's not Conduit of the Mad Mage.
No one plays Conduit of the Mad Mage. That's a good one.
That is a good one, but also not a spell, so feels bad.
That's a good one though. That's a good
That
one.
is a good one. All right. Don't know exactly what the plan is here. I believe we're still on Rye's turn, surveying our options. Yeah, this Life Essence Amulet might come into play if we see something like that one copy of Purging Flames come up. Of course, also playing Anger the Skies, but that's going to be a little bit later into the game. So maybe a heads up play by Moose, realizing that board wipes are going to be the way that his allies are removed. We are going to see. Can't quite tell what that is.
Peaceful
Is that
Reunion. It's a Peaceful Reunion.
Yes.
So no attack
Peaceful Reunion.
declarations will be available until the beginning of your next turn.
They're just going to
And
keep nice and safe.
you also need to banish Peaceful Reunion as part of the card's effect.
Yeah, to get away from any shenanigans of getting that card back. They currently don't exist, but they could in the future. They're
Good.
future proofing.
We just change all
Making
my
sure.
cards in graveyard to Crux and then Crux slate it.
Mm. So we're just going to pass back over to Moose. So we see this Poison Dagger come to play. The typical line here with this aggressive Water Sander deck is to get your Poison Dagger as it does come in rested. The following turn, you get your Scepter of Lumina, and then after that, you can combine the power of Poison Dagger with the Scepter of Lumina trigger to do a whole lot of damage, especially if you have something like a Dungeon Guide to just burst upwards of 10, 15 damage in one turn with that.
Yeah,
Powerful Scepter.
and against these Ryes, like in this Rye matchup, Rye generally doesn't run any form of Regalia removal.
Mhm.
You could occasionally see something like maybe a Disintegrate or maybe a Meltdown, but for the most part, like you really just want a lot of arcane cards. You want
Right.
a couple fire cards here and there, and it depends as well if you're playing, Spirit of Fire or Serene Fire. I think this game we did see the Spirit of Fire, not the
Mhm.
Serene Fire.
Yeah, definitely a linear deck, and it's trying to enact its game plan. But recently, they have included a lot of prevention effects. This deck is packing 4 Peace Reunions, 4 Resolute Stands, 2 Vanish Insights. So they're trying to stop you on that axis, but they don't have enough deck space to be able to run interaction with Regalia like Meltdowns usually.
I do like the idea, now that I've mentioned it, of a one of Disintegrate in your deck.
I do too. I love Disintegrate. Speak it into
Disintegrate is just a
existence.
good card, right? Like Disintegrate is efficiency based. You can destroy an ally or a Regalia, and I believe there's no limitation to the memory or reserve cost of those things. So you could just disintegrate like a Majestic Spirit. You could disintegrate anything, Temporal Spectrometer, like whatever you want.
Temporal Spectrometer, #1 target.
15 buff counters, disintegrate. Goodbye.
Speak it into existence. Tell these Rye players they should be running the one spicy Disintegrate. That is the way. And they'll know. They'll know. When Scepter of Lumina this game does 15 damage, edgy games will be like, yeah, if I ran that one Disintegrate, would have been fine.
Yeah, I mean, Scepter of Lumina, Poison Dagger, like so many options. Like this could be the turn where it's just over. Like if there's no Vanish from Sight in response here,
I'm just gonna see that resonance.
We do need we needed to level up, so it can actually be this turn. So he chose the Fire Resonance Bauble instead.
Maybe you go for the big brain play. There's no Vanish in sight because you realize your opponent's not level 1, and so they can't Poison Dagger you. Then you play your Spirit Dungeon Guide to pop your Poison Dagger and just steal the game out of nowhere.
I mean, it is possible to Dungeon Guide here.
We are going to see that Vanish though.
Yep, Vanish, very very safe choice to make here.
Vanish from sight, gonna protect.
The thing is, you want to use the Vanish from sight regardless, as long as you have it, right? You're one turn away from going into Rye level 3, and you can banish the 3 cards you put down from Vanish from sight. Vanish from sight specifically stating you can only use this during your opponent's recollection phase. Means that if you just hold all your cards, you want to go level 3, you can just Vanish from sight in their recollection, and you have 3 down available to banish. As a Rye, you want to get rid of all of your arcane or many of your arcane cards, maybe not all of them, so you can have the benefit of your level ups.
Yeah, it's an assassin card that feels like it was designed for decks like Rye and is really good exactly for that reason. We're going to see a Gildas deployed. Her State of Balance, not particularly important as she can't attack this turn. But man, this board is getting out of control. Any turn that Edgy Games here does not have a way to stop these attacks from coming in, it's going to be a lot of damage.
I wonder if Moose regrets the Life Essence Amulet at all. If he didn't go Life Essence Amulet, he could have went into Xander level 1 here.
Right.
But we do see the Vanish from sight, so he wouldn't pop the Poison Dagger in that situation.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the texture of the hand. Maybe he doesn't have any ways to fast level up, and so he's looking to find something like a Dungeon Guide before he commits to leveling up. But like I said,
did I miss something? Did he Frostbind the Vanish from sight? Because he swung with the Gildas and just played a Resolute Stand, so I think he has to have. I think he Frostbound the Vanish from sight. I think I just completely missed that.
Yeah, we might have looked right over that. Yeah, 1 damage is going to come in here.
He did deal 1 damage from the Gildas. So it's Frostbind onto the Vanish from sight. And then in response to the Gildas's damage, we saw a level 2 activation, alternate activation of Resolute Stand here. So Edgy Games will not be able to draw on his next turn. He'll have to skip the draw step. Well, he'll be able to draw if not from his draw step. Resolute Stand specifically tells you to skip the draw step if you play this with no cost activation. Yeah,
so thankfully for Edgy Games, he had that second piece of interaction, but that was almost really scary. He was going to be taking a lot of damage there after that Vanish from sight did not resolve.
I mean, if he didn't have the Resolute Stand, the Poison Dagger would probably come in for lethal here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if provided that Dangerous.
Sorry, my apologies. He's level 0. I keep forgetting he's level 0.
Hey, that level 0 Dungeon Guide is looking pretty hot.
True. I mean, he has a lot of damage on board anyways, though. No Resolute Stand.
So much.
It puts him at 10, so it puts him at 18 total. He's 4 off death.
Yeah.
At that point, you just Scepter, Dungeon Guide.
Right. That might be the plan anyways. He's already taken so much damage now that the Scepter, Dungeon Guide, Poison Dagger is looking really frightening. Provided that we can find this.
Or even like Poison Dagger, Dungeon Guide.
He's going to get that Chalice in anticipation that he's probably going to take a lot of damage next turn. And assumingly we're going to see a Dungeon Guide here from Rye. I'm not sure if that was a pass here. Yeah, looks like it was. So no dice for dungeon guides, but looks like Edgy Games here might have some interaction, vanish from sight, something like that. We're going to see that scepter. Banishing a card at random. To start putting the pressure on. So as soon as next turn, or even this turn, if dungeon guides are available, and start taking advantage of that Poison Dagger, Scepter of Lumina
Is
combo.
that a freezing hail?
That was banished?
I can't tell.
I can't tell either.
I will load the player cam individually. That is a Frostborn Paladin.
Gotcha. They're all blue, and they all have swirly ice on them. It's very hard to tell sometimes. All right, so it looks like we went through Recollection Step. There was no Vanish from Sight.
No interaction left available, but that's a Chalice of Blood looking mighty tasty.
True.
Chalice of Blood basically says banish this card, draw 2 cards. Only activate this if your champion has 20 or more damage counters. Be very, very scary for Rye level 2 to have 20 damage counters.
Yeah, 2 life away, but maybe we'll get there. It's looking like a lot of damage on board. I think any sort of like dungeon guide here would just end the game with the combination of Scepter, Poison Dagger, and these 4 allies currently on board. We see Moose just mathing that out, I believe. Checking the graveyard.
How many cards does he have in hand? 6?
Moose looks like 6, yeah.
No Gildus Balance, unfortunate.
No Gildus Balance. See what they can get done. All right. Wow, we are going to see that dungeon guide. So this is the plan. So
whoa, it's happening.
Yeah, so you're going to see this dungeon guide going to level up, and you're going to see an interesting interaction here from Moose, where he is going to become Xander level 1. Scepter of Lumina is then going to trigger and go onto the effects stack. As the turn player, he can hold his opportunity to activate his Poison Dagger now that he is an assassin and get that class bonus. Looks like he doesn't do that, just goes for the straight 4 damage.
Gonna take his Glimpse 2.
I mean, I think it should be enough no matter what here. He's attacking for so much damage.
It's possible the Chalice of Blood interaction lets him draw into interaction. So draw into a Resolute Stand. Oh, he played Resolute pre-Recollection.
Ah, got it. Yeah, so we must we missed that there. These players are moving so fast that we didn't see that the Resolute Stand had been played pre-rec. So an interesting play.
I don't know if that was this turn. I really don't know if that was this turn. I think that was the last turn that it was played pre-Recollection.
Yeah, definitely interesting here. We'll see how the attacks shape out, and that should give us the context that we need.
There are a lot of things on the board right now, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the play here. Because there's easily enough damage for kill if there's no Resolute Stand, but I think the Resolute Stand was played.
I mean, even even without the Poison Dagger, I think without a Resolute Stand, this is enough, right? Or it's 1 shy if you don't pop your Poison Dagger. But we'll see if we are protected resolutely or not. Yeah, so it looks like it looks like
the Resolute Stand did come in, so he's gonna pass turn.
He's gonna hard level up to 3. Looks like 2 dungeon guides and a arcane sight were banished.
Yeah, most likely. So I think what
CSR.
Moose is doing here is he wanted to level up, hoping that it was enough health to survive for next turn lethal.
Yeah, +4, but like 4 doesn't help you from double blast. It's not particularly out of range of most.
Oh, here we go. The solitaire has begun.
Solitaire has begun, so he's just not even going to mark the enlightenment counters. Just careful study. Make 6 enlightenment counters because this is the first spell that he has activated this turn. He's going to cash that in for 2 cards immediately. All right. Doing some math here. Yeah, it looks like it was draw 2 off that careful study, but didn't find exactly what he was looking for, so he's just going to ship
Whoa.
it back over.
Sword of Seeking.
Sword of Seeking is 1 extra damage.
Sword of Seeking is 1 extra damage. Okay, so
And
what I'm interested in now is, does that mean he potentially has a Dungeon Guide in hand in case there was a banish for? No.
no, I
No
mean,
way.
yeah, if he has a Dungeon Guide here, he's protected even through another Resolute stand, but the 2 cards in the hand of Edgy Games were drawn off the top with Careful Study, and then they passed. So he would have to have the miracle draw of another Resolute stand and not just die to
All
ally.
right, here we go. Poison Daggers popped. It's time to count, baby.
Even cut for 4.
For 5?
For 5 with that
Sword of Seeking?
Sword of Seeking. You're right. 5 damage. How's that sound?
Oh man. Putting him to 19 is fantastic in this situation. Chalice of Blood.
Yeah.
Getting denied in this case.
Then you can just come across for... I guess you do have to attack him twice, though, no matter what. Yeah. So he will get that Chalice value. And if he draws a Resolute stand, actually, it's huge, right?
You can also draw a Spell Shield Arcane, but it will only stop 1 set of interest. So
Gildas is balanced?
Yeah, so balanced Gildas will swing for 4 here, plus the 1.
Yeah.
So Resolute Stand.
So he found a Resolute stand, which is pretty huge. But he's still going to take 2 here, right?
No, he's only going to take 1. So the way it works is, right? If I recall correctly, the Poison Dagger replicates the same damage type. And it should be just 1 separate, no?
No, I believe it just, it's a replacement effect.
Does it just take 1 extra?
In addition, yeah. It's instead to take +1 damage on Poison Dagger. So he does get that 2 damage.
Oh, yeah, it just takes damage +1. Yeah, damage, just damage +1. So we'll go to 21. Chalice of Blood is available. Nothing else will be available for Chill, though.
But yeah, this is actually huge, right? Like, he gets his Chalice, he gets his turn, the Poison Dagger is gone. I mean, like, obviously, a level up next turn is very threatening, but he does get his full turn and 2 extra cards. Like, kind of massive.
It puts him in the position where now he has to take out a Safeguard Amulet. So Edgy Games has to bring out the Safeguard Amulet, right? If not, the Scepter is still available for the kill. On the other side, what Danger Moose could have done is pre-recollection, 5 down, banish the Scepter of Lumina and draw 2 to see if he had enough cards with lethal. Because if he had drawn like another Frostbind, for example, he actually could have taken just a full kill here, right? You deny the Resolute stand, and then you just pump face. But so it's hard to make the decision on what you want.
Where it looks like he didn't materialize for the turn? We're just on his turn now? He's cracked his Chalice?
I think it's end step.
Opponent's end step? Casting Arcane Sight? Very interesting. Yeah, so
I think he wanted to do it in end step to get the Enlightenment counter specifically.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, for Power Overwhelming, but he banished the Power Overwhelming for his Tome of Knowledge.
So, yeah, no draw step because he cast a Resolute using its alternate cost. And he's going to put down
for a Scry. Okay, here we go. The combo chance. The combo chance does exist here.
Combo chance is here. He really doesn't need a whole lot. Xander's only level 1, so as long as he can get to that magical Arcane Blast number, a couple of blasts, a blast and a fireball, he just needs to add some influence.
Blast and a fireball or 2 Arcane Blasts is enough to take it, essentially.
And that's a good way. I mean, if he finds 2 blasts...
because the other thing is what he does is he just uses Tome of Sacred Lightning, right? So you activate Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish your Tome of Knowledge.
Right.
Or, sorry, you banish the card in your memory. To draw a card, which will give you 1 more level in most cases. Then you banish the tome, draw another card, and from there, whatever you scryed, 2 Arcane Blasts should kill if he has the level counters.
So yeah, he needs 2 blasts. I believe he's only 1 card in hand, so I think he would be 1 short of Blast Fireball, unless he can find a Careful Study. Careful Study, Blast Fireball does it. 2 Blast does it.
Just gonna say, shout out to Shinja. I can't wait until I can see every card on the field because of the high quality cam and the lighting when we do this at Worlds. So I know exactly how many level counters Rai has, and I don't have to sit here thinking, I wonder if he has lethal.
It is truly a treat. It is very, very nice. And
I take it for granted. Take it for granted. Webcam, we do what we can. Shinja, W. This is a W.
All right, let's see what he's got. Did he find the secret sauce? It looks like he's putting 3 on top, Tyler. This might be it.
3 on top is a double arcane blast. It's probably a careful study.
Yeah, careful study blast
Or
fireball,
it's
right?
actually it's something random that he doesn't need.
Oh,
It's
true.
any random arcane card that he can banish.
Yeah. He's gonna crack that tome, draw a card. Didn't even get the tome of
No,
Sacred
no.
Lightning.
So he banishes
okay.
the book
Okay,
to bring out the Tome of Sacred Lightning.
Yeah.
Rests the book to use the effect of banishing 1 card at random from his memory.
Yeah.
And then he'll use the inherited effect to banish to draw.
Yeah. And he'll get those 2 cards, and if they're both blasts, that's all she
Oh,
wrote.
increasing danger. Interesting.
1.
So just does it because he needs the card draw.
Oh, Arcane Sight.
Okay.
That works too. Yeah, he might not have enough levels. We don't know what level he is.
Oh, no, another Arcane Sight. Okay.
Yeah. He might need those for the levels. We can't tell the
This
color
is
of the
looking
dice.
very spicy. So at minimum we're level 10 right now because he has 2 die on there. So he's got 6 on 1 and then the level 3 base and then another die. So he's probably level 10 or higher at this point.
11 is the magic number.
11 gives 11 with the book. But if he banishes the book, he loses the level.
Oh, yeah, true.
So does he need it for the card?
Blast number
Arcane
1.
Blast.
11U. And now he can banish with the book, go down to level 10, but he has 1 card in hand, so he can pay 1.
Draw the card, and then pay 1 and Arcane Blast again.
Oh, put the card back on top. Oh, he's explaining how the inherited effect of the book works.
Yeah, of the book works.
Yeah. Draw that card, and if it's blast, level 10, pay 1, blast you.
Oh, holy. So that's going to be a careful study, I think.
Yep, go up to 7, draw a card.
What does that put him at?
Draw 1 more card. Now he has a fireball. Now he has influence for fireball. So many ways that he can close out this game. Such an interesting deck to pilot this
Erratic
deck.
Bolt. Increasing danger.
No.
Wait, what? Increasing danger for the Arcane Blast?
Yeah,
doesn't have it?
Yeah, because after those top 3 cards.
Oh no, he doesn't have it. He actually just couldn't get it. That's how many cards away is he? Voltaic Sphere, Anger the Skies, another increasing danger. He was pretty far from it, so he just there wasn't any chance he was gonna get it. Had us on the edge of our seats though. I really thought that Scry he was gonna have it, but I guess sometimes you just don't high roll.
Right. Well, yeah, he put 3 on top, right? So after those top 3 cards were dealt with, he was just drawing blanks, right? So
just drawing
increasing danger. Hope I draw an Arcane Blast.
Yeah,
pretty.
True. I mean, the increasing danger worked. Yeah. I guess you have to, right? Like we saw the increasing danger was like, okay, he doesn't have lethal.
Yeah, I mean, if he draws Blast, it gets the job done, right?
Yep. You gotta just keep going until you get there.
Super
close. Game 1 going for Danger Moose. Taking that with the Wazaa. Whoa.
Just lots of pressure. That's what this water deck provides. Just
there was so much pressure. All right, let's talk about sideboards. Yeah. Talk about sideboards. So on Moose's side, what do you think's coming in?
So Moose has a couple of copies of Gawain. I don't know if he necessarily wants to bring those in. He could. If the Rye player happens to put down any of their important arcane cards, you will get to steal them, but usually they're putting down cards that they want to banish anyways. It might be able to stop them from leveling up if they do something like that. Vanish from sight in Recollection, put exactly 3 cards down, then Gawain stops them from leveling up to 3, so something like that.
The hard part with Gawain in that situation is you need to be level 2.
Right.
Because Gawain doesn't have True Sight, I believe, until level 2.
Yeah, through the Vanish from Sight. Yeah, it's only at level 2. The safeguard obviously
most of these Water Xander players are not going level 2. Unless they're getting a kill from leveling up into 2 specifically.
Right. Yeah, I assume we'll see the safeguard. We might see the Quicksilver for that safeguard. Gives him a little bit of protection. Face down information, which is good when you make Rye go for it, but I would assume it would just be the safeguard coming in. Or like a Nullifying Lantern. What about on the side of Edgy Games?
Okay, so a couple things in here that we could see. So he does have 2 Exercise Curse, Pure into Mana, Serum of Wisdom, Vanish from Sight, and Erratic Bolt. Vanish from Sight most definitely coming in.
Sure.
We're gonna see the Vanish from Sight in. We might see the Erratic Bolt in because it does help deal with the ally matchup. But he does have a Purge in Flames to Anger the Skies. Here into Mana is most likely coming in, and I think we might also see the Serene Wisdom. We could see 4 cards in. If we do, it's hard to say what it's for, because increasing danger is so valuable in the water matchup. Like, being able to outpace them by getting more cards is really helpful.
Mm-hmm.
He might be willing to cut out, 1 Power Overwhelming, 1 Advent of the Stormcaller, 1 Spell Shield Arcane, but it is a little bit risky. I think the cards we were more likely to see will be Vanish from Sight and the Serum from Wisdom. I think 2 in makes a lot more sense than other things.
Yeah, I think definitely those 2. And yeah, it's a delicate dance with how many arcane cards you want to take out of this deck, because you do need a sort of volume of these arcane cards.
I also think
that
Serene Fire might be the play in this game, just to have a little bit more health and a little bit faster of a dig.
Yeah, with it in the main deck, I was a little surprised to not see it game 1, so I wonder if we'll see it game 2, assumingly Edgy Games is going to be going second, so it also doesn't hurt you as much because you will get that first draw step. So yeah, I think you're right. I assume we'll see a Serene come into play here. But yeah, players are shuffling up, and we very much assume that Danger Moose will be going first. Getting the first materialization is really impactful in these race matchups where you need to get as much pressure as possible before Rai has the opportunity to hit level 3. Maybe deploy a couple of threats. The nice thing about these aggressive decks into something like Rai is that he is fairly single target removal light, so you get to deploy allies and not necessarily worry about them dying immediately.
Until you get Purge Inflamed.
Right. Until you get
Anger Disguised. There's a lot of answers that people just traditionally don't play, but are very good for what's out there right now.
Yeah, I think the Purge is huge. I know so many people that'll play this matchup that will play around Anger, knowing that once he hits Arcane, he will have access to a board wipe, but having that 1 spicy Purge in Flames means that if you just happen to have enough influence and you're like level 2 and you pay 6 for your Purge in Flames, you can really pull one over on some people that were not expecting a board wipe so early. All right, so players are getting set up. And we will see a Spirit of Water. No?
Oh, it's possible that Mr. Edgy Games here is looking to go first.
Yeah, so it looks like Edgy Games.
So he's going to go first without the Serene Spirit.
Right.
Okay. He does want the extra card draw.
Yeah. He's going to go first. Take a look. Look for hopefully copies of like Increasing Danger. It's really good on turn 1. If he
turn
kept
1 Increasing Danger. Turn 1 carrots.
Looks like just a pass back. Maybe doing some shocking and creative things on his opponent's turn.
There it is, Increasing Danger. The value.
Value established.
Yeah, so like we said before in other matchups, Increasing Danger on turn 1 is very valuable because each player will draw a card into their memory, and being the turn 2 player, you skip your Recollection step. You immediately move to draw step.
So that is just going to sit in his memory for a turn now. Going to draw 7, and the 8th one for turn is Danger Moose. And 8 is a pretty interesting number for these aggressive allies decks, where most of your threats are going to be that 3 reserve cost 2/3. And so with 8 cards, you can deploy 2 of those, especially if you feel you don't need to hold up interaction, which is usually true for the first turn or 2 against Rai.
Mm-hmm. The other nice thing is, or the downside to that only, is that Gildas balancing is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
You can kind of fix that pretty easily, though, by materializing Scepter early on, because you will banish 1 from your memory, materialize that Scepter, and then move to basically have balanced Gildas range. As long as you have 6 cards in your memory and you move to your draw step, you'll have 7. Play any 3 reserve costs, 2 power, 3 life cards, and get that out.
Right.
Train Sharpshooter, classic.
Sharpshooter, Gildas at home.
Gildas at home.
And then we're
be interesting if could you imagine if someone just was playing Water Xander and just popped out a backstep and then you forgot that? It would be so unfortunate.
Oh, she's unfortunately class bonus. So.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people try that, and I'm like, that doesn't work. And they're like, wait, what?
Silly.
You like the Korhazi Trapper here. Korhazi Trapper on enter gives you a preparation counter. If you choose to rest Korhazi Trapper, you can give target unit -3 attack for the rest of the turn. In this case, it's just using it for the preparation counter on enter and then dealing damage with it.
Yeah, I think one of the cool parts about Korhazi Trapper, which in these matchups against the slower controlling decks, especially ones that don't play any attacks, usually is pretty bad, right? The prep counter doesn't do anything. You're never going to activate Korhazi Trapper. But the cool thing about the Water Sander deck specifically is you can actually utilize those prep counters for stuff like Thieving Cut to get extra value out of that prep counter that you weren't going to use otherwise.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a nice setup here.
We're going to see some shocking creative stuff.
Shock. I think Moose forgot to put those 3 cards into memory, but I think it's well known from Edgy Games here that he has played everything. Yeah. Oh, another creative shock.
Discarding creative shock.
Discarding creative shock to deal 2 damage to face.
Dude, you know that card has class bonus? Crazy.
It's I see it so much in every other class.
Right.
Whoa.
Crazy. Whoa.
What's a class bonus?
What's a class bonus? Damage?
I just use my cards. I mean, what's a class bonus and what's an element? I just use cards for their life and damage totals.
I play normal Sylvie, so I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm here for my trained sharpshooter, Esteem Knight when I'm playing Diana, and I'm Whoa, Quicksilver Grail comes out.
So we are gonna see that QSG. Curious what's gonna be under it. Maybe a Safeguard Amulet?
No, surely it's Dagger. He's up a game.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Surely it's a Dagger.
Yeah, get that extra value from it coming in rested at the end of your opponent's turn. You wake it up on your turn. Just for a little extra speed here.
I believe Edgy Games has all cards down in... Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe everything was pre-recollection, all the creation.
Yeah, I believe it was shocking pre-recollection. We're going to see... Looks like this is a recollection Resolute Stand. Plays around cards like Song of Frost, which is very smart.
It also plays around the Frostmind, right? Because
he was all hands.
He had every single card in his memory on Danger Moose's side, so there was no availability for him to interact with that Resolute Stand.
Yeah, very smart play from Edgy Games here. Gonna move his Tony a little bit into frame.
I blinked for a second, and I genuinely thought he played another trained sharpshooter, but we're gonna see the Gildas. So Gildas CSR, that art that you love, coming out here on Danger Moose's side.
Danger Moose with the flex.
Interesting fact about Gildas CSR is it has a completely different text. A flavor text is different.
Yeah. It also does more damage.
True. The more expensive your cards are, the more damage they deal. So inherently their power is exactly the same, but we get a bonus stat called emotional damage to deal to your opponent.
Psychic damage. Really helps you in game 3 specifically.
True. Your opponent is too captivated by your cards to make educated decisions.
Right. But like you mentioned, it is going to be hard for Gildas to be balanced here. It didn't matter for the Resolute Stand turn, but he is going to have to look to get something to reduce his influence, something like a Scepter next turn to be able to balance Gildas a little bit more easily. All right, we're going to see yet another, I believe, pre-rec Creative Shock. This time with the flavor.
Is that 3 creative shocks?
Yeah, I believe it was 3 shocks.
Well, 3 shocks and 1 increasing danger.
So smart play by Edgy here is it was cast Creative Shock, get the 3rd Enlightenment counter, spend that immediately before I resolve Creative Shock, so he has more options on what he wants to discard. Very smart. Gonna discard a
Spell Shield Arcane.
Spell Shield Arcane. I thought that was a water barrier because I can't see. I was like, that's not real.
There's no way he has the floating memory.
Dude, it has float. It's Mage Float.
Yeah, that would be a crazy moment. Actually, a crazy moment.
All right, we're gonna see some danger increasing here.
More carrots on the field. So, draw a card. Each player draws a card into their memory.
If only they were carrots.
Carrots ablaze.
And then
we're passing turn there.
Yeah, it looks like
All right. Do you think we see the vanish from sight?
I think we're seeing some Tristan's new outfit here for sure.
Love Tristan's new outfit. Woo, Scepter.
Yep. So we're gonna see that Scepter to reduce
Scepter
influence.
Dungeon Guy turn?
Well, maybe. I assumed it was just to turn on Gildas a little bit easier, but we will see. Gonna lose a Morgan CSR. They had to show the camera. Thanks, Moose.
Appreciate that. Emotional damage to the casters as well.
Dealt. I'm emotionally damaged. That is true. Pre-rec. Sight vanishing from Kidu.
Love Tristan. Oh, Resolute Stand.
No.
You're wrong.
It's Lancelot instead.
Oh, he does have the cards available to play a Frostbind, but he's not going to be playing it.
Hello, Lancelot on screen for anybody who does not know what Lancelot does.
Yeah, so Lancelot, the Goliath of Asa, is a 4 reserve cost, unique ally, guardian, warrior, human, hindered, which means he enters the field rested. But
and he has a CSR as well.
Does get +2 life, which will give him 2 power, 5 life. And on attack, you may pay 3 reserve. And if you do, Lancelot gets +3 power until the end of turn.
That seems
very, 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 very cool card to have. But sadly, not very useful in this matchup.
This is peak commentary right here. We're going to see it esteemed knight. Gildas at Home's brother deployed. Going to not turn on balance. I believe he's still 1 card up. I think he's 4 in hand. Again, doesn't matter. We're under Resolute Stand, so nobody's getting in this turn. So the next one, I promise, is going to be Xander level 1.
Yeah, something interesting that's worth mentioning here is Edgy Games has not materialized a Viridian Protective Trinket. I actually don't think he has one. I need to double check on that really quick. But this means that Danger Moose holding 4 cards in hand. Frostbind. Frostbind is
going to be brutal. He's going down some influence too here. He's leveling up.
Not have a Viridian Trinket in his deck at all.
Yeah, we're leveling up the old-fashioned way here, and that's going to leave Edgy Games with like 2, 3 influence, which is going to make Frostbind really, really scary. They were just rolling for some more cards to be banished. I believe it's 1 more after this.
Water Barrier.
Water Barrier. Floating Memory did its job.
Arcane Water Barrier. Love it. Just like Arcane Ari.
Arcane Ari. Here she is.
We are going to see the Spell Shield Astra is going to be banished. not to confuse the viewers too much with our incessant trolling. It is the key coin moment of GA to pull up the Spell Shield Wind on a fire deck.
Tyler, you're still trolling. You said Spell Shield Astra. It's not even that one.
Oh, did I actually say Spell Shield Astra? That's crazy. Oh, my bad. My bad.
Prismatic Sanctuary making an appearance here.
Yeah, Prismatic Sanctuary allowing the unlock of all elements for us.
All right, let's see what we're going to do. Like we said, I think it's 4 influence here. So Frostbind is going to be real scary. No Frostbinds, please. Thinking about how badly he will lose the game if his opponent has a Frostbind. All signs point to yes.
All signs point to yes. The Scepter of Luna.
Do it anyway? That's true.
The classic.
She's running the game right now.
True. Big fan of the Lunette.
Me too.
Lunette art, just in general. Lunette art, fantastic.
My first love before I moved on.
We're going to have some interesting graphics for you guys in between the next rounds.
Yeah. We have the graphics flowing in from Mr. Marketplace himself. It's like just doing some Rye math. And some not so happy expressions made with their hands. A tough place to be in. Life totals are pretty healthy. So he might not die immediately.
Healthy until the Poison Dagger Scepter Double Dungeon guy comes out.
Yep, no, exactly true. that is right. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see that QSG popped at the end of this turn and reveal a hidden Poison Dagger. Gonna draw a card off his Enlightened counters.
I think it really just depends on how many cards are in the hand of of edgy games by the end of the turn. If he has
Right.
one card in hand, Danger Boost may not do it because of
Mhm.
because of the Resolute Stand being available. But he's played 2 Resolute Stands. You could gamble on the fact that he doesn't have a third one yet. He's only
True.
been through maybe a third of his deck, maybe a little more than a third, maybe half.
All right, so we're seeing. Oh wow, casting an Arcane Blast. See that high enough
Yeah.
for level? Yeah, he must be right. He leveled up the old-fashioned way. So he's just paying
Oh,
2. He's level 9. Arcane Blast you. Draw some cards. Pass the turn. That's only 3 cards in hand, so he can't cast a Vanish from Sight. He can cast a Resolute Stand for its alternate cost and pay for the Frostbind.
yeah, up to 2 Resolute Stands as well.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see the level up? So the level up would be nice because it does balance the Gildas.
Right.
End step, we're gonna see.
Instead, fracturize my QSG, hold
Oh,
opportunity, crack my QSG.
yup. Banish the Quicksilver Grill. Play the card that's banished face down underneath it, giving yourself the floating memory to level up.
Yeah, and we assume it's a poison dagger, just like you said, Tyler. So we get that poison dagger, you level up, get all of the trinkets and baubles.
Moose showing he is not just a collector, but a pretty good player too. Knows the exact
Yeah.
lines, understands how things work, wants to get the value out of all of his cards. Doesn't want to banish something at random. Wants to use that fracturize.
Yeah, super smart play here. Yeah, we are going to see that. Ding, ding, ding. It is a poison dagger and a nice ornament poison dagger as well.
And we'll move to the beginning of Moose's turn. So wake up phase.
Wake
that
up.
dagger will wake up immediately. Benefit of having a Quicksilver Grail in this situation. I'm gonna see
A little
Xander
poison
level
goes
1
a long way.
banishing a fracturize.
Yeah, respond here. He's picking up his scepter to tell him how that works. I'm going to respond to my scepter trigger, deal you 1 damage with that poison dagger. Since he is now Xander, it's going to get that class bonus. So he's going to deal 1, then deal 5. Ooh, man.
Yep. And then now that the stack is resolved here, we need to make sure that we see the glimpse and the. Oh, I think he just realized he accidentally put the wrong card. Yeah, they put that card into his memory. Needs to get the glimpse 2 and the preparation counter before moving to his recollection. Whoa, okay. In response, we're gonna see the fireball.
Just the fireball you for lethal.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how much the level 1 damage can die there. So 9. He was level 9, so we saw the 2 down for the arcane blast, meaning he was level 9 in the situation. Yeah, exact lethal.
Super tempered play as well. So maybe he was thinking about what could be under that QSG, and if under that QSG it is something like a safeguard amulet, he might be in a bad way here, right? That would put him to exactly 18.
Yep.
So yeah, really smart play from Edgy Games here to fireball when he knows the coast is clear, but when his opponent still has most of their cards down in memory. And that's going to bring us to a spicy game 3. A little bit under 15 minutes on the clock, but these ones do go pretty quick, so they should be able to finish firmly in time.
Yeah, both these decks are pretty quick. I think the only time we really see like a very, very long turn is when the Rye starts glimpsing for 15, 16, whatever it is before the Advent of the Stormcaller comes out into Peer into Mana, Careful Study.
Yeah, just a little bit. Gone are the days of Reckless Conversion where they get to do that twice in the same turn. That 15-minute turn I took, what if I took another one right now? But Rye really showing his power this weekend. Bit of a sleeper deck, I feel like. Has not seen a whole lot of success in the ALC season, but he is seeing some success this weekend at Yeti Online Regionals.
Yeah, so we are currently in, I believe, the 5th round.
Yeah.
Wow, time flew by. We're in the 5th round already.
We're in the 5th round. 2 more to go. We're gonna start locking people in pretty close. It's usually around 6 or 7 that the undefeated start to breathe a little sigh of relief and realize that they can lock themselves into those top 16 standings. But The next two are going to be tight. We're going to see who shakes out on top. See how many of the players that we've watched today make it to the end to get that coveted Orb of Hubris promo, as well as very generous pricing from Yeti Games.
Yeah, shout out Yeti Games, fantastic pricing. Shout out Merlin's Marketplace for providing us with one of their absolutely wonderful mats. Also, the best trading server available if you're looking for, people to hang out with, people to talk to, or just looking for cards to trade, cards to buy, cards to sell. Make sure to check out their Discord. Also,
Amen.
check out Lineage Break. Fantastic podcast every week, Friday at noon Eastern.
Thanks. Yeah,
they also have a really cute Arsana mat out for sale right now. You can purchase that and pick it up at Worlds.
True. We still have some. I'm supposed to get them in the mail in a day or two and hold them in my hands and decide whether or not I want to give everyone that already paid for them their mat or just hoard them and drop off the face of the earth. So we're undecided on that one currently, but kidding, of course. All right, players are getting started. So we think Moose probably choosing to be on the play here since he lost game 2.
Yeah, unsure. Turn 2 is kind of nice on an allies deck into a level 3 deck because you get to swing immediately. You get to basically attack on turn 1.
Right.
And you get the extra card.
Yeah, maybe that's enough of an incentive to go second. We'll see.
Oh, interesting. That's a very similar cut to what I like to do, asking people to move the top 3 cards of their deck to the bottom. It's a Fairy Whispers cut. We're going to see 2 cards in this situation cut here.
Whispers cut.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Fairy Whispers cut. So you are right. We are going to see Moose going first here, sporting the Nia sleeves with the Nia deck box and the Nia mat. True. Respectable, though.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Nothing but the best.
Big fan of the Nia Mist Veiled Scout. Has a fantastic effect, too. Class bonus Stealth is a 1 power, 3 life card. On enter, you can look at your target opponent's memory and then choose any card name. The cards with the chosen name cost 1 more to play. Now, this applies to anything. You can use this on any card, regardless if it is shown. Whoa, Serene Fire's coming out, so we are going to see that on the turn 2 play. Sorry, like I was saying with Nia's effect, you can pick any material deck card, you can pick any main deck card, and it will cost 1 more of whatever the cost type it is. So if it's a memory type, like a Grand Crusader's Ring, that Grand Crusader's Ring now costs 1 if you want to materialize it, if you were a demon. And we're going to see Morgan. Not in CSR this time.
I don't know. I guess we did see her game 1, but I'm so surprised to see them this early, and it's going to actually be really impactful here because this game, EduGames did decide to get that Serene Spirit. So Moose at least now has the ability, should he want to, it's usually not something this deck does, but if he goes to level 2, he can turn off that Serene recover completely. So he can sort of decide when EduGames has to pop his Spirit, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Danger Moose just didn't have any other allies to play early on and just opted to get as many things as he could onto the board.
Yeah, get the beatdown started. A couple of 1 power allies is gonna start the plan off, at least. They those things do add up.
And the nice thing with Morgan being a 2 memory or a 2 reserve cost here is that she is able to be played on turn 1 when you only have 7 cards available to you.
Right. Yeah, underappreciated for sure. And she's gonna do some damage here. Really no way of ally removal aside from the board wipes available to Edgy Games, so they are going to continue to peck in time and time again. And once Moose is level 1, Morgan can just literally not be removed by this Ride deck.
Oh, Thieving Cut. Thieving Cut with that preparation counter.
Yeah, we're seeing what we talked about game 1, those extra preparation counters from Korazi Trapper being put to good use with Thieving Cut as early as, Spirit of Water, instead of having to wait till you get to Xander level 1 for that first prep counter.
And the nice thing with Thieving Cut, too, is it's not actually a class bonus required card. You just have to prepare it, and then it self-cycles. So that's going to be 3 damage coming in. So Resolute Stand immediately. Put it down. It's going to be kind of rough here.
Yeah, it's not bad. It stops the card draw. It stops the 3 damage. So a pretty good trade here for Rai.
Yeah, it's really nice. So the way the Thieving Cut works is on hit, Thieving Cut was prepared to draw a card. On hit requires you to actually deal combat damage. So in this
Mhm.
situation, 0 combat damage was dealt. I think Mr. Edgy Games materialized the wrong card. Materialized the Spirit of Fire when he was attempting to materialize his Rye level 1.
That would be pretty good. It says on enter draw 7 cards. So
Yeah, it's
I'd probably do that.
zero cost as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I do love that they are both in the material deck and haven't been sideboarded out. You do get the choice at the start of the game. So it looks like we are once again leveling up to Rye. Level 1, banishing Advent of the Stormcaller. Got level 1 Rye written right on it.
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
I do like Advent of the Stormcaller. Oh, we're going to pass turn.
Yep, just going to see a wake up, and maybe we see Tristan's new outfit.
Whoa.
We're going to get, wow, Xander level 1 early, so maybe he is valuing that Morgan level 2 ability, and he's looking to level up before he gets his Scepter of Lumina.
Losing in a Steam Knight.
Yeah.
Goodbye to our colorless copies.
Maybe he's just looking for the glimpse here, but definitely an interesting choice. Really dependent on your hand. The nice part about this Xander deck is it's very adaptable. You can sort of choose what your game plan is going to be dependent on what your hand looks like.
It's fantastic and really nice that you don't need to worry about the elements of your cards, right?
Right.
So many normal cards are relevant in this deck.
Right.
Because anything that deals combat damage is just nice. It's nice to be able to just hit something for one more, and then one more again, and then one more again.
So there's another Thieving Cut here. That makes sense. He did want that extra prep counter from Xander level 1 so he can play this Thieving Cut.
There's another Resolute Stand in hand.
He's thinking about it.
He has to put 3 down though, because he's only level 1, so he can't activate Resolute Stand from alternate cost yet. There's going to be another Resolute Stand.
Rye looks insane when you draw 3 or 4 Resolute Stands every game.
Rye's insane when Lancelot is standing in front of him. Lancelot is just so spooky. It's large and handsome, and
he's large and handsome, and he really just makes me feel bad about myself, and then I run the other way. So
true.
Doing great.
I drop my knife trying to cut him, and it doesn't work.
All right, we're gonna see a level up to Rye Storm. Oh, nope, I lost it in my brain. Level 2 Rye.
It is level 2 Rye is Spellcrafter.
No, that's level 1.
Oh, it's Archmage.
Archmage. There we go. There it is. Thank you.
My bad. I had the names in the wrong order.
My brain just exploded. It's been a long day.
Is that a Voltaic Sphere and an Arcane Sight?
It's an Arcane Blast on top, which is really unfortunate.
Is that an Arcane Blast on top?
Yeah,
I'm just not used to that art, I think.
SP1 Arcane Blast, yeah. Which is pretty unfortunate for Edgy Games here, but it was a choice he made. He put those cards down. Maybe he's pretty low on arcane cards in hand because he did.
Maybe he's just not worried about losing a single Arcane Blast.
Yeah, that's
he knows
true.
that Xander doesn't go to a high level, right? So he can play it with a Fireball. It can play it with an erratic bolt. Like, he has options.
Yeah, that is something that this deck gets over something like the Wind Rye deck that we saw earlier today, is that you have way more damage spells in your deck with the addition of 4 Fireballs. Morgan comes in again.
I think with the Poison Dagger being played raw with no protection like a Quicksilver Grail, I think Danger Moose might have actually swapped back to a GCR.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's virtually no Regalia hate in the Rye deck, so you're pretty safe to put in a rested Poison Dagger. But we could really use some allies that have more than 1 power, instead of just this Korhazi Trapper and this Morgan going all the way. And especially with no Scepter, the level ups here are looking pretty dubious. You could level up to Deft Executor and grab back a Thieving Cut for a little bit more value, but without getting that Scepter damage, that feels pretty bad. We're going to get a Water Bauble here. GCR at home. Draw a card. Draw for turn.
I guess Baubles could actually be Grand Crusaders Ring at home. You know, when we're talking about Wayfinder's Map, though, that's a totally different effect. That's a lot better than you think it is.
Yeah. The Grand Crusader's Ring at home is a sign of respect for the baubles. The Grand Crusader's Ring at home is a sign of disrespect for Wayfinder's map. A Scry the Skies for 2. Gonna look at the top 2 cards, decide if he wants one. Glimpsing away. All right, putting one back on top. Getting that counter from Rye Archmage. Gonna pass the turn.
Morgan lives another turn, guys.
Yeah, we're really seeing a low pressure game from Moose.
I mean, okay, let's be honest. Something that's really good about Morgan in this situation and why Moose might have immediately gone to level 1 is you cannot kill Morgan with non-attack damage after your level 1. So she kind of just sits there for free.
Yeah, she cannot die. There's no cards in Edge of Game's deck that kill Morgan unless he has 3 Dungeon Guides in play.
True, 3 Dungeon Guides. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah. So he's not if he does choose, like if Moose chooses to go to level 2, then the Lineage Release of the Spirit is useless too.
Right. Yeah, sort of forces him to do it, which is really interesting. That like you say, I'm gonna go to level 2, and of course Edge of Games will respond, right, and recover 6 should he want to, but you could sort of force his hand and tell him when he has to hit that button.
Well, because he has to do it in response to the materialization, right? So
yeah.
there and you're just like, weird.
So it's like, do I want to keep fire cards or do I want to recover 6 right now? And
I think it's so funny watching Moose just chip 2 damage every single turn. We attack for 1, attack for 1. Finally seeing more than that. The 2 Resolute Stance did stop the thieving cuts before, but Moose is finally in a more commanding position now.
And Gildas at home is here to start dealing more than 1 damage with a single ally.
Ooh, we see end step Enlightenment counters usage for a draw card. We're going to see a Creative Shock.
That is both creative and shocking.
I do like Creative Shock.
With the class bonus, it's kind of nuts. Send it right at Morgan for reasons. Drawn 2, hopefully discarding a fire card. Probably just sending that to Xander's head.
Discarding a... I cannot tell what that is.
Another
Creative Shock.
Just like the other game. Xander. Grand Crusader's Ring non-foil. I can see it now, I think. Rough turn. Putting some down for a Dungeon Guide. All right. That one was pretty quick. He seems pretty confident about that.
4 cards in hand. He's asking about it for the Frostbind.
Frostbind
check.
check.
He wants to make him put 2 more down. I don't think it's worth it now. It's probably better to hold on to the Frostbind for the next available actions.
I believe he has 3 arcane cards in Banish right now. See if he gets a couple more. He does. That's a water barrier and a
water barrier and arcane blast.
There's 2 blasts down.
He knows he doesn't need the extra ones, right? There's so many other ways to kill. So Anger the Skies can kill, Purge and Flames can kill, Fireballs can kill, Erratic Bolt, Voltaic Sphere.
Gonna cash in that first careful study. Gotta be watchful of this Frostbind though. Make sure he always has 2 cards in hand.
Whoa, foil Scry.
Big Scry. Scry for 7?
Looking like
8.
Looking like 8. Yep.
Oh yeah, that tracks, yeah. Level 8. And there's a lot that does it here. Probably doesn't even need to go for the kill this turn. Although that Poison Dagger looming is pretty scary. 15 damage is not out
He just needs a board wipe. That's all he really needs here, right? Yeah, he's holding that Grand Crusader's Ring at the top so that at any point he can just pop the Grand Crusader's Ring, draw whatever card he didn't put into memory.
Mm-hmm. But I think he only has, what, 4 in hand? Yeah, so if he went for something like an Anger the Skies, it would just walk right into a Frostbind. He's gonna pass here. Maybe he has something like
Grand Crusader's
Vanish.
Ring into a Careful Study.
Oh yeah, true.
Into an Anger of the Skies.
Into an Anger this guy's would be sick.
Right, to see one more turn here for Danger Moose. He has one more turn to live. We'll see if he
Now
has the
he's
damage
getting
for it.
set
Ooh,
here.
gonna be
Recollection.
pulling out the Scepter. Dungeon Guide, level up, puts Edgy Games at 14. 16 if you pop the Poison Dagger and then get the +1 from the
Yeah.
Scepter.
Recollection step. Looks like we might see Tristan. Nope.
Oh, he said, "Go ahead."
Go ahead. Do your worst. And your worst is a lot of damage.
It is indeed a lot of damage. He needs to be careful though, because he wants to pop the dagger here. I believe he would want to do it immediately and hold a Frostbind, or maybe even 2 Frostbinds.
Just chipping in. Morgan
living. Does Morgan and Korhazi Trapper have each dealt 5 damage this game?
Yeah. They're really adding up. That's,
That's
10
a
altogether.
lot of value. Actually a ton of value.
And yeah, maybe you're right. He just holds up double Frostbind here, passes the turn, says, you can't kill me through that much interaction. Oh,
Gawain.
we are going to see Gawain make an appearance, try to steal one of those cards he put down into his memory.
If he plays into the Frostbind, he has to respond with everything. Ooh, Spell Shield.
Oh, interesting. A pretty low
One card in
value spell
hand.
shield.
He could Frostbind it. I think he's letting it resolve.
Yeah, he gets 1 whole enlightenment counter, 1 in addition from his Rye Archmage trigger.
Definitely holding a Frostbind here, trying to decide whether or not it's worth using or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to hold it up. Oh, interesting.
I think he might pop the Poison Dagger specifically to eat the Spell Shield in the
Spell
situation.
Shield, yeah. Then Gawain will deal 2 and grab something out of memory, and we know he's now put more cards into his memory, which is real.
So he's going to get 2 Enlightenment counters regardless, right? 1 for the first mage action, and then 1 for the damage from the Poison Dagger. Purge and Flames.
Purge and Flames
And an Anger this side.
So you can't protect from both.
Ooh, what do you take here? You probably take the Arcane Sight, right?
Yeah, I mean, because you can't protect from the board wipes. You might take Vanish if you're worried about having the ability to continue aggressing.
It's
really
definitely
good
an
hand,
interesting
though.
situation to be in.
Yeah,
Because
really good hand.
you can also take the gamble that Edgy Games here is going to take a Tome of Knowledge, right? Which he'll need to banish one at random anyways. So if you take out one of the arcane cards, you get a little bit of benefit from that. He might lose the Vanish, he might lose the Purge and Flames, but he will have one or the other. You could also go the other way, where you take away the Purge and Flames or the Anger of the Skies and force him not to take Tome of Sacred Lightning this turn. Or sorry,
Right.
Tome of Knowledge. A lot going on with there.
Yeah, definitely a difficult decision.
Well, it looks like we are nearing the end of overtime.
Oh, the end of overtime. Wow.
Wait, did we have a time extension in this game? I actually can't tell. I'm not sure. But it was just pinged that it's the end of 5 minutes coming up here. We do lose the mana
So he
from
does take the
fights.
Vanish, but if this is the end of overtime, that's all right. Pass him back over. We'll see if he does go for that play you mentioned, getting that tome. Now that he knows he has both of his board wipes, he's pretty safe to grab a tome. If he loses one, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if these players know that overtime is over.
So he goes for the Storm
Or maybe...
Tyrant's Eye. Cracks it immediately.
So we just had confirmation that it is over.
So that was the 5 minutes in overtime.
That was the 5 minutes in overtime, yeah.
So that does leave these players at 1-1. Unfortunate that they couldn't get to the end of that game. Looked like it was going to be pretty close, like over in this turn or the next. But that's the sometimes the way it goes with Grand Archive is such a complex game, lots of decisions to make, and sometimes it is difficult to play within that 60-minute time, especially when you go to 3 games.
Yeah, it's tough. It's deck where you have to go level 3 for Rye, and then on the other side, like there's so much interaction that slows you down as a water matchup, and it's just tough.
Yeah, even this game, although Morgan's damage did add up, we saw like a pretty slow start from the water deck, who was able to like control the pace of the game, but didn't have really the pressure they needed to mount to close that gap and finish it out.
Overall, though, taking a draw here is really not the worst. Taking a draw in the situation, like you're 3-0-1, so you're 10 points into round 5, you go to 11 points. You're still well within the top 10, I believe, or like very close to the bottom of top 10.
Yeah, I mean,
like being at 11 points.
A couple wins locks it in. A win on the loss might as well. I'd have to do the math, but
I mean, if you take win, I think 4-0-2 is, I believe, guaranteed. I think it's really hard to not get in with 4-0-2 because you're going to get 12 points. So your maximum points in this setup is 21, right? If you win 7 rounds, you get 21 points. But there's theoretically only, I think, 1 or 2 players that can get 7-0.
Gotcha.
So you have 14 spots with a lower score than that. If you have your next best is going to be 6-0, right? 18 points. So if you're 4-0-2, you're sitting at 14 points. You're not too far off what would be like a realistic bottom cut, because the players have to play each other according to like their seeding, unless they've already played each other in the tournament. So then it will skip to the next seeding. So I think 4-0-2 is like really, really close or absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah, great spot to be in, especially this late into the tournament. They just have to pick up one more and feel pretty good about it. So yeah,
I think I'm committed to skipping lunch at this point. I'll just wait till dinner.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
We're getting there. I mean, the games have just been going on for so long. I kind of expected to have some of these matches I thought would be a lot faster. The fastest match was the first one, I think, and that was
right. Yeah, we finished in like 30 minutes. But yeah, they've been going pretty long. I assume we're gonna have our pairings pretty soon here, right? We just finished overtime. Pairings should be going up soon. So we are just gonna fire right in. We don't even have time to talk about all of our lovely graphics that have been made by Mitch today. Maybe next round, right before our final round, we'll get some time to talk about the metagame breakdown. Yeah, we'll see who we have coming up. I believe going into the last round we had 4 undefeated players, so there should be 2 undefeated players right now. Maybe.
Unless they drew.
Oh,
so 3. Okay, there's a bunch of undefeated. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. There are 7 players who are undefeated still, because we're counting draws as undefeated. Sure. Yeah, so we're counting draws as undefeated. There were 2 draws, and 3 people who won. So 4 people who drew will remain undefeated, and the 3 people who won will also be undefeated.
How many?
There's only one person that's going to be 5-0.
Yeah, only one XOO.
Yep, and that's going to be. It's going to be Krios.
Oh, nice.
Krios, Fire Rye. Yeah, the Fire Rye with the 5. The I want to hit you for 30.
Hold the line.
He's indeed holding the line.
And he should basically be locked, right? I'm not a tournament expert, but I assume 5-2.
15 points. Yeah, 15 points is locked. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, so 15 points is locked for top 16, but there is a lot of value in playing for higher prizing. So specifically with this tournament, first place, you get all the top 8 prizing, you get the regional championship map, and you get 8 extra sapphire packs on top of everything. You will leave the tournament, I believe, with 13 sapphire packs, 1 for entry, 4 for top 8, and 8 for first place.
That's really good.
And then there's tier prizing between 16 and 14.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A lot going on. So we do have We do have our pairings. It's going to be Stevo versus Jesse. I believe Stevo is playing Fire Lorraine, like aggro Fire Lorraine.
Philo.
Be passing you that deck list in one moment.
Versus Jesse playing
Fire
Diana. Well, Tyler, you asked for a quick one. This might be it.
Peru. This is
Two
potentially
very
the
aggressive
one.
decks.
Yeah, so we do have a question chat. In this game, I thought Gawain's damage was blocked, and so the effect didn't trigger. The effect was not blocked. So what happened was Arcane Spell Shield was resolved in response where you have priority, or I mean, even just before damage on the Gawain, he popped the Poison Dagger to deal 1 damage into the Spell Shield, giving him 1 Enlightenment counter, 1 extra Enlightenment counter after the resolution, or after the activation of Arcane Spell Shield. So he went to 3, and then Gawain swung for 1, and getting the replacement effect of the Poison Dagger did 2 damage. It took us a bit to figure that one out too. I wasn't sure if Moose was. It was a little crazy of a play, but I mean,
yeah, hey,
you're pushing time. You gotta start making crazy plays.
Right.
You gotta start just doing it.
Two very interesting lists. A very, very aggressive Fire Lorraine deck. Blazing Bowmans and Blazing Throws and Arthurs and Flame Sweeps and Rending Flames and Home by Flames. A very, like sort of Fire Xander aggro-esque deck that goes a little bit bigger with stuff like Honed by Flame and Rending Flames. But definitely going to be a very, very aggressive tilt from Stevo's deck. And of course, going into Jesse playing Fire Diana, also aggressive in a different way, right? Trying to level up as fast as possible, get those Creeping Torments rolling, and start punishing people with cards like Umbral Tithe and Shadow's Twin.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage as well from a couple other things. Airship Cannoneer has a pretty good damage replacement effect, even just using Incendiary Shot. The scary thing, I think, when you're playing Fire Diana in this matchup is that Fire Lorraine can kill you on turn 3.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of damage that can come out.
Yeah, and I mean, even like this Fire Diana deck, they have been traditionally pretty weak into aggro, right? Like they're built to prey on these slower decks, stuff like we've seen, Rye and Luxem Xander throughout the tournament. But aggro is really not what they want to be sitting across against. They don't have a whole lot of ways to stem the bleeding. They do have cards like Fast Cure, and they have some amount of allies to get in the way, stuff like Stalwart Shieldmaid and Library Witches, which are great against fiery momentums from erupting, and those are seen in Stevo's deck as well, but they don't line up so well against just multiple allies all attacking in for 2-3 damage.
Yeah, so we have a lot of damage, right? Arthur gives all those allies a ton of damage. Right. We also have, Honed by Fire with Sword of Adversity. We're gonna see things like Rending Flames. We can also see Fiery Momentum, and then the Blazing Throw. Blazing Throw combo is like really good with that. So any 2 durability sword is going to just be really strong. Even single durability swords, if you have the Honed by Fire, is just going to come out for like a ton of damage. And I don't think that's what you want to see as Diana. Like, sure, you have Library Witch, sure, you have Stalwart Shieldmates, but you're going to be burning those with your Cremation Rituals, right? You have 2 evasive maneuvers to reduce a little bit of damage, but it's not a ton. There's no false steps, so the level 3 false step to defend yourself from that isn't going to be relevant in this matchup either.
You know what they say, Tyler? Fire makes squirrely strong, and that's what we're going to see in this game. Stevo's going to come out swinging.
Definitely. And one of the biggest downsides to this matchup for Jesse is he doesn't have a Terrafring.
Oh, wow. That's huge, actually.
Yeah, whereas Stevo does have a Terrafring, so Stevo can actually protect himself more against the ally-focused push.
Stevo is an absolute psychopath. This is a Worlds competitor that is playing unsleeved with a 240p webcam. So, just what a legend! Gonna
you'll love to see it,
shuffle up that deck. Is
you'll love to see it.
Tough.
You'll love to see it. It's just it hits different.
Yeah, it does. It's hitting me different. It is dealing me emotional damage. So
I can't wait till he plays 4 Crimson Tear CSRs and they're all unsleeved, and he just slaps them on the table, and I can hear the pain in through your camera.
Yeah, I won't be able to look him in the eye anymore if that's what happens. I'll just be so distraught. It looks like his material deck is sleeved, so maybe we're safe there. But yeah, the unsleeved deck, the slightly off center webcam, really doing it for me. All right, so we're gonna see Diana start us off. with a creative shock. Shocking creative. Gonna look to discard. Whoa, a floating memory.
Whoa, stalwart shieldmate, nothing to defend yourself. Whoa, another creative shock.
Whoa, it's so creative.
That's actually a pretty nice start, though.
Yeah, it's a great start, especially if they can find another float here. They can't.
I mean, even just a creative shock, like just being able to dig for the cards you want is really nice. You don't have a dungeon guide in hand. Cool. Let me just double creative shock.
Yeah, it's basically no way right now. They've statistically surely seen a dungeon guide, so that's good for them. A great start, and they need a fast start, surely. So this is going to be a very quick start from Unsleeved Stevo.
I guess question for the chat: would any of you guys play unsleeved?
And if the answer is no, then you don't have what it takes to be a world competitor, because that's what Stevo's doing.
Hasty Messenger is going to be attacking for 1. Is going to be discarding a Tempered Steel, drawing a card. Tempered Steel discard does give him the floating memory. Very, very, very nice in this deck specifically. Another Hasty Messenger. We're going to see the repeat. Both players playing 1 card each. Oh, he discarded another Tempered Steel?
No way.
Wow, that's a fantastic start.
So good.
I mean, he only has 2 cards in his graveyard, so it must be like another. I didn't even see him put a card in his graveyard. It must be the 240p cam.
Right.
That's crazy.
Oh
he actually has 2
God.
2 AC Messengers, 2 Tempered Steels, 2 Creative Shocks in the first 2 turns of the game.
He's just
something
built
else.
Different.
That's definitely something else. And maybe this is the strat. Maybe it's unsleeved strat means better luck in the draws. We're gonna see another Hasty Messenger played. Third Hasty Messenger of the game.
Yeah, the unsleeved strat means that it's harder to shuffle your deck, and therefore you draw better. All right, we're gonna see a stalwart deployed here. Gonna do a little defense. At least keep these hasties away for a turn. 2 life is 2 life.
2 life is 2 life. I'm an agreeer. Another stalwarty shield matey. What are you a fan of? ALC or the FTC art?
I really like the FTC art. Especially since they gave them to us in foil. I was like worried that I was going to have to replace them.
There's no way. There's no way he's Sword of Adversity now, right?
Well, he has 2 dudes in play.
There's no way. No way. He has 2 Cremation Rituals. 4 Cremation Rituals in the deck. He could actually play Sword of Adversity here. But Sword of Seeking just makes so much sense.
Yeah, I think Seeking makes the most sense. Allows you to still chip in with one of those hasty messengers.
Really deciding. Sword of Adversity. Class bonus does get +1 as long as you control no allies. If you get a Honed by Fire on this, the class bonus from the Honed by Fire gives you a durability counter on top of the +1. Whoa! Ornamental Greatsword. So he wants to take the Ornamental Greatsword to take out potentially the Shieldmate on the opposite side, and the Hasty is able to clear the entire board from here.
Yeah, this could be really scary. We could see something like Hasty, kill this Shieldmate, attack for 1 with Hasty, and then that's the perfect amount of fire cards for something like a Rending Flames. It could just end this game really quickly. Rending Flames for 8. Or even like a Fiery Momentum.
Whoa. 3 down or a Cree. No, there's no way he cremates now.
No. Maybe he's being creative instead.
Strapping?
He played a tapped strapping that was meant to be an Arthur.
It's a good thing he didn't let go of the card.
So, yeah, when Arthur comes into play, he can rest himself, and if he does, he gains immortality until the beginning of your next turn, which means he cannot be destroyed, killed at all by anything. And now these hasties are going to come in for a lot of damage. 3 from the buffed one, 2 from the other.
Taser shot. I do like a taser shot.
Yeah, so this is going to be the turn. We are likely to see that dungeon guide level up to Diana Duststalker, hit you for 6 rather, double tase you. But with an Arthur and 2 hasties on board, I don't think the levels matter. We're going to see a Library Witch.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Cremation Ritual. It's happening. Goodbye, Library Witch.
Burn the Witch. Draw 3 cards. But even now, we're not even going to see the Dungeon Guide play. This just seems like a very difficult position to be in. Oh my!
Increasing danger.
Increasing danger. The most dangerous danger there ever
I
was.
don't know about that one. Increasing danger is kind of scary at this point in the game.
I'm terrified, and I'm just watching the game.
I would be terrified of getting absolutely obliterated by everything on board here with Arthur right now.
Yeah, sometimes I guess you just got to make him have it, but it seems to me like surely Steve-O must have it.
Fiery momentum. Oh man, hasty messenger. So each
Rending.
hasty messenger puts 2 more fire cards down.
Yeah.
You swing with Arthur. Holy.
So much.
And then he has access to more fire cards too. So if he gets a cremation ritual, he can cremate his hasties to put them in. Puts 2 more in graveyard. He has the opportunity to, I believe he has creative shocks too, so he can creative shock to do it. He can also 4 down for another Arthur and just put his Arthur back into the graveyard if he wanted.
So he is leveling up.
Well, level 2. I don't know what he banished there though. I can't quite see that card.
Yeah, maybe he just has a big rending here.
Oh, it's a Crimson Tier. So he banished a Crimson Tier along with the one other floating to go Lorraine Blade Master. So he's gonna get the bonus damage this turn.
Yeah, and if he just like discards fire card,
Oh
discards
no,
fire
it's happening.
card,
Flamer and Swordsman
rending
too.
for 12, you're dead.
Yep. 2 more goes to 11. Another Flamer. He has 2. He has 2. Oh my goodness, 2 floating memories. So he can go Drawn Blade next turn, even if he doesn't have it here. This is gonna be an 8-minute match.
Yeah, dude. We wanted a fast one and we got it. Blazing fast, no pun intended.
That happening?
No.
2 down for a
At least
strapping?
not yet. A strapping construct coming in for 3?
4.
4?
4. It class bonus level 2. It gets +1/+1, so it'll have 1 life, 1 power more. So it becomes a 3. Oh, and the rending, and the rending flames.
Wow, this still had all these.
Oh my! So he banishes 3 rending flames. So rending flames is gonna hit for 3 plus the 3 where 6/12 is done. It's over.
Yeah, so Rending Flame says when you attack with it, you can banish 3 fire cards from your graveyard, and if you do, this attack deals double damage. And so with the buff from Lorraine Blademaster and the 1 from Ornamental Greatsword, he was attacking for a total of 6, which is then doubled to 12 for a big 8-minute lethal. Hey, that was pretty good, man. I'd say that was a pretty solid start from Steve-O.
Oh, he heard me say that I'm kind of hungry.
Kind of hungry.
Good guy, Steve-O.
Deal some damage. Steve-O's here to save you. My God. All right. Well, I mean, taking a look at sideboards, see what we got. Steve-O has 3 copies of Innervate Fury, 1 copy of Focus Flames, 1 Blazing Throw, 1 Wind Resonance Bauble, a Smoke Bombs, and a Bulwark Sword. I think probably that Blazing Throw comes in. I don't think the rest of it matters. On the other hand, on Jesse's side, playing Fire Diana, is a little bit more interaction with allies in the way of 2 Focus Flames, 1 Seeking Shot. So those will probably come in. And of course, he has Quicksilver Grail and Nullifying Lantern, which probably also come in to
it kind of has to come in, right?
Fiery Momentum and Rending Flames. Yeah, you definitely have to respect him a little bit. It's going to be hard for Diana to find a place to squeeze that in. The difficult part against these aggressive fire decks is that they are fire decks and they do care about fire cards in their yard, but they do so much damage without that like if you take a full turn off to get your Nullifying Lantern, they might just kill you anyway.
Yeah, so there's 2 issues, right? You have allies on board that do a lot of damage, and then you have cards in graveyard that enable champion dealing a lot of damage.
Right.
And so when you're in this situation, every time you kill an ally on board, you feed the champion more damage.
Right.
So on top of needing the Nullifying Lantern to turn off the graveyard, you have to kill everything on board too.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for a deck that's not built to do it. And Diana's definitely built for a different strategy, not really made to defeat the ally decks. So it's going to be a tough road, but they do get to go first, and being the first materialization is pretty strong. Even stuff like Increasing Danger looks a little bit more appetizing when you are going first. We're going to see a Stalwart Shieldmate deployed, maybe to block, maybe to be thrown into a fire. Looks like they're just going to stay back to block. Steve-O's going to draw 8 disgusting unsleeved cards.
You really hate these unsleeved cards, don't you?
Oh, it's too much. It's too much for me. Looks like we're just thinking about what the plan is. Looks like Steve-O just decided to pass back. And Jesse's going to level up. And I assume we'll see some creative and shocking things from Steve-O towards the end of this turn. This Larian deck does want to reasonably be level 1, so we'll probably see something like a Temper Steel discarded so that Steve-O can level up to 1, start to turn on things like Fire and Momentum, etc., Rending Flames. All right. Looks like an Airship Cannoneer coming out.
Nice. Airship Cannoneer is good.
It is good.
A lot of damage comes out from Airship Cannoneer. On attack, you can banish 3 Fire Elemental cards. You gain distance on Airship Cannoneer. And the class bonus is range 4, so you hit for 6. Sadly, there is nothing in the graveyard.
No fire cards to speak of, but hey.
2 damage is 2 damage, man.
2 power, 3 life. That's what we'd love to see. See if we see that creative shock that we all expect coming in at the end step here.
I love me some creative shocking.
I'm shocked that you would say that. I'm not shocked, actually. My lord.
Wow, it happened. Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
What another Tempered Steel?
Tempered Steel discarded.
So we are going to get a +1 here for Steve-O. +1 meaning that he's able to... Oh my goodness. It's the reverse start. So we're going to see double creative shock in the end step. And 2 Tempered Steel. So he's going to gain a +1 on each one, meaning he is discarding a floating memory. So the loss of a card actually benefits him due to the fact that it's floating memory. So he'll be able to use that for a level up. That is... Oh, that is unhinged.
It's a pretty good start. I would say that...
At end step of your opponent's turn, double creative shock. I'm going to discard Tempered Steel twice. Is just fantastic.
There's a lot of unhinged going on in this feature match right now.
True.
Going to see a level up here to Lorraine, level 1. You think we get that sort of adversity?
100% we see that sort of adversity here. The question is, do we see a flame sweep? Sort of seeking good too.
Yeah, maybe a flame sweep. Would be pretty strong. I guess now it's only for 2 though, right? We will see. A couple of cards going down here. 3 cards. Thinking.
You ever see Subasa's t-shirt? I'm thinking.
No, I haven't. But
he wore that in that state too. It's pretty funny.
That's great.
I'm thinking. 3 down here on the side of Steve-O. What could he be playing? Blazing Bowman? 4 down for an Arthur?
4 for an Arthur. Hello, Arthur. Is he an immortal Arthur? We will find out. No. Looks like he was attacking. Attacking for 2. Taking out that Stalwart.
Could see a Clumsy Apprentice now.
Ooh.
Oh.
Feeling a little momentous.
Whoa.
Currently coming in for 5. 6 if you want to add the sword.
Whoa. He's coming in for 6. He really just slapped it down there. He said, okay, fiery momentum. Let's go.
Slapped it down there. And you know what that spells to me, Tyler? That means I don't need to cast this fire momentum next turn because I have a Rending Flames for next turn.
I have a Rending Flames for lethal next turn.
Yeah.
And
that's what
Arthur
like
on board is a very, very good target.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that Taser Shot comes out again. I guess Taser Shot is just like insurance for the level up, so you don't see Steve-O go into Lorraine level 2. But right. I don't think it's actually that much value here for Jesse. Even if he Dungeon Guide like Shadow's Twin with the Taser Shot, it's kind of whatever, you know.
Yeah,
You're just okay, I'll just take it, sure.
Right. I think if Steve-O's under 4 taser shots, he just says, "I'll take 16," you know, like,
True.
you know.
Take 16. I'll go to 20. Don't worry.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't need to worry about my on kill. I'll just shoot you in the. I'll just hit you right in the face. I will attack you with my sword, and then I will blazing throw it at you.
We do see a little bit of Diana going on here, so we are going to see that patented dungeon guide.
Double Umbral Tithe.
Ooh, that stings a little bit. That card is quite good.
It's a rough hand to have, though.
Yeah. We're going to see the Dust Stalker come out. We're going to see, assumingly, a lineage release of Diana Keen Huntress, which allows you to materialize a gun.
Goodbye, Carter.
Oh,
Carter and a whoa. Hold up.
What a hand! You think he's got a Carter in hand?
Probably, or maybe like a. Well, I mean, he has one card, so it doesn't really matter what he has. It's not Resolute Stand, right? I don't think there's any in the deck.
True.
Actually, there is Resolute Stand in the deck, so he might actually be holding on to a Resolute Stand.
That's very good. So he's going to hit for 6 here, get 2 Taser Shot triggers, get 2 Creeping Torments.
You know, the crazy part is he could just level up if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And it would still be fine. You go to 19, you get +3 damage for free. It's kind of good. Ooh, foiled Taser Shot, too.
He would have a tough time if exactly Resolute Stand is in the hand of Jesse, though. It turns cards like Rending Flames into not so great, even if you're coming in for 12. A Resolute turns that down to 6.
With 2 Creeping Torments on the board, I wonder if he has another Fiery Momentum and then maybe like 2 Hasty Messengers or something.
Yeah, let's see. Looks like he's thinking about his Materialize here. 7
cards.
cards
Giga Chad moment. We got 3 fire in the graveyard. We have an Arthur on board. Even if you play something like a Clumsy Apprentice, right? You're gonna swing for 2 with the Clumsy Apprentice due to the Arthur, and then you're gonna draw a card. And even if you take the card draw like damage from Creeping Torments, you're only taking 4 unpreventable damage, right? Puts you at 15. You're still in a very comfortable place from there. Terrafring. Ooh, not confident in the kill.
Yeah. Only Terrafring, and he is in kind of a sticky situation, being at only 9 life.
I don't think that Steve-O has any interceptors, but he does have Deflecting Edge.
2 coming across with Arthur. That's going to mean anyone else, any ally that attacks other than Arthur is going to get +1 this turn, as Arthur is rested. Mathing out. Is he dead?
You need a lot of damage here, right?
True.
You need 17 damage. That's not easy to make, especially if you respect the Resolute Stand in hand. He might just go for it anyways, right? It might be one of those situations where you're like, you know what? Screw it. I don't care if you have Resolute Stand. If you win this game, you win this game. We go to game 3.
Right. That's the sort of Chad attitude that I expect from Steve-O.
I would expect this more from Steve-O than I think anybody else. To just say, all right, there's no way you have a Resolute Stand in your hand. I'm going to kill you right now.
It'd be damn close. Rending Flames here would be for 8. Rending Flames is indeed for 8. That's a good start.
The Rending Flames looks like it's going to resolve.
All right, he takes 8. What?
4.
12.
And then he'll take 4 more.
There we go, yeah.
All right, how do we find 9 damage now?
I don't know. That one I think he probably doesn't have. Maybe just another Crimson Tear for 4?
No, Crimson Tear probably to kill the airship cannoneer.
Well, he's going to be under a Terrafring next turn anyways, so like airship doesn't get to attack.
Oh, he's just going straight to face.
Yeah. Deal you 4.
Oh.
He has to materialize a bullet.
Grand Crusader's Ring.
Oh.
He has an incendiary round in his hand, probably.
Yeah. But he's
and that with the Shadow's Twin is enough to kill, right?
Yeah, but he's 1 card short, right?
Oh, he is 1 card short. Ooh, it's unfortunate. Terrafring, OP. Terrafring's so good here.
Terrafring's so strong. Like you had mentioned,
Terrafring is the respect you need into like a turbo Diana Fire deck, right?
Right.
If they're not going to play something like a Gloamspire that gives them influence that they can return to, it's just not gonna be enough.
Oh no,
Did he
pass
just
the
pass
turn. Yeah.
Whoa.
I don't know about you, but this is looking a little tough on the side.
Okay,
of
surely
Yeti
he has
here.
a Resolute Stand in hand this time, right?
Yeah, surely.
Surely. Okay, Arthur switch for 2. Resolute Stand.
All right.
Okay, that's fine. Crimson Tier can still swing for
1.
no, for 2. Because of the Ornamental Greatsword giving it +1 as
Oh,
well.
true.
So it's 4 attack plus it's 2 attack plus the Ornamental Greatsword for 3 plus the Arthur for 4 plus the level 1 effect for 5.
And blazing throw my greatsword at you.
Yup, that's it. That's lethal. Another Resolute Stand. Crazy.
He is standing so resolute.
Oh my goodness.
Something
double
for
Resolute.
For you guys to know watching at home, the way that this works is when you cast Resolute Stand for its alternate activation cost and you skip your next draw step, those do actually stack. So you're going to skip your next 2 draw steps because of these Resolute Stands.
So if you're Steve-O here, you really, really, really want to kill this Airship Cannoneer.
Yeah.
Because you want to reduce the damage. If you have a Flame Sweep, actually I don't even think Flame Sweep's enough, right? Flame Sweep would just be for 1, 2, for 2. Ooh, what are the answers here? Hold Deflecting is really good. If you can stop the damage from the Shadow's Twin, and from Champion on hit, you don't take any more extra hits from, or any more Creeping Torment stacks or anything like that.
2, oh, 3 goes down. 2, 2.
Three down for a Rending or probably a Fiery or a Rending to kill the Airship Cannoneer. Oh, Strapping. Strapping also does the same thing. Well, Strapping does 2 in this situation. Sorry, I'm wrong again. 3. I always forget Arthur exists.
Yeah.
He just sits there rested.
He's sleepy. EP Arthur.
EP. Arthur EP, like me.
I'm also EP. But I need this fiery momentum to keep us going.
What's next? Does he go for the Dungeon Guide clear? Does he think it's enough damage?
I mean, I'd be a little bit scared, to be honest. Although he does only have 1 card in hand.
Oh, true. It's 1 card in hand.
And no draw step and no GCR. So it's like,
oh, so it's just, he just shoots you with a plated bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
like
6 from the Dungeon Guide.
You take 6, go ahead.
Huh. True. Double reduced draw step is kind of good. If Steve was holding 1 Deflecting Edge, it's free, right?
Yeah, right.
Bauble of Abundance.
Bauble, it's like basically the same as shooting him.
It is quite literally the exact damage, right?
I think it's 1 less, but you get to draw a card.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought he had a bullet too. I was gonna say you could shoot him and then bobble, but no, it doesn't work that way. You know, no draw step is unfortunate.
What are the odds he has that 3rd Resolute Stand is the only card in hand?
There's no way.
There's absolutely no way. Attack you for 2.
Bobble. He's gonna pop the bobble to try to get the Resolute
Stand. Draw a Resolute Stand. Just slam it. Evasive
maneuvers. It reduce 2 damage.
You don't take 2. You do sure take this.
I don't think it matters. This is gonna be yeah.
And then any attack with Lorraine is lethal.
Yep.
Woo.
And then Lorraine says, "Bulwark Sword to the face. GG, brother."
My God. I
wow,
think that did win the award. I think that was our fastest game by at least a couple minutes. Man, the tried and true, huh? Just goes to show you if you play Philo, she's still kicking.
You gotta Giga Chad that out, right? I mean, There's really no other way to say it. Like, Philo is go big or go home.
Right, yeah. I mean, make them have it, right? Like, Rending Flames you on turn 3 for 12. Are you dead? Yeah, you are. All right, let's move
Rending
on.
Flames for, what was it, for 8?
Yeah, 8.
Cool. I'll just Rending Flames you for 8 and we'll just chill. Or no, Fiery for 6. Fiery for 6, Rending for 8. We'll just chill. We'll just keep chipping you up. But
it's
I mean, that was close.
It feels so bad where you play the Fiery for 6 and it's like, well, why isn't he playing that next turn? It means surely he's gonna Rending me next turn, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what do I do about that?
Yep.
I don't know. Ooh, man. Well, great plays by both players, and Steve-O taking an old classic to undefeated. Is he currently undefeated?
Currently, Steve-O is 5-0-1.
Yeah, he is.
And he is tied for first place because table 1 ID'd.
Oh yeah, that was.
So table 1 ID was a Wind Allies matchup versus a Fire Rye.
Yeah, it was Krios, right?
Krios and Hamzor.
Oh, nice. Both players we covered.
Both of them wanted to get some food.
Totally understandable.
Interested to see a couple of these other matchups, though. So we have Achilles versus Wild Shiba. Achilles, a very well-known water god, as they say, the elder water gods. Is water Tenoris with the invigorated slash. He likes the dungeon guide invigorated slash, hit you for 10 bajillion. And then we have Land and Arrow, SoCal guy. Good guy, helps do a lot of the learn to plays over at the RWT Collective.
Oh, that's awesome.
Versus Gurithos, who we saw earlier on the win mid range. And then Terry's playing Bayleaf.
Terry,
TM32, yeah. Terry on table 7. And Moose versus Caven. Whoa, that's a match I'd be interested in seeing because Erupting versus Water Xander aggro is interesting.
Yeah, what a standing.
So Con, man.
A lot of killers up there.
We got Con versus Noel.
Con at 8 a.m. or something doing the midnight journey.
Oh, and then we got the Canadian action, neutral end versus 40%. Whoa. Woj. We had some good games in here. Yeah,
it's been a great tournament. We've had some great games on stream and plenty of great games happening throughout the tournament. It's been a great showing. Glad to have a little bit of downtime.
So now that we have 30 minutes, let's finally bring up those stats we've been waiting to bring up the whole tournament.
Yeah, we have beautiful stats.
Literally 5 hours we've waited to bring up these stats for you guys.
All right, so let's start with our champion meta breakdown. A bit
reverse
of a
order.
Flip. Yeah. Reverse order.
Let's go in reverse order. Yeah, let's talk about the other champs.
All right. Let's go with other champs.
Oh, that's not what I meant by reverse order. My bad. Not the other guy. This graphic. We're still on this graphic.
Who are other champs? Who are we missing here?
Disrespecting Mordred like this.
It's like Mordred, yeah. It's Mordred and Alan.
Mordred, Nico, Alan.
Yeah.
Tristan.
Oh yeah, we did have 2 Tristan players, 1 Alan player.
1 Alan player. I think that's it. I think that's actually it because 1.5. That's it. There are no Nico players today.
We have a very strange 3.83 Sylvie players.
Yeah, which is huh?
Oh, so there's the 1 Alan player, so that accounts for
half.
One of the strange Sylvies, right?
Yes.
And that means
how do we get point?
Yeah. Well, one person is playing 0.33 Sylvie, right? Which means they have 2 other champions and a Sylvie. So it's like Sylvie into Merlin or something.
I mean, Sylvie into Merlin Academy Guide?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Okay. I don't know. I'm in. I'm sold. We also have a very strange 4.08 Arisanas. Those are a little bit easier to account for. That is erupting players playing poor Ari to get banished to a Dustlight Communion.
It's actually interesting how much Merlin goes down.
Yeah,
like the number of Merlins played is way lower than it continually goes further and further down.
Yeah, I mean only 8.8 Merlins is pretty low. There's more Rye players than there is Merlins at 10.08.
Yeah, Rye's a little inflated by the erupting though. I think
that's true.
Slightly, but it's pretty close. I mean, Rye and Merlin are almost tied.
Right. It's kind of crazy.
But then we get a huge jump from there, right? Like we had 10 Ryes into 17 Dianas.
Yeah, and anybody who was with us for weeklies this past Thursday, this top 4 is much different than it was at the Yeti weeklies on Thursday. We have 17 Diana, who's doing great. She has a great showing. We have 21 Tenoris, which is the highest that I've seen Tenoris in a long time.
I mean, we saw Tenoris with a great showing, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Hamzor there with the Tenoris into the Lorraine Spirit Ruler with the heavy strength 9.
Right? Yeah. Oh yeah, it was so sick. And then we have 22 Xander players, which is a lot of that Fire Luxem's deck. We've also seen a couple of aggressive water decks playing that water tempo Xander strategy. And then a big 25.7 Lorraine players is back on top. There was 1 week where she wasn't on top. She's back on top.
Yeah, doing her Lorraine up there. Steve-O repping the Fire Lorraine in our #1 champion meta breakdown. Let's move to the next tab page. So we're going to be talking about players who are undefeated as of the last round.
Oh, interesting.
So we had 10 players who are undefeated, meaning if they got a draw, we consider them undefeated as well. So anyone who was 4-0-1 or 5-0, we added to this champion meta breakdown. There's a huge balance here, and that's crazy to me.
Yeah. It looks very healthy.
This goes to show the game is good.
Game is good?
Game is good. Like, the last graphic showed a very diverse spread in, like, the 4, like, main champions that people play, and we're seeing a big spread here as well.
Yeah, it looks terrific. We're at 25% Lorraine, 25% Rye, 20% Merlin, and then 1-1-1 for Diana, Tenoris, and Xander. Yeah, an amazing spread. Like, very, very well balanced. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just great to see the game so balanced and so many heroes seeing, play.
I guess this was 2 rounds ago.
Yeah,
as of round 4.
Yeah.
Whoa, time flies, man. Time absolutely flies. So one of these with the Lorraine Rye split is because it's an erupting player.
Interesting.
But I believe since then that erupting player has actually lost.
Yeah.
So right now our only undefeateds would be Krios, who is on the Fire Rye, Hamzor, who is on Wind Tenoris Allies, Steve-O on Fire Lorraine Allies, and if Landon Arrow wins his match, he would also be undefeated.
Nice. Yeah, definitely a healthy spread, and we love to see it.
We definitely won't know that information so quickly, though, due to long game syndrome.
Yeah.
So Mitch has so graciously given us our last week's stats for reference. Last weekly, the champion meta breakdown was 26% Xander, 25% Diana, 16% Lorraine, and 11% Tenoris.
Yeah, just like completely flipped.
It's actually straight flipped. It's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, super awesome to see people like adapting, right? And even on a 4-day difference, there's so much difference in the meta that we're seeing, and this tournament's huge. So this is like really indicative, I think, of the meta game with 114 players.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Something that is maybe not so healthy is, I believe, we have our element breakdown here. We have 52% fire, 25% wind, 24% water. That's 59 fire decks, which are taking up the lion's share of our tournament. Can't say it's surprising. Fire is very strong and very obviously the strongest.
Fire's fine.
It's fine.
Creative Shock's fine.
Creative Shock's fine. No problems. I am very happy to see, once again, this is also indicative of the locals that we covered on Thursday, that wind and water are like neck and neck and seem very balanced amongst each other, which is quite good. Fire is maybe a little bit better. Just a little bit.
Where is Mordred if balanced? Well, you should have told Conman to play Mordred, and it would have happened.
Mm-hmm.
If only Conman was on Mordred, it would have been free.
You can play that Philo deck basically as a Mordred deck, right? And very little changes. That's all I'm saying.
You don't get the level up bonus damage though.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's the only real thing. It's true. You chose to play the Giga Chad himself.
Yeah.
Which means that
psychic damage.
You can materialize not Erendite for free.
Nice. Sealed Blade. Broken.
I mean, you could do Sealed Blade with Galahad. Like, that is a possibility if you really wanted to. I don't know if I would suggest anyone to do that in a fire deck.
Listen, man, do what you must. Yeah, very happy with how diverse our tournament is today. In champions, not so much in spirits.
Yeah, I'm happy with things. It's good. I mean, fire, we know, very, very popular.
Yeah.
Especially with how much like Rye and Lux and Xander have gained in popularity in recent weeks.
Yeah,
especially in the North American scene. In the North American scene, we've kind of shifted away a little bit from just running straight water allies to running a lot of advanced element fire decks.
Yeah, we can.
Diana's gained a lot of popularity too, right?
Right, yeah, for sure. And in all flavors too, but like a lot of Fire Dianas. We can sort of like excuse Fire's representation a little bit just because they are the like go-to element for advanced element decks. Like even like look at Lux and Xander, they play what, like 8 fire cards. So like it is a fire deck, sure, but like mostly not a fire deck.
Yeah, it's somewhere between 6 and 10 usually for Serene. And same with Arcane Rye, right? Arcane Rye, if they're running Serene Spirit of Fire, generally will have less, and then the option to sideboard out cards if they want to as well.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit of a nod in Fire's favor that it's not all pure fire decks that are making up this 59%. It's a lot of people like splashing fire to go to more advanced element stuff.
Whoa, Alan got a win. Alan deck win. W.
We love Alan. Does that mean he is undefeated?
Yeah,
yeah. Undaunted.
Yeah.
He's undaunted. He is proud of his 1 W.
I think it's more than 1 W. I think he's at least 2.
Several W's.
Let me check.
We should have an award for
2 W's. 2.
We should take a vote for favorite deck, and we give him an award. My vote is for Alan.
Wow, he actually voted for Alan over all the Arsana decks, guys. You heard it here first. LineageBreakCam didn't choose the Arsana decks as his favorite. You guys heard it here first. Lineage Fraud Cam.
Lineage Fraud Cam. That's me. Oh man, but we are we're coming to the end of it here, Tyler. We got one more round, and then we are crowning a champion. Right?
I think that's it. So maybe we'll just take a short break here, get a little refreshed, and then be ready for that last round. We'll bring you guys the best bit of the action we can. Thank you so much again for joining us today, guys. This is the second online regional for the ALC season for Yeti's Online League. I'm joined here by Mr. LineageBreakCam. If you guys don't know who I am, my name is OnceInLuv. I am part of the Serene Balance Productions team. And big shout out to Merlin's Marketplace, as always. Mitch is able to create these great graphics for us, bringing all these stats to you guys, as well as big thanks to Andy for running the league and for Chikaplu for running our stream for us. So anything you want to say before we take a quick break here, Cam?
No, we'll be right back. Thank you guys for sticking with us all day, and we will bring you that final round in just a little bit.
Yep, and just a last shout out, if you guys are entered in the tournament, make sure to join the giveaways to get that Merlin's Marketplace map. Hello and welcome back, guys. We are here in the final round, or I guess pre-final round of the Yeti Online Regional number 2 for the ALC season. We have 116 participants. We're closing in on our top 16. All the players who will be getting invites. Players will be playing as well for additional prizing, so there is an additional prizing bracket that's different. Top 16 versus top 8 versus first place. First place being 12 total Sapphire packs. That is 12 Cosmic Bolts, Mr. LineageBreakCam. 12 Cosmic Bolt
12
foils.
Cosmic Bolts. Guaranteed. Yeah, super exciting. We are, closing in on that final round. Huge tournament. Great turnout. Great to have everybody playing their hardest for those sweet, sweet Sapphire packs. We have our standings up. We don't have our finals match yet, but we do have just 3 players that are currently 5-0-1 which is the top of our standings after round 6.
So these players will be playing for the first place prize,
Mhm.
essentially. Assuming none of them choose to ID, it does make a lot of sense to play for the top rising, right? There's a
Right.
significant monetary incentive on top of just the giga chadness of being the best. Of the 116 people in the Yeti Online tournament, we have Krios on the Fire Rye deck, we have Stevo on the Fire Lorraine aggro deck, and we have Mr. Landon Arrow on Fire Merlin.
A spicy Fire Merlin list that we are
Pairings are up.
hoping we get to see. So who is our
Landon
match?
Arrow versus Krios. Merlin versus Rye.
Nice.
Ooh,
Yeah, that
this is
should
kind of spooky
should
on
be an
both sides.
interesting one. Yeah, so not a whole lot of direct interaction that Merlin gets with the Rye combo, but lots of like sort of indirect interaction stuff like Incarnate Majesty, and very noticeably the thing that I found super interesting about Landon's list is the 2 copies of Tether in Flames, which is really cute. The counterspell unless they take damage equal to your level.
Yeah,
Is
Tether in
very
Flames is
interesting.
fantastic. Tether in Flames specifically in Merlin is really good.
Yeah.
It is also actually 1+ level.
1+ level, right?
Yeah,
Right.
so if you're like a 4 level counter Merlin, Tether in Flames will hit for 8 unpreventable damage. Should you choose
Yeah.
to take the damage.
Which is kind of a lot. So it's sort of going to be a race for Merlin to get her Crux package set up, and cards like Incarnate Majesty and even Tether and Flames can be a real thorn in the side of this Rye deck that's trying to go big and do lots of damage. And then of course Rye in the hands of Krios that we saw earlier in the tournament, just looking to power up to level 3, get as many of those arcane cards into its banished to get that sweet level bonus that Stormseer gives him. Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. Two decks that I don't know about you, but I would not have expected to see in the finals of such a large event.
Oh, I mean, aren't we in the Southeast Asia or Oceania region right now, where fire is like literally the only thing that's
I
played, and
guess that's
Fire Merlin
true.
is number
Yeah.
one. Fire
Yeah.
Merlin
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
number one.
Right.
I know, just jokes aside, though. There's a couple of things I want to talk about in the decks that I think make a big difference in the first game, significantly. So Krios does not have a Fire Resonance Bauble in the main, only has it in the sideboard. That's totally okay because overall his deck, with the main material deck, focuses on the standard things. The downside, he does have a Viridian Protective Trinket, will be doing nothing for him in this match. Other things to mention when we look at Landon Arrow's setup here, he has Regalia Destruction in the form of 2 Disintegrates, things that I said were fantastic. Sadly, not in the main board. Has no way to deal with that Tome of Sacred Lightning, and really is just going to have to rush for that Majestic Spirit, like you said early on.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how it shakes out. Everybody's preparing for those like water decks, right? You see a lot of these Viridian trinkets making the main deck, and so sometimes they will become a liability, but we will see.
I actually just
if
took out Viridian
comes
Trinket
up.
from my Merlin
Oh yeah.
deck from like the main board. Not a like it's nice to have, but at the end of the day, I think it's more valuable to have like a Sword of Seeking and a Bulwark Sword. Having 2 0-cost swords just makes you going online more easy. Especially since I focus on prismatic. With these non-prismatic decks, it's a little bit less relevant. You can use kind of anything to get your Ghost of Pendragon online. As long as you have any form of Regalia out, you can use it, even if it's not like necessarily relevant to the matchup.
But Landon will have to be the aggressor, so that might really come up here. That lack of extra pressure provided by a second sword, extra things to bounce with your Ghost of Pendragon. Like, Landon does really have to take the aggressive position here, where if Rye gets enough time, there's nothing that can really stop him, right? So, see if Landon can hit the ground running, get some pressure developed.
Yeah, both of these players are going to be essentially racing each other, right?
Right.
On one side, we have Rye racing for the kill. Like, you need to find the kill. You need to be able to outpace it, because once the Incarnate Majesty comes out, it's going to be a lot harder for you to get that kill, right? You need the fireballs to kill it. You're going to struggle if you don't have like Erratic Bolt or Voltaic Sphere, like answers to that immediate unit. Especially knowing that your champion will gain Spell Shroud and your other Crux units will take half damage round down.
I love to see the players give the fist bump to the camera. It's so good, so good.
They're just showing respect to us. They're really just out here fist
It's for
bumping
us, not for
the
each other.
casters.
Yeah.
It's definitely a thanks for hey we're we love you guys.
Yeah.
And in return we love you guys too.
Something that can't go without saying is Landon here does have that winning angle that we've seen a couple of times. So that does give him the edge in the matchup. We got the laptop angle.
Well, the
Looking pretty
angled
strong.
champions. We last saw Chef Zach with his angle. Easy W for him. The legendary laptop angle hits a little different.
It hits so different. Oh god.
That's a little bit of the. I wasn't sure if it was just the laptop. I saw a little bit of vaping there. I think maybe.
Oh, he's powering up.
He's just he's going he's going all out. It's actually a hookah. That's what I see there.
Oh man, he's really powering up the classic.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do to.
You got to do what you got to do. Yeah. That's the benefit of playing in these Yeti events, is you get to play in the safety of your own home with your very own hookah, ready to
it's really just the beauty of being able to do things just digitally in general. I mean, one of my favorite things is to cast. Yeah, that really nice, like, you got a nice shirt and a tie and a jacket, and then you're just sitting there in your joggers or like sweats.
Right.
And it's fantastic. It's nice. It's comfortable. Feel like you really get to bring it all to the table. Until you stand up and then everyone sees that you're not wearing pants and you lose your career forever.
Right. That's why we're not going to do any standing up today. So players are just getting settled. Let's see who's going first while they get set up, and have an exciting match. I think definitely one I feel like I haven't seen a lot recently. The Mage.
This is our first Merlin for the day, right?
Yeah, first Merlin. Very few in the tournament, like we talked about in our breakdown before we went to break. Only 8 Merlins, but that was 8.8 Merlins, so there's like some amount of
8.08 Merlins.
Right, yeah. Some amount of
they're leaving messages for us. I can't read that one. It's upside down though.
It's upside down.
Well, it's upside down for our camera. It says, "Hi mom, hi RWT friends, love you."
Nice.
So Landon Arrow is I believe does the social media for RWT Collective, which is Merch's store. If you guys are familiar with Merch, awesome. He does a lot of sales and trades for GA. I believe he'll also be vending Worlds. He is that store is great. Really nice people, super fun area to be around. And they are also in SoCal, so they're hosting a bunch of the Learn to Plays. So if you guys are looking for demos on the game, you have friends who are interested in the game, be sure to send them. There's a lot of different places they're going to be doing demos as well as LTPs. I believe NorCal, SoCal, Virginia, and there's one other region on the East Coast, I think, that's also doing that. And then surely if you guys go to Webway Games, you could bother Ken to teach you how to play.
I'll personally give you
Grand Archive.
Yeah.
And then if for some reason you find yourself in Calgary, I will try my best to still trying to get demos set up at a store somewhere. This laptop angle is actually a lot better than I thought it was at first.
It's not so bad. Yeah, we're getting used to it, I think.
I think it's just accentuated because it's like we have the caster view of it, so it's a little different.
Right.
Like overall, it is not bad at all.
Yeah. No, definitely readable. It looks like Krios has turned on some lights, so it's a little bit brighter on his webcam as well. So,
turning on the lights.
Good view for our finals match. Finals, quote unquote.
I might have to host a tournament through Andy where the prize pool is just webcams.
But like just everybody
better cams for people. Like I will, if you win or you top 4, I will give you a webcam.
But you have to like vet that everybody playing has like a really terrible setup that's like virtually unreadable. So they're really getting the maximum benefit of winning the new webcam. All right, looks like players are just getting ready to go here. We are good when they are good.
Yeah, we're just waiting on things to start.
And then we may get off to the races. We don't have our round clock running yet, so we might be.
We have 2 minutes. They wanted to give a little bit of time to make sure everyone was settled for the last round, and it's been a long day here.
Yes.
At the online Yeti regionals. So one of the cool things, so we actually have one more participant compared to last time.
Awesome.
I'm not participating this time, so it's 2.
Sure.
And this is a paid event. The last one was an unpaid event.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah.
We moved from an unpaid event to a paid event that has more participants than before. And we get to stream it this time. I mean, it's pretty cool. Like the last regional was right before nationals, I think.
Mm-hmm.
right? It was like the week before Nationals
Mm-hmm.
where I got the chance to meet you for the first time. It was
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool.
True.
It's like, damn, this guy's so handsome in real life.
Yeah,
And then
just goes to show like how well the game's been growing, right? And
yeah,
how great a job Yeti's been doing at growing the online scene as well.
yeah, big shout out to Andy for a fantastic league. It's also really nice just knowing like as we play the game, like time goes by really fast because it's fun. And
Yeah,
the game's fun. Like we've been here for 7.5 hours,
a long day.
I think.
If I think about it, I get tired, but if I don't think about it, it's fine. So
Yeah, like it's a spicy day. It's a good day.
yeah,
All right, we're gonna start out the finals here. We're gonna have Mr. Landon Arrow going first. Do we have the classic Fire Pass? Probably not because of Shieldmates, Library Witches, etc.
yeah. We'll see. Yeah, looks like a couple of cards going down for Landon here. To reserve for a Library Witch. Are we burning said witch? We are indeed.
Burn her. Oh, goodbye. You'll be
There
missed.
she goes.
I mean, the value of that is so good though. On a turn 1 play, like you're able to just see 3 more cards immediately.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything but, the reserve cost, but it doesn't cost you any influence. And yeah, it just allows you to churn for some more cards.
2 more for a Shieldmate. There
Just
it
like you
is.
drew it up.
It's your favorite Shieldmate.
My favorite
FTC.
Shieldmate. Looks pretty good. And let's see what the rebuttal is here. Shieldmate is a bit of a strange one in this matchup where neither player is really going to do a whole lot of attacking, so leaving this Taunter on the board, she's probably just going to stay there for a long time until she meets yet another cremation ritual. But it does stop like chipping in with dungeon guides and stuff like that.
Yeah, the chip damage is it's always more relevant than people are willing to give it credit for.
Mm-hmm. It does look like we got the patented Fire Pass from one of our 2 players. We're going to pass over to Landon, who is going to level up to level 1 Lorraine.
Well, that's the classic
Vanguard.
tabletop simulator banishment. You just grab all your cards in memory, you shuffle them, and then you just flip the top card.
Yeah.
We do a lot of TTS testing, so that was funny to me because I saw that, I was like, wait a minute.
Looks familiar.
Throws away the honorable Vanguard there. So she was floating the whole time. Sort of seeking no Bulwark Sword.
Yeah. And this is playing Bulwark as well, right? You're on both?
I believe we do have Bulwark in the main. Yeah.
Yeah, Bulwark and Sword of Seeking, yeah.
Yeah, the value of the double 0 cost sword is just huge. It's so good for people who run Spurn to Ash, Meltdown, Disintegrate. Just very, very strong in that situation. Ooh, we're gonna have 3 into the memory here for a Flame Rune Swordsman. Looking for some response from Mr. Krios.
We're gonna see a Spark immediately meet that Flame Rune Swordsman. Flame Rune Swordsman is such a deceptively powerful play in these slower control mirrors where usually you're just discarding that with Creative Shock or something for the floating memory, but in these matchups where you really need some early pressure as a deck that does not have a whole lot of early pressure, an absolute great play. And we can see that the respect is given. Krios immediately meets it with a Sparklight.
Yeah, for sure. Gotta say, one of the cool things here, that die for the Enlightenment counters is massive.
That is great. It's great.
That thing is like Rise Head times 10.
Mm-hmm.
He is truly enlightened with that much of a pool, a giant brain available for him.
Hopefully we get one of those for level counters as well. We're going to see
that would be so nice.
An early Peer is just going to be for 3 Enlightenment counters, 4 reserve costs. Basically draw a card.
Peer W.
Peer W. It's a good one. Peer to Mana, underrated card for sure. We're going to pass back over to Landon, who's just immediately going up to Merlin, and I'm going to start harassing that graveyard.
I've genuinely thought about using Peer into Mana in my Merlin deck, but I think that might be a little bit too troll.
I don't know. It's pretty close, man.
I feel like Crux Online is just good enough. Okay, so we're going to see 2 banished to level up to Merlin so that he has the ability to use Merlin's effect. So Merlin level 2 allows you to rest herself as the champion, banishing a floating memory from a graveyard and gaining a level counter if that's done so. So you can actually banish any card you want. However, if you banish a floating memory, you will get the level counter.
Yeah, so we have some interesting decisions here. It looks like we are going to go for the Banish of the Flame Rimmed Swordsman to get a level counter, getting rid of Landon's own floating memory, but that level counter is just so important because Dungeon Guide here is
Dungeon
immediately
Guide.
I'm going to bring Landon up to Merlin Kingslayer, and Merlin Kingslayer has a very, very powerful line of text. It says at the beginning of your recollection step, you get a level counter, and then if your level counters are even, her attacks get +2 this turn, and you draw a card. So getting that first level counter off of Merlin level 2 allows Merlin Kingslayer on her first recollection step to draw an additional card.
The downside, though, with the Dungeon Guide there, the banishment is a Tether in Flames alongside an Honorable Vanguard. Honorable Vanguard,
No.
ideal for the banishment here, but Tether in Flames is going to be a little rough. Very, very effective card against an Arcane Rye. But that means that whatever other 2 cards Landon has available to him must be something that's going to put him online right away. So we could see
Right.
things like a Ghost of Pendragon. We could be seeing a Spirit Blade. Well, actually, no Ascension because he's not running Ascension in this deck. Most likely a Ghost of Pendragon.
Maybe an Incarnate.
Potentially holding on to an Incarnate.
Yeah, you have to assume it's one of those very powerful Crux cards, though, right? Because otherwise, what else would he keep? Especially seeing, like you said, that Tether getting banished from the Dungeon Guide is something that looks really powerful in this matchup. So you assume it's a card better than that. And what's better than that other than Ghost Pendragon, Incarnate Majesty?
Yeah, I probably couldn't decide between Tether and Flames, Ghost of Pendragon, and Incarnate Majesty. I think in this matchup, when you have 4 Ghost of Pendragons and 3 Incarnate Majesties, you're probably okay to put the Incarnate Majesty out, just due to the fact of like where your opponent is sitting at currently for their levels and their arcane setup. But Landon is in that locals group that has a lot of very good Rye players. Plays against edgy games fairly regularly. So surely he knows this matchup better than I would in my own sense. So keeping the Incarnate definitely valuable. Ghosts to go online immediately is huge. He's going to get the level counter. He's going to be able to draw a card. If he banishes the card that's in his memory right now for a drawn blade, it'll cycle the card. He'll be able to get a card from level counter, 1 for turn, and then bounce a card with the Ghost of Pendragon on enter. But we're going to see a GCR instead, Grand Crusader's Ring, the classic banish and draw 1. Going to move to Recollection, draw step. Going to take those 4 cards. So we went from 2 influence to 4, and then that's massive. And now we're going to see the Grand Crusader's Ring banish and just go straight to 5 influence.
Yeah, she has such a great way to rebound with that very powerful effect that she has. And so that's why we see Landon's being a little bit more bullish as he was leveling up to Merlin level 3 because he knows that he can rebound his influence a lot easier than say Krios can.
Yeah, and so since he has even level counters, he's going to get +2 on his turn for Merlin. So we'll see Merlin Kingslayer here swinging with the Sword of Seeking for 3 damage to face.
Yeah, and Krios still at level 2 here, so he's going to have to get to level 3 pretty quickly, either the natural way by banishing 3 cards or perhaps from another Dungeon Guide.
He's counting out cards for a potential Incarnate here, most likely in the next turn.
Yeah, probably a little short right now, but definitely getting close. Merlin already level 5 naturally, and Incarnate Majesty does have efficiency as well as that extra text that allows it to cost 1 less for each Sword Regalia in your Banish Zone.
Yeah, the only downside to putting Sword Regalia in your Banish Zone in this deck specifically is since you're not running Spirit Blade Ascension, if you do put your Drawn Blade into your Banishment, it's going to be impossible to get it back out, right? There's no intangible Geist to bring things back out, and it just is what it is.
You lose those forever. All right, pass
Drawn Blade,
over.
Ghost of Pendragon is really like the key crux engine. So losing that early on would be quite crippling, unless you do manage to find lethal very quickly.
Right. Looks like that was just
was that a pass turn?
Yeah, doesn't have a good attack here because of that Stalwart Shieldmate, and doesn't look like he has anything he wants to cast on his own turn, so Krios is going to go ahead and pass it over to Landon. Maybe have something like that very recognizable Creative Shock on his opponent's turn.
Yeah, Creative Shock would be pretty fantastic here. I think another option could be potentially a Sparkleite targeting his own Shieldmates. Okay, so we are going to see a Creative Shock. I believe he might actually still do the same thing. Creative Shock lets you choose a unit and deal 2 damage to it, so he's able to actually kill his own Shieldmate if he wants to take out Drawn Blade this turn.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, we're likely not going to see Krios killing the Shieldmate anytime soon, so being able to give yourself the benefit of that would be nice, but he's going to discard a Resolute Stand.
Yeah, the
That'll
problem
be
with
2 Resolute Stands gone.
with the way that this Merlin deck is built is there's so many cards that are meant to interact with allies, and they just do absolutely nothing in this matchup. So going to get rid of one of those Resolutes that really isn't going to do him any favors.
So Merlin Trigger will put her level counter to 3, putting her as a total of level 6. We're going to see a Vanish from Sight in the recollection of Land and Arrow. Krios will be stealth for the rest of this turn. Merlin can swing with the Sword of Seeking, should she choose to, but will only be for 1 damage since there are no even level counters. True Sight bonus is unlocked due to Merlin Kingslayer being a multi-class champion. She has Mage and Warrior bonuses available to her.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, in response here to the Vanish from Sight, we're going to see a Tether in Flames. So that'll be the second Tether in Flames available in this deck.
I believe it's the last one.
Yeah, it is the last one. So there are only 2 Tether in Flames available. So will he take the unpreventable damage, or will he have his card negated and banished? It looks like he's going to be... Can't quite tell. He put it in the banishment pile for a second, and then he didn't.
That would be 7 damage, as Merlin is level 6 right now, which is a lot. Definitely nothing to let go for free. That would bring Krios up to 12. But it looks like he just chose to let it be banished. He figures 7 damage is probably more than Landon is going to present on the ground. But if we see something like a Ghost of Pendragon, that's gonna become a lot closer of a gamble to take.
Lots of different things we can do here to slowly get online. Vanish from Sight does help. It helps reduce a little bit of that damage going up. 3 down for a Cremation Ritual.
Very strong here, getting rid of that Stalwart Shieldmate. Going to allow for that Drawn Blade you've mentioned to come into play next turn and to draw 2 additional cards now and get more looks for that. I want to say namesake card, Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, so I think at this point it really doesn't matter what Landon plays. If he has an Incarnate Majesty between his hand and his memory, so Overall Influence has the Incarnate. So we see 4 down or 3 down, and I believe 3 in hand. Merlin will trigger to 4, giving him an additional draw. Drawn Blade for 1 more, and then draw for turn. We'll put him at what is 9. It's very, very easy to bring out an Incarnate from that position.
Yeah, Incarnate with no swords and banish is going to cost a meager 5 next turn, and if his influence is upwards of 8, 9, which is what it looks like, that should be a pretty easy cast for him. All right, we're going to see a careful study here. Being cast for free. Not sure what our level is. I can't quite read that. D30, I believe, is what we're using to... Oh, no, it's a D6. For our level counter, do you see what that says?
It looks like 2. It looks like 2, because the Enlightenment counter is the big one, right?
I believe the die below Rye is what he's using to count his additional levels.
That is hard to tell.
It is hard, yeah. I believe it's like a big yellow.
I tried to just pull up the
D6
cams
die.
directly and ended up with just a camera that loads forever. So a little bit of bandwidth struggle here for the Yeti server with 10 million people streaming webcam games on it.
Right. We are going to see some of these Enlightenment counters get cashed in here. Draw a card.
Did we see a Fireball? I think we did. So Fireball is going to hit Krios here for 7. So Merlin has 3 level counters, putting her at level 6. So Fireball will deal 7 damage, 6 plus level, or 1 plus level. Sorry, 1 plus 6.
Yeah, just chipping away. The Merlin deck is not looking for these absolutely gigantic lethal fireballs like Krios' deck is. They're just looking to deal some damage, land enough of these medium 6, 7 power spells and or attacks with allies just to close the game out.
Yeah, so we have a couple of ways to get through kind of this damage removal that Krios has. So when it comes to the Vanish from Sight, the Majestic Spirit does have True Sight, so he's able to deal with it in that sense. When we're looking at things like Resolute Stand, Devastating Blow is fantastic for Merlin to kind of finish out games. Devastating Blow having that really, really strong class bonus plus level 3 bonus. Devastating Blow getting +4 and unable to retaliate. So that will be a swing for 7 with Devastating Blow. Using a sword would go to 8, and then using Merlin's even level counter bonus would take you to 10 damage.
So we're going to see exactly what you had said last turn. We're going to grab that Drawn Blade, get one additional card, beginning of Recollection, going to get a level counter. That number is going to be even. Draw an additional card, Merlin's attacks get +2, then draw one more card for turn. Brings him up to, I believe, a staggering 9 influence.
Might be at 8 due to the usage of the Fireball.
True, true.
But obviously, the webcam angle of champions makes it a little bit difficult to kind of tell the exact number in this situation.
Gonna start by coming in for 1 with that dungeon guide, and 14 is pretty close. Only 11 damage missing for Rai to meet his demise.
And we were on Spirit of Fire, not Serene Spirit, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so Krios does not run a Serene Spirit, meaning he will not be able to banish his Lineage release his spirit for a recover 6.
We'll see if they can get it done here. It looks like Landon is doing some quick Incarnate math. By our calculations, Incarnate is going to cost 5 reserve here.
He's debating if he wants to play 2 down for a Pendragon first.
Yeah.
Pendragon with the on enter effect, Return of Regalia, will actually self-cycle itself. So it will be enough for him to play a Pendragon, draw 2, and then go into the Incarnate from there afterwards.
Yeah, you can also throw this Sword of Seeking that only has 1 durability on it. By attacking his opponent for 3, as his level counters are even, that puts another Regalia into its banish, which will decrease that Incarnate just a little bit more as well. Lots of options here for this Merlin deck. She's not devoid of options once she gets to this part of the game.
Yeah, so under a normal circumstance, you want to put the Drawn Blade back so that you can essentially keep pulling it out every time you have a floating memory available. Ooh, interesting. So we're not going to see a Ghost of Pendragon, which means he most likely doesn't have one available to him.
Right.
We're going to see a Hasty Messenger comes in for 1 here. He's going to be discarding a Focus Flames to draw a card, digging hopefully for whatever he needs. I believe he does have the Incarnate, though. It's interesting he would be counting that out without it. So you might be right. We might actually see the Sword of Seeking come in for 1 damage. Wouldn't be as ideal since the Bulwark Sword would need to be used for Devastating Blow or for other attacks in the future. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, still getting that value off of your even level counters makes it a little bit better. Wow, we're just going to see a Cruxite draw a card. He is really digging.
So he really is digging.
Yeah.
I guess that Safeguard Amulet, very, very good defensive materialization on the last turn. He really needs that. He's kind of debating if he wants to swing here with the Sword of Seeking for 3.
So maybe he wasn't counting Incarnate, but he was counting if his opponent is dead. We see him doing a little bit of math here. Maybe he has another Fireball in his hand.
I think he's trying to figure out how close his opponent is to lethal right now. He asked for Arcane Cards and Banishment. We are going to officially declare the Merlin attack into the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, just going to keep the board clear. I'm not sure which weapon he attacked with there.
I think he's debating that right now. Drawn Blade would make a lot of sense in this situation since the game likely won't go on for too many turns. Keeping the Sword of Seeking available for Vanish from Sight is really, really valuable here.
Sure.
Sword of Seeking, Devastating Blow into a Vanish from Sight is lethal. And there's the Incarnate. Like you called it, break one of the swords, lower the cost of the Incarnate, and he is going to pay 4 for it. And Majestic Spirit's out.
Here's a big horse, a 4/12 gigantic monster. Does have True Sight, like you had said, has Vigor, and it says anytime another Crux element unit you control would be dealt damage, it is dealt half that damage rounded up instead. It also gives you Spell Shroud, which is very good in this matchup because it means Fireballs, Arcane Blasts cannot target your champion. So he does have to find a way to deal with this Majestic Spirit before he can even think about sending damage up to Merlin.
Yeah, he's gonna need to find some of those fireballs. Potentially comboing Sparkleites with Anger the Skies. We have a couple other options. Erratic Bolt and Voltaic Sphere can deal with the Majestic Spirit in this case, as the Majestic Spirit does not take it doesn't prevent half of the damage dealt to itself.
Right.
Which was my biggest mistake playing in Nationals. I thought it reduced half of its own damage, so I would continually swing for 2 into Champion and not hit lethal by 3 almost every game. But yeah, that's one of the biggest things. You have to be able to read the cards effectively. If
And it's really
another
tough.
Crux unit, it's like when you first use the Banner Knight, right? You're like other allies. You're like, oh yeah, Banner Knight doesn't get his own. So we're gonna see a peaceful reunion from Krios. Gonna be getting to remove any form of attack declarations for till his next turn. So Mr. Land and Arrow here is just gonna be kind of chilling, accruing a little bit of value with his Regalia. Maybe hopefully get some Ghost of Pendragon so we can see Merlin online, 15,000 influence at a time. The Bulwark Sword's gonna come out.
Yeah, so no attacks can be declared, but obviously Landon is feeling very safe here with a Safeguard and a Majestic Spirit. And Krios here does have to start worrying about fireballs from his opponent. A fireball here is 1 point short of lethal because of that Safeguard amulet on the other side of the table, but that is still not the place that you want to be. So it's a ticking clock here. Krios probably gets 1 more shot at it before it's too much to overcome.
I mean, this is the downside to not running more ways to deal with Regalia in your main board, right? You see a Safeguard amulet and suddenly you're delayed an entire turn.
Right.
Right. Even though Landon is showing 1 damage on the board, seeing 27 damage to face is not unrealistic.
Yeah,
Right. We're gonna see a tome of knowledge here from Krios. Gonna be able to banish 1 card to get a level counter, most likely, and then be able to bring out the Tome of Sacred Lightning, banish for another one, and then potentially even just draw a card, right? If he's able to set up with that Scry the Skies, it's gonna be really, really tough for Landon here because if we see a level 9 Rye, a single fireball can take out the Majestic Spirit in that case.
Yep. And I believe he is in that sort of realm. So yeah, just needs to find a fireball, then find, to be fair, quite a few pieces of damage to send at Merlin, but definitely not out of the realm of possibility, especially like you said, with the influence he's going to gain off of this Tome of Sacred Lightning. And then if he finds something like a Scry the Skies, just to find multiple pieces at the same time would be really, really strong.
And one of the nice things we'd be hoping for here, if we are the Merlin players, we're kind of looking and hoping we can have 2 fireballs in hand, right? You play a fireball in response to something that can lethal you, and then in response to the Safeguard Amulet banishment, you on the stack just play another fireball.
Yeah, definitely what Krios has to be worried about, but it looks like it was just a pass over. We're going to see that tick up from Merlin. We're going to see that Chalice of Blood in play. And
Chalice of Blood, a fantastic
dire
card for Merlin.
Yeah.
Fantastic card. Being a multi-class champion, you're going to get the health pool of the higher one. So as a warrior, you're going to get 28 health, which makes Chalice of Blood a very, very viable card for you. I believe that was a discarded Stalwart Shieldmate for Hasty Messenger.
Looks like we might be seeing a Resolute stand here, but
Might be
definitely
seeing
yeah.
Oh, so there is going to be a Resolute stand.
Yeah, in response to that Hasty Messenger trigger. So this will keep him mostly safe. He's still going to take that 1 damage from the Majestic Spirit.
He can take a lot of damage here, though. If he has a Devastating Blow in hand, it's enough for lethal.
Yeah.
Devastating Blow would come in for 10. A Resolute would lower it to 7. Still 7 damage over 25. I believe that was a past turn. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Just a bit of a gesture instead. So 2 down for a Crux Sight. It'll be returning the Incarnate Majesty. And then
not doing
looking
a whole
to
lot here.
Draw a card here.
But just digging. He's just digging for those fireballs, those Ghosts of Pendragon, those devastating blows, like you said.
Oh, hey, there it is. Devastating Blow.
There it is. And that should be enough to get over the line.
Another Resolute stand is going to bring him up to 24 damage. So Devastating Blow with the level counter and the Bulwark Sword.
This is the second time today we've seen 2 stacked Resolute stands. So he is going to be skipping his next 2 draw steps, which is not a great place to be in, but he does have a little bit of draw power in that Tome of Sacred Lightning, and of course, so many cards in his deck that allow him to gain influence.
Wait, is that enough? Does he have even level counters on Merlin?
I believe he is at 6?
If he's at 6, shouldn't that be lethal with the Bulwark Sword? Or did he declare the attack without the Bulwark Sword?
I'm not sure here.
It's 7 damage, 9, 11. 11 minus 6 is 5, right?
Yeah, maybe he missed his Merlin trigger, or maybe he is not even. I can't really tell if that die is a 5 or a
I can't tell
6.
if that's not.
Yeah,
Oh, he used Sword of Seeking.
interesting.
Interesting. Was there a Vanish from Sight that we missed?
I don't believe so. I think it was just double Resolute here, but looks like he's going to follow it up with a Ghost of Pendragon. Draw a couple more cards. Can't do
I
a whole lot through
see.
2 Resolute stands here.
Ooh, that's gonna feel really bad if Krios is able to find lethal next turn, though.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Put your opponent to 24. Does not feel terrific.
One of the nice advantages here, though, is being a champion with 28 health and having a Chalice of Blood on the field. Your
Right.
chance to take an Arcane Blast or an Advent to the point where you can draw from your Chalice of Blood is actually fairly high.
Just
And you don't necessarily have to pop your Safeguard Amulet at the beginning either. You could take specific amounts of damage to push yourself into the Chalice of Blood range.
Yeah, Krios is in just such a hard position here. He has to deal with this Majestic Spirit. He has to deal 27 damage. He has 4 cards in hand and skipping 2 draw steps. Just like such a hard position to be in. It's going to be really hard for him to find the tools for success here. But we will see what he can do. He's going to start by activating that tome, banishing a Voltaic Sphere to draw a card. Then for Materialize here, he is going to grab his own Chalice of Blood, which he can activate.
Yeah, I wonder how you feel as landing here. You know, if you'd chosen to use the Bulwark Sword, that was lethal. And so I guess making the mistake of not playing around the extra Resolute stand is something hopefully we wouldn't see again.
Right.
But a little bit unfortunate here.
And just like that, with that Chalice of Blood, Krios' influence not looking so shabby, but he does still need a lot here. We're really looking for cards like Scry the Skies that help him find multiple pieces at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. So we're gonna need to play a couple things like to get cards into influence. We're gonna need the Tome of Sacred Lightning to banish cards, give us more draw steps.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna discard and Anger the Skies with that Creative Shock. I believe a pre-recollection Creative Shock. We're gonna be seeing an Arcane Sight, so a temporary level. I believe we are 7 level counters now, so that puts us at level 10. We're gonna be resting that Tome of Sacred Lightning, looking to banish a card at random from memory. It'll be a dungeon guide, so that's unfortunate because we're not gonna see a level counter there, but we do get 1 card to cycle. So Krios is in a position where he's able to look through more things in his deck. He could banish the Tome of Sacred Lightning using the inherited effect of Tome of Knowledge. He would lose a level counter, but he would also gain a card.
Sure. It looks
So
like
it
that's
looks like
not
he's
the case.
passing turn.
Yeah, he might have something like a Vanish here, but it looks like only 3 influence or three cards in hand rather. So not enough to cast Vanish.
So even if he had a Vanish, though, he like Resolute, everything like that. Like Majestic Spirit can swing for 1
Right.
through the Vanish from Sight,
Oh
through the
yeah,
Resolute,
true. With the
True Sight, and then 4
Yep.
4 power is really strong here. So Hasty Messenger is going to come in for 1 damage.
He's looking to get a teardrop. This is lethal.
We are going to see the Resolute stand, so it's going to be a discarded dungeon guide here.
And then surely we just see the Majestic Spirit coming here for that 1 needed damage over that Resolute stand prevention.
Devastating Blow. Creative Shock.
Oh, that works too.
Wants to
Discard
play
a
it
fire
really,
card.
really safe here. Going to discard a Flame Rune Swordsman and deal 2 damage. The
punch that.
Safeguard Amulet is available, but I think Krios realizes there's too much on the board for him to really catch up at this point.
Right.
Yeah, what do you think about that? So not respecting the double resolute, had lethal on board with the Bulwark Sword, moved to a potential lost turn.
Yeah. I mean, that's not how I really expected that matchup to go. I would have assumed that, Rye would have the edge here. It usually takes a fair amount of time for stuff like the Incarnate Majesty to come out and for them to have the, requisite materials to put that sort of pressure onto their opponent. But Landon managed to get it pretty early, pretty efficiently, and then past that just sort of, locked the game out for Krios there.
I think this is honestly a classic example of why it's suggested to run Spirit of Serene Fire at least as an option in your Spirit of Fire Rye deck, right?
Right.
It gives you the potential to race at a better rate, especially against a Merlin, right? Merlin's able to regain that influence. When you're playing Serene Spirit of Fire with Rye, what you need to just get to level 3 so you can start banishing cards with your tome.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's your cycle engine. And he just wasn't able to get to that point fast enough in the game, and it really, really punished him.
So looking at sideboards, it looks like Krios is probably a little bit better off in that regard. He does have a few cards worth bringing in. He does have a Fire Resonance Bauble that he can bring in. He does have 2 copies of Advent of the Stormcaller and 2 Erratic Bolts. I think the extra damage spells are going to be pretty key in having enough damage and having enough density of these damage spells to deal with something like the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, so having a couple more options is going to be pretty nice on the side of Krios. When we look at Landon, I think Disintegrate is definitely going to be an option that comes in here.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, probably not that relevant. I don't think he necessarily needs a Quicksilver Grill for anything, as well as the Nullifying Lantern probably just hurts him more than anything else.
Yeah, I think the Nullifying Lantern's probably not a worthy include, but I do agree that I think Disintegrate looks pretty good. Something that you had mentioned earlier in our tournament is the absolute work that Tome of Sacred Lightning does, and so having a way to easily answer that, especially with that efficiency on Disintegrate, Merlin has a pretty easy job casting that on whichever target she chooses.
This would be interesting setup. So I have a question for you, and I was going to ask this when Steve-O was actually kind of shuffling his deck there, his unsleeved deck. Do you ever shuffle this way where you just put like a bunch of piles on the table and shuffle into them?
No, not usually. I find that I usually shuffle my entire deck at the same time, but I do have big hands, so it's a little bit easier.
I have
I know
small
some
hands. It's
people.
unfortunate for me.
Yeah, I know some people.
The reason I asked though is because a lot of people I see shuffle in 6 piles, right? 6 piles. Yeah. It's very standard. You'll always end up in the same place. Something to note though is that if you actually do that, it's a very minor thing, but it could be a disadvantage to you, showing your opponent that you have 60 cards in your deck.
Interesting.
It's very unlikely you have 66 cards in your deck.
Right.
And there's no chance you have 54 and play illegally. So I just noticed because a couple of people I've seen today actually have been shuffling in piles of 5 or 8.
Yeah, that is interesting. Sort of it feels sort of like ritualistic to me. Like the people that I see do the pile shuffle, usually it feels like it's out of habit or some sort of like counting their deck or something like that to make sure. But yeah, I've never thought about the opponent watching me pile shuffle to see how many cards are in my deck.
I mentioned it because at Nats I watched someone across from me do it, and I noticed that they had 62 cards, and I went to check their deck list later, and they did have 62 cards.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, in game 1 it's very strange. All right.
I also just thought about this. If you have 60 cards in your main deck, and you can just add more to it from your sideboard, can't you? Or does it not work that way?
No, yeah,
Like,
you're
you have
allowed
to
to
use
board up, yeah.
Whoa.
I think you are allowed to ask your opponent how many cards they're submitting in their deck, though.
I see.
Yeah, like how many cards is that? Can I count your deck, etc.
Well, so it looks like Steve-O managed to win his game. So the decider factor here of who gets first place in the Yeti Online Regional is if both players tie here, Krios and Landon, it is most likely that Steve-O will take first place. If Krios wins, his tiebreakers are definitely higher than Steve-O's, and if Landon wins, his tiebreakers are also likely higher, but it's going to be very close because he played against Krios specifically in the last round.
Right. Yeah, tournament math is so difficult, and especially when these players are fighting for that very coveted first place spot, those extra sapphire packs, that
The money.
sweet champion mat.
True.
Definitely
I love Cyclonic
high
Strike,
stakes. Yeah,
I think,
sweet
right?
art. Cyclonic Strike. We love Cyclonic Strike. We love Rose.
I love Rose. Rose is the best.
All right, Landon's going to start us off. See what he's got. 3 down. Is he being shocking or creative? Doing a little count. Doing his Incarnate Majesty math on turn 0. We are going to see that creative shock.
I do like turn 1 Incarnate Majesty when I'm a Spirit of Fire.
Yeah, looks like I could cast it here. Oh, wait.
Fast Cure is going to be going away. It's good value.
Yeah. Into a
Shieldmate.
And we really saw her stick around for 5 or 6 turns last game. She didn't do a whole lot of blunting of aggression just because that's not the sort of decks these players are playing. So we'll see if Landon really values trying to find something like a cremation ritual to pick her up, or like you had mentioned last game, a creative shock and targeting his own shieldmate.
Creative Shock target Shieldmate. Good play.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird +1, not +1, depending on the situation. In a matchup like this where Krios has like no allies, it's basically just a +1.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're just going to get a pass back after leveling up to Rye level 1, and then Landon is going to level up to Lorraine level 1. Grab that Sword of Seeking.
A Sword of Dungeoneering.
Sword of Dungeoneering.
Will we see more floating memory in the graveyard here for Landon? 3 down for looks like a cremation ritual? Question mark?
Maybe. Yeah, both of these decks just get so unlocked once they hit level 3, so these opening turns are going to look a little bit strange, a little bit anemic, because they have assumingly a lot of these powerful advanced element cards in their hand that they have to play around. But we might see something like we saw last game, the development of something like a Flame Rune Swordsman to put just a little bit of pressure. Looks like 2 cards going down. Maybe something like a Library Witch into a Cremation if they want to keep that Stalwart Shieldmate on the board.
He seems to have a ton of options because he's putting 3
Right.
down, 2 down, then picking them up and thinking, what's next? So I'm starting to think it's not a cremation ritual. Oh,
I'm starting to think it is.
I guess me thinking it isn't a cremation ritual means it must be a cremation ritual, right?
So yeah, we do see that cremation ritual, and then another 2 coming down, maybe to replace that Stalwart.
2 down for a Hasty Messenger.
Ooh, that would be very good here.
3 down for Flame Reinforcement. Oh, for a Dungeon Guide.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
Well, that means this means we're double Dungeon Guiding, I think.
Perhaps, yeah. That must have been why he was thinking so hard about the plays that he was making.
I mean, honestly, this is pretty good. If he has the double Dungeon Guide set up here, he's gonna level up to 2. So 2 floating memory from the banishment in the Dungeon Guide is sick value. He's gonna be able to use his Merlin to eat that Stalwart Shieldmate in the memory, and then potentially he actually could just naturally level to 3 if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think such a heads up play here from Landon using this Dungeon Guide here, in that his opponent passed the turn, right? So they're assumingly holding up something like a creative shock, hopefully, maybe discarding some floating memory or something that they want to deal with. And so he's going to keep up.
It's a rough looking turn here because Grand Crusader's Ring coming out after the level up to Rye 1 means we're kind of on stall here, going to Rye 2, potentially to Rye 3. Maybe needs the cards for the double Dungeon Guide, but I mean that definitely doesn't seem good from this perspective.
It doesn't bode well. It might be like you had said while we were sideboarding, the problem not running a Serene Spirit in a deck like this is that he could just have a handful of uncastable arcane cards.
So we're gonna see the Stalwart Shieldmate being eaten up, gobbled up by Merlin level 2 there. So the effect, reiterating the effect, basically you can rest this champion, banish a card from a graveyard, and if that card has floating memory, you gain a level counter. We're going to see Grand Crusader's Ring. So not the hard level to Merlin 3 that I thought we were going to get.
Yeah, he might just have another dungeon guide.
2
Should be
dungeon guides.
so
Kind of
good
spicy.
here.
And banish that Grand Crusader's Ring, draw a card.
Attack him for 1.
A lot of options here. We have plenty of options. Knowing that Krios didn't go to level 2 last turn, Landon actually could play this a little bit slower if he wants to, but I think that going for a second dungeon guide if he has it here is actually a super valuable play.
Yeah, and it does indeed.
Yeah, so he's setting the pace for the game right now. Essentially, we're looking at if you don't kill me in the next, what is maybe 3 to 4 turns, 3 to 4 rotations, like there's going to be so much protection. And 2 more floating memories, the Flame Swordsman and the Stalwart Shieldmate are going to go away for that dungeon guide. So Landon here getting insane value from all of his dungeon guides.
Yeah, it just means that his hand must be full of gas, right? Like every time he's played a dungeon guide, he's hit these cards that he really doesn't want to see in this matchup.
So we are going to see that dungeon guide die, though.
Yeah, we're seeing a Sparklight on a dungeon guide, and I have to assume it's to put 2 cards down to level. Like, it's not really a threat that you have to deal with, but maybe he needed to cast a spell here just to have the ability to level up to Rye level 2. So, bit of a hard run here for Krios. We'll see if he can mount a comeback.
Yeah, the pace is set. I mean, we talked about, the gas in hand here, and there's a ghost of oh.
He wants to attack with a sword first.
Oh, he wants to attack with a sword first. I think Krios is gonna let him have that.
Then pick
one damage off lethal. He's a little scarred from it from before.
Right.
Doesn't want to miss out on that a second time. And the Ghost of Pendragon will be swinging here for 3 damage. So Ghost of Pendragon on enter, you may return a Regalia you control to your owner's material deck, and if you do, draw 2 cards. Why he wanted to swing and declare the attack with the Sword of Seeking first, remove one of the 2 durability counters, and then put it back into his material deck. Just gets a little bit more filtered damage.
Talk about setting the pace of the game. Very high pressure environment now for Krios. Landon's just really stepping on the gas. He's going to get that second Merlin counter next turn and really just start running away with the game.
And that's how it is in some of these games, right? If you're not able to get a decent opening hand and you notice your opponent is not really able to keep up with your pace, playing very aggressively into them is a good idea, right? We saw the double dungeon guide. He had so much floating memory in his hand. He didn't need to keep any of those cards. So he just threw all of them away, turboed to 3. And, Merlin has that built-in engine able to regain influence. Every even level counter, you're going to get a card. Every time you have another opportunity for Drawn Blade, you're going to get another card.
Yeah, looks like just a level up and pass back from Krios. So we're going to see that engine come into full effect here. Merlin's going to start rebounding her influence.
Are we going to see the Sword of Seeking? Are we going to see a Drawn Blade to cycle one of the cards in memory? If we see the Drawn Blade, it's likely because he does have something in there that he wants to get rid of, needs to dig for the Incarnate Majesty, needs to dig for the Fireball or whatever it is. If he's playing safe, has a really good plan, we're going to see Bulwark Sword or the Sword of Seeking for free.
Yeah, really hemming it over here. He could find, close to lethal here. Worth noting that it looks like, as far as I can tell, we're still at level 2 Rye on the side of Krios.
Yes, we are level 2 Rye. Sword of Seeking here does get the extra value of being able to attack into the Vanish from sight. Sure, that might be what Landon's trying to mill over, whether or not he wants the Drawn Blade for the cycle or if he wants the Sword of Seeking to deal with the Vanish from sight. Is going to decide on the Sword of Seeking. Oh, but decides again, unsure.
To decide again.
He's deciding that it's maybe not the right play and needs to think it over a little bit more. This is where he is strategically planning, as our producer here has decided. This is the strategic planning decision here. Mordred trying to figure out what his convention route is.
There's no such thing as too much preparation, and that's very clear here. We're actually going to see a safeguard amulet.
Wow, very safe defensive option. It's a very, very calculated move. You're up 1 win. You have 15 minutes left on the clock before overtime. Honestly, it's a very, very safe and good decision to take a safeguard amulet out here, right? On the off chance that Krios does have lethal in his hand, like it is a fantastic idea to just go for it. And I believe that's going to be a pre-recollection creative shock. A little pixelated here, so it's a bit difficult to see, but it does look like that due to the fact that he picked up 2 cards.
Yeah, I believe so. Gonna bin
a little bit of an audible here. Can't quite follow the visual for myself.
Yeah, so that is a creative shock. I got a glimpse in there through the boxes of pixelation.
Whoa, you are strategic planning. Or
I'm
you're Xander 1, I
strategically
can't
planning. Gonna discard a hasty messenger, deal 2 damage to Rye, putting him up to 8, and lethal is definitely not out of the question here. We will see what offense can be mounted.
Resolute Stand coming down for Krios. 3 down for the Resolute Stand, potentially.
Yeah,
Things to keep in mind, Resolute Stand, a Tether and Flames is a very good option right here.
Yeah, Tether would be for 6. Looks like
Tether
it just
would
resolves.
be for 6, so it is going to resolve. No Tether and Flames in hand yet. Maybe he wants to save the Tether for a more valuable situation. You know, make Krios come to a point where he's within Tether lethal range,
Right.
and go to negate something that he has to take. Basically, you know, if he wants to peer into mana, wants to careful study, wants to arcane spell shield.
Yeah, I mean, we can tell that Landon here is playing very safe, right? Especially from getting the safeguard amulet in his materialization. He knows that he's ahead. He knows that he has a commanding board position right now. So he's just taking it very slow to make sure that there are no gaps, no mistakes that can be made to allow Rye to sneak through his defenses.
The interesting part is, from where we are right now, he could actually just play an Incarnate. Okay.
That's a good start too, though. That's going to be Devastating Blow for 9.
Devastating Blow for 9, kind of big. There's 3 reduction there from the Resolute Stand's going to hit him for 6.
That's a lot. Definitely a lot.
That is indeed pretty spicy. Big fan of the Guardian Warrior Sword opportunity here. Can see it with big old Tony as well.
Mm-hmm.
Devastating Blow with the Creation's Will for 50 something. Can also Amphorous Strike with the Devastating Blow if you don't have a heavy swing.
Not bad, not bad.
Sadly, not as good because you don't get the bonus card effect. You just get the raw power of the card.
Right.
Okay, putting some cards down. Putting some cards down for a Library Witch. Interesting.
A very exciting Library Witch. Here to guard the books while Merlin flips through them to find a fireball to throw at their opponent.
Interesting Library Witch. Maybe a combo here with a future Creative Shock in the next turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't really see much value in putting a Library Witch on the board right now.
Yeah, just playing so safe. You know, it's their game to lose in Landon's case. So
what a fantastic phrase. Very few people use or understand what that means.
Yeah.
Good though. You know, my game to win, my game to lose.
Right.
Does make a pretty big difference here. So we're gonna see, I believe, an Advent of the Stormcaller banished, and I didn't quite see what the other card was.
I believe it was another arcane card, so that does finally bring Krios up to level 3 Rise. Stormseer, going to add some levels due to those arcane cards being banished. We're going to count those out real quick. Hopefully we can get a die that's readable. Nope.
That's a very hopeful thing you're asking for here.
But it looks like it is enough to cast a Careful Study for free, so at least level 8. Oh, do I spy it? It looks like level 8. I believe we are level 8 here. I saw through the matrix. Going up to level 9.
We are level 8. That's correct.
Yeah. Temporary level 9 from the arcane site. Gonna play yet another Careful Study. This is a really good turn so far for Krios, so they might be mounting that comeback that we've been talking about for a turn or two here.
Has the potential to win it all. Well, not necessarily. The potential to tie and give Steve-O the best opportunity at
has a potential to go to game 3. Another temporary level up to level 10. There is still that safeguard looming in Landon's control, though.
Safeguard, very, very effective in this matchup. 4 damage from each source, which means if he does choose to banish it in response to an Advent of the Stormcaller, he'll be able to protect himself from all the damage from that. However, does not entirely save him from fireballs, arcane blasts, etc.
Right.
We do have 4 enlightenment counters left here for Krios. He's gonna move them down to 1 enlightenment counter, draw another card. We're gonna see a Careful Study. You go back to 6. 2 more cards. And you can see both players just laughing about it. A little bit of solitaire. He's really, really just digging, trying to get exactly what he needs.
He does need quite a lot here. He would have to have a near perfect hand to get the job done. But he is
And it's
drawing a
especially
lot of
hard too
cards.
because he doesn't have the Tome of Knowledge out, the Tome of Sacred Lightning, no way to kind of filter as easily. So he really needs to use all of his resources to be able to dig for that winning hand. Because if not, it's looking like Landon has lethal in the next coming turn or two.
Yeah, they could really use a card that allows you to pick up all the cards in your memory again.
That's a crazy statement. That is a crazy statement.
Seems like it would really be a benefit here.
Okay,
we do
so
see that Erratic Bolt. Currently level 10. And Erratic Bolt is a good way to get started.
Yep, so Erratic Bolt, he'll be able to banish 2 cards at random from his memory if he does draw 2 cards. Maybe just digging a Erratic Bolt into a Prey dig for another Careful Study. Maybe Pure.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the ideal outcome for Krios. He gets an Erratic Bolt, which allows him to churn through his deck just a little bit more, and he also gets the crack on the Safeguard Amulet, which means he can try to go for lethal in a future turn, provided that he can survive the crackback.
Was he gonna lose?
Do you see at least one Arcane Blast banished? That's really tough.
See Erratic Bolt for 9 damage to face here.
And then a couple of levels gained up to level 12 now is Rye.
I guess that's Erratic Bolt for 13, sorry.
Right. He's just mulling it over here.
Does he have it? He's keeping us on the edge of our seats. Steve-O might actually be getting first place here due to the draw potential of Krios versus Land and Arrow. If oh, it's Erratic for 10 reduced to 6. I see. Right. My apologies. Reading numbers upside down. So I was right, or I was closer to right when I said 9 the first time.
Yeah, first one was for 10, down to 6. Looks like maybe just a pass of the turn, but plenty of cards in hand. Can be holding up something like a Vanish. Just has to hope to fade basically Fireball. If he has a Vanish here, that is.
Looking grim. Looking very grim.
Looking grim, but only grim, I think, if Landon can find lethal this turn. If Krios gets another turn, it doesn't look too bad.
I think the requirement here is that Landon doesn't have an Incarnate or finds lethal. If he has an Incarnate, I don't know if Krios has enough to take it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's sort of all she wrote if Landon can find an Incarnate, or obviously can find lethal here, but maybe he doesn't. We're gonna see a Drawn Blade cycling.
Well, paying for memory, okay.
Maybe looking to find some of those more powerful Crux cards.
And it's gonna be an Honorable Vanguard. So his whole hand this game has been floating the entire time. Level counter. So we're not gonna see a Vanish from Sight. Resolute Stand. Whoa, no Vanish from Sight. Okay.
No Vanish. And I believe this game he's cast already a couple Resolute Stands, right?
He's casted, I think, 2 Resolute Stands this game. So he does have the potential for more. Did not have enough cards in hand for a what would be a Peaceful Reunion.
I'm gonna see a Cruxite draw. A poke with the Dungeon Guide. Resolute Stand check passed.
Okay, 18. So we're looking at 7 more damage here. Another Devastating Blow is enough to take lethal if there's nothing in hand for Rios.
Yeah, there's a lot here that does it. Fireball, Devastating Blow.
So the thing that Krios has to be careful of is if he does have a Resolute Stand, he needs to play it at an alternate cost, because if not, Tether and Flames could come out as a response.
Right.
And at this point, I believe Merlin, Tether, and Flames is 7 damage exactly. Merlin's level 6 right now. So Tether and Flame's lethal. Potential if he puts too many cards down.
Attacking for 1 with that drawn blade.
Or is he a creative shot? Oh, the dig for the 2. The dig for the 2. In response, we're gonna see a fireball, and that's lethal. Fireball's gonna end the game. Woo! And it's over. It's over.
He had the tether too. He showed the camera.
He had the tether. He knew he had the tether.
Yeah.
And Steve-O, sadly, I don't think is going to be able to take first place with that.
Yeah, I think that will probably put Landon here into our first place spot. We see the fist bump once again to the camera.
It's not a guarantee though, because their tiebreakers are both really close. So Landon is a tiebreaker of 50%, and Steve-O is a tiebreaker of 49.45%.
Oh no!
Opponent match win rate. So it really depends on how things go overall. So Steve-O's opponent recently was Meffin X, who has a 63.89% opponent match win percent. Krios having 61.11. So it entirely depends on the other people that they played against today in the tournament. Right. So whoever had more people that they played against drop the tournament probably won't get first place. And that is a crazy thought, that it's not actually up to them. It is entirely up to anyone they played against today.
Right. Yeah, there's some stress relieved, right? Like they've done all that they can do. They just have to, sit tight and hope. We have the round timer coming up in just a couple minutes. And then shortly after that, we should have our final standings.
Yeah, wow, and it's even closer too, because Steve-O did win the 2-0 against Meffin X, and Landon Arrow got the 2-0 against Krios. So it's going to be like really, really, really tight.
Right. Yeah, already just being the difference of like 0.5% you said of their opponent match win percentage.
Yeah, their current opponent match win percentage are 0.55% difference between the two of them. So it is entirely up to what previously came throughout their tournament.
Right.
So let's say Steve-O in his last 7 games, right? 3 of his opponents dropped. It's less likely that he's going to be able to get more of an opponent match win percentage when it looks to the final standings of round 7.
Right. Going to be very, very close, but of course, well played by all of these players that are in contention. It's been an amazing tournament today.
Yeah, and Steve-O, big shout out. I really enjoyed watching your deck today. It was fantastic to watch the big Giga Chad Fire Lorraine come out and just absolutely take body counts. It just absolutely took body counts, and it's just a fun thing to see, right? It's a fantastic deck. It is a deck that really exemplifies people who can play it well, and it was great to have you on stream for that. I appreciate seeing that.
Yeah, expertly played. It was a little bit of an eyesore, but other than that, it was great.
Yeah, Cam hates your unsleeved cards more than anything in the world.
It's about sending a message, right? And Steve-O definitely sent a message to his opponents that I don't even sleeve these cards.
True. Maybe if he sleeved them, he would have won on tiebreakers.
Hey, maybe that is the tiebreaker. Sleeves.
The tiebreaker was actually that you didn't have sleeves.
Right.
Really, really sad.
Yeah,
it was a big sad moment. But yeah, big shout out to everyone who was on our feature matches today. Thank you so much for showing us some great games. Obviously, big shout out to Mitch, Super Mitch 8. As you can see, Mitchell Irwin there in our YouTube chat. Big thank you to you as well for all the graphics. It's very, very helpful, and it's really nice for the viewers to see kind of the spread and distribution of different decks that are being played, different champions that are being played, as well as the elements and such. So overall, just a fantastic tournament, fantastic showing. Mr. Andrew Kreckler, Andy K, Yeti Gaming himself, for running the tournament, right? Being the guy who has the lead for us. I think that's fantastic. And then there's 3 more. So Chikaplu, thank you for running our stream, and a big shout out. This is not a super well said one, but big shout out to the judges. So thank you guys so much for helping the event run really smoothly, making sure that game states were maintained through the Viridian trinkets and such. So big thank you guys. And you, Mr. Cam, thanks for joining me today, waking up early.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to be a guest and sit here in the comfort of my home with a webcam. But all the hard work goes to you and the rest of the team behind the scenes to bring such a high production value to a tournament like this. So thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, feels good. I'm glad we could do this. It was a lot of fun. Time went by really fast, and we saw some absolutely fantastic Grand Archive.
Yeah,
and
didn't
nothing
feel like
blew up.
9 hours, right? Like,
Nothing
that's
blew
crazy.
up, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
I feel like every tournament something goes wrong somewhere, but this was good. It was good.
Everything went well. That's Andy hard at work, making sure that all the wheels are greased and everything's moving smoothly. We are going into overtime in our final round here, so just make sure that those final standard players get the draws that they deserve, and then we'll get your your final standings.
That's crazy. That's a statement.
Yeah, wow. Playing for so much, so it's very exciting. I know that we are less stressed out than these couple of players are, who are just eagerly awaiting those standings. And of course, you know, there's players that are sweating out, making top 8, making top 16. Lots of amazing prizing on the line.
Sapphire packs.
Sapphire packs.
We love sapphire packs.
Start grinding those national qualifier points, this is a great place to do it. Of course, Yeti runs a regional for all these events, and you do really have to, or all of these seasons rather, and you do really have to win, or at least do well at a lot to make it to nationals next year. So, huge congratulations to anybody taking home a regional invite tonight.
I wish I had hubris, mommy.
Yeah, me too. I missed all my shots. We
got to
sit
steal one
behind
from
the desk.
Trent.
Yeah, that's true. He'll lose it. So.
Sure.
I'll
just like the last one.
When he loses his regional invites.
That's funny. You just casually hold it for him until he forgets you have it.
You know, maybe a good idea. I'm really worried about it. So.
What was your favorite match of today?
I really like that Windride deck. So that's got to be my pick.
Our Arcane Elemental.
I love Arcane Elemental. That man goes hard. So that's my winner. And he did pretty well, right? Pickle finished pretty high in the standings, I believe.
I don't think so. I think he lost the last couple rounds.
Doing well
where
for a while.
I see Pickle right now? I currently see Pickle at 59.
It was going well for a while until it wasn't. Rest in peace.
Yeah, it really be like that. You know, you start strong and then suddenly you're X4. You don't really know what happened, but you know,
sometimes
you played the games.
Yeah, you played those games, and sometimes those elementals didn't get over the line. But we did have some Ryes get over the line. Great showing from Rye. Really proud of the mage community. Really showing that Rye's still around, because he hasn't made a lot of showings lately. So
I believe our top 4 is all. No, sorry. Kilidas and Gideon ID'd. Our top 3 is all DOA champs. Merlin, Rye, Lorraine.
Yeah, Merlin sort
of.
Well,
I guess Merlin sort of, because Kingslayer's FTC, but
right. Yeah, it just shows the power of that first set. I think still to this day, all of the most powerful cards in the game are from Dawn of Ashes. And of course, that's sort of how it goes, right? Like, to establish the game, you need to have those powerful strategies and those sort of archetype defining cards. But it's great to see that those champions are still making an appearance. But if you look at our representation, ALC is doing great too. Lots of Dianus, lots of Tenoris, really representing. So a good spread today, with some exceptions. But I won't always dwell on that. I'll sneak those in when I can.
You got to sneak it in where you can, right?
Yeah. So yeah, we should be underway in just a couple seconds here, or minutes here, to take a look at our top 16. We're gonna get a screen cap of that top 16 as soon as everything's settled out. Yeah, getting our overtime settled and make sure everybody reported correctly, all that good stuff.
I want to know so bad what it is. Like, the fact that it's this close on tiebreakers has me just like I have to know.
Yeah, it's usually not like that, right? Like, usually people can figure it out, sort of read the writing on the walls and say, oh, this person's going to place here, this person's going to place here. But
I mean, you could really do it, but it's just really complicated to go through all of them. All the opponents that both of them had, because their score is exactly the same, right? And their match win percentage is almost exactly the same too.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there was a 10% discrepancy, it's very likely that whoever had the higher one would be the winner. It'd be very unlikely that their opponent match win percentage would go down so much.
Yeah, it's a result of being such a big tournament, right? Like if this happened at a smaller event, 4 rounds, 5 rounds,
I mean,
maybe.
even 6 rounds, like that one extra round difference makes a big jump in.
It's huge. 114 players. This is it's got to be the biggest one of the season so far, right? For regionals, I think so.
No, it's close. I believe Taiwan had a bigger regional.
Taiwan's was massive, yeah.
Taiwan's caps, I think, at 128. I think they actually cap out.
Oh wow, it's insane. Yeah,
definitely could get more information from Mitch or Cheek Blue on that. Mitch is definitely someone who tracks that kind of information. He's the statistics guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, huge community over there in Taiwan. Super awesome to see the game growing so much globally too. You know, like obviously it's a North American based game, as Weebs is out of America, but it's great to see its reach spreading across the globe and really making an impact.
That is the end of time. The end of the 5-minute overtime. So we have 3 minutes left for results. Otherwise, things will automatically be marked as a 1-1 draw. So make sure you guys get in your results. Do not get the wrong results in. It would be very, very sad.
Don't make the good people wait. You know, they're all waiting to see this top 16. Just plug in your results and pray. Cross your fingers. Root for whoever your horse is in the race. Theo says 115, I think, is the biggest one so far. Apparently, the Philippines was 108 this season.
Whoa.
North American Nationals, the regional on day 2 was 110.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
We're still bigger than that.
That doesn't count.
That one doesn't count because everybody was there already?
Everybody was there. Everybody was there already for something else.
But we still made it. That's the important
part. That's true.
Still bigger than that, which is insane, honestly, to think that the people there for North American Nationals was less than the people here playing on the Yeti online regional. So awesome. Thank you everybody for coming out to the stream. Thank you everybody for playing in the event.
I'm nervous. I wasn't even playing, and I'm nervous. I'm nervous because the fact that it's going to be this close is crazy to me.
It's the not knowing, you know.
True.
We gotta know who the champ is.
True.
It's gonna be so close.
There's 1 game not reported.
Just give him a double loss.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Get him out. While we're waiting for our standings, worth mentioning once again that next week, starting tomorrow actually, is Revel Fest for Grand Archive. So all of your veterancy points are going to be doubled. So it's going to be double veterancy point no matter where you play, as long as it's a sanctioned OmniDex event. So all of you, make sure that you go sign up for Thursday Yeti Weeklies next week for your double veterancy points while we have you captive here waiting for our results.
Oh, there's the results. 1-1 draw.
Oh, of the last
of the last one, yeah, the last one.
All right, so everybody start drum rolling. We should have our final standings in just a second. Well, you got to keep going until. Oh, okay.
Oh,
here we go.
Whoa! Steve-O actually won.
Wow. So yeah, Steve-O clutches it out.
Way.
With that, yeah, it's like a little more than 1% in final opponent match win percentage.
1.6% difference on the tiebreakers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so close.
My God. Whoa.
Well, hey, congratulations to everybody in the top 16. Of course, congratulations to Steve-O, world's contender. Steve-O, also now regional champion.
Nope,
Taking home that
world's defender, Steve-O, with the 601, winning by the skin of his teeth. Second place to Land and Arrow. Big congratulations still, 601. And well, that's fantastic. So we see a lot of well-known names here. We have Steve-O first, Land and Arrow second, Edgy Games third, Krios fourth, Gideon fifth, Jesse sixth, Killidus is seventh, Unsung Crown, Luxera's map himself, number 8, Meffin X in number 9, Abby at 10th, Gurathos at 11th, Hamzors on 12th, level 100 Bailey, TM32 in 13th, 40%, the Canadian legend himself in 14th, Pavoni, it's Bob Sherville in 15th, and Harker in 16th.
Whoa! Yeah, it seemed like almost everybody we had on stream ended up in top 16, or at least like a lot of them. So we had
something interesting and worth noting though. Something interesting and worth noting in this is that there are more 520s. Bailey actually got in with a 403, and same with Hamzars Clement.
Oh yeah, interesting.
And it's because their opponent match win percentage was so good because they didn't lose games, so they stayed in top tables the entire day.
Right.
Whoa.
Actual
whoa moment.
So much whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's great. Well, yeah, congratulations to everybody. Take home that sweet Orb of Hubris and some sweet Sapphire packs. Open those. Shadows Twin, I think that's the one that people want, right? Out of Sapphire packs. That's the big money. Big money Shadows Twin.
Shadows Twin, Bulwark Sword, Taser Shot, Heavy Swing. There's a couple cool ones. Archon Broadsword's a really good one too.
I didn't even realize that Heavy Swing was starter deck.
Hey, Heavy Swing starter deck exclusive. Oh. A bunch of really cool starter deck exclusive cards. A lot of really cool. Yeah, what's your favorite of the starter deck exclusive P24s?
Well, that's no fair. I'm gonna say Cosmic Bolt. That's gonna be my
Necklace of Foresight.
That was pretty good. I like Astroscope as well. Maybe Foraging Servant. That's that'll be my dark horse pick.
Whoa, Foraging Servant. I think if it's not hard choice. Now that I think it was hard choice. Nah, it's not that hard of a choice. It's Bulwark Sword. Bulwark Sword is fantastic.
That one's good. Like
if it's not Bulwark Sword though, I think it's Essence of Blizzards.
Ooh, yeah, that is a good one.
Essence of Blizzards is fantastic.
Underrated. Nice. But yeah, I think that's all we got. Is there anything else we're missing, Tyler?
I don't think there's too much else. I think that's just it. So big shout out again to everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining us. If you guys have any suggestions, you can leave it in the server suggestions for us in the Yeti tournament server, as well as you can always DM myself. Just DM me or message us on the Serene Balance Productions Twitter. I know everyone else is very busy with things, and I have a little bit more time, so I'd be happy to answer those and pass out the information for that. So thank you guys so much for everything. Thank you for having us and accepting us here in the community and just supporting us through all of this. I really appreciate it.